Hey, friends.
Long Ewick.
Hello, I am New.
Hello, New. I am Wick.
Nice to meet you, Wick. Just
Good evening.
the first time I've been invited to actually one of his straight up panels, so I'm nervous as shit.
Well, we're not scary, so you'll be fine.
All right,
you
boys,
you
I'm
may
back.
not be, but the other people are.
Are you scared of Corey?
No.
Right? What are you
Hey,
talking
Well,
about?
who are you scared out of then?
Corey's adorable.
Thank you, Scott. Likewise.
He is the cutest Canuck.
No,
I'll take it.
I saw that Dewey and Sproticus are going to be here.
Okay.
They're not terrifying, but they are.
Who the fuck is scared of Sprouticus? Calm down. Doobie, I get. Doobie's pretty good at rhetoric. He will say some wild shit before you know it. You're accepting a premise that you did not mean to accept. It's pretty good. But come on, Sprouticus is an enlightened centrist. All right, you'll be fine with it.
I think my wording of fear is not exactly the same. Like I think it's just straight nervousness because I've watched and seen these people debate a lot of different times. So it's being
I
able
get
to
it. You want to
interact
do
with-
well. You want to do well, and I'm sure you will. You'll be
Yeah,
fine.
and it's also the fact that they're somewhat a lot more well known. Not Star Trek, but you get it. Not exactly starstruck, but just kind of like, wow, people who actually have.
You could be starstruck about us. That's cool. No, I get it.
You'll be
It's a
fine.
big
You'll be
deal,
fine.
right?
I remember like I don't remember what it was. It might have been on Prime. I can't remember when it was. But like the first time I went against Destiny, it was like maybe like 15, 20 minutes in the beginning where I was like, oh fuck, if I look like an idiot here now, this is going to ruin me for a while. And then eventually you just vibe out and you get into it, right? Like just go with the flow. Before you know it, you won't even you'll be pissed off about something I said, and the anger will burn away all the anxiety.
And in my case, I'm just used to looking like an idiot. So just go with that.
Corey is one of our crack guests here, right? Let's not get that twisted. Oh man, I
Let me
just toss someone else off.
Let me
Oh, there you go. Sorry. Yeah, he's one of our crack guests, one of the best that we have. So we're always excited to have our friend Corey around. I'm pumped to see him. Yeah. But guys, thanks for being here. We are it's one of you, and it's probably gonna be Wick because Wick always takes care of things here.
Well, we were talking earlier, okay? We were talking earlier about a tweet that I saw that kind of enraged me.
Love
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you asked the question. I think I know the answer,
but not.
But
me?
Fair enough.
I didn't
fair
know it
enough.
was so nice.
So the tweet basically said this, and I'm going to paraphrase it because I'm not sure I can get the exact quote. That says, "You are not a progressive if you're dating a conservative," and it enraged me.
I literally just saw what you're talking about.
Okay, so you're familiar with it. Like
Yes.
the amount of dumb in that tweet set me off. It really did. Like
I completely
get
agree.
it. Like I get with the tweet.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean,
What
you're talking
do you
about
mean? Why?
because you're not living your ideology that is designed to separate and otherize other individuals as oppressors, and you're either with us or against
that's the
us,
caricature of the ideology. That's a character. That's not my ideology.
No, it's not. Yeah, but if that's not your ideology, but you're like an enlightened, centrist, left-leaning, go along to get along guy. You're avidly you're pro free speech. Like that's not progressive, right? Like you don't believe in the othering and canceling. You're more liberal. You're more liberal than you are progressive. And and to quote all of the progressives, liberals get the bullet too, right? That's me quoting them, not you, right? But you're not really a progressive if you're dating a fucking conservative.
I think this it sucks because you're right, but you're not. it sucks because you're right, but you're not. Like, you're right in that a lot of progressives feel the way that you just laid out. They feel that way, right? Like they would absolutely advocate for everything that you say they would advocate for. But there is a fracturization within the progressive movement, right? That not all of them have gone crazy, right? Not all of them have gone crazy.
Well, yeah,
there is a lot of infighting.
Welcome to the left, right? The left has always been a fucking cancerous, self-eating movement that like attacks itself more than it attacks conservatism.
Which is dumb.
That's just the history of, well, that's what happens when you have an ideology that isn't based upon principles, but is based upon values, and those values doing like some form of calculus, and like 70 different theorists that all have their different takes on it. Like, that's just what it is. Like, conservatives may like have disagreements in theory, but they'll be like, but at the end of the day, we protect our fucking family, right? Like, so they just coalesce more. It's just the difference between the two.
I just think that it's anyone who is like, look, how to put this?
It comes with positives, right?
How to
The left self-canceling and challenging does mean that a lot more theory is developed on the left than the right.
I don't know about that, but I will say this, that my values inform my politics, but I do not tie my values to my politics intrinsically. So what I mean by that, right? I have certain value sets, like certain things I want for people. I want people to be happy. I want people to be healthy. I want people to be wealthy. I want people to be wise. I want good things to happen to those around me. And if there are bad things happening to them, I would like to happen less, right? I want to advocate for things that will bring less pain to those around me and things like that. There is a fundamental like cancer in a lot of leftists that will view anyone who doesn't advocate for their policy positions as having different values in them. And I don't think that's true. I think many excuse me, there are many, not all, conservatives who share values that we would consider to be good things. Like, they also want to lessen pain along the way. They also want more people to be healthy, more people to be wealthy, more people to be wise. It is just we differ on how we think we should get there. And so I think this statement of like, if you're not a progressive, you're not a progressive if you date a conservative, is buying into that fundamental misunderstanding of values and politics. And it frustrates me because I see this happen over and again. It's destroying our ability to interact.
No, you're ignoring, I think, a value of like equality, which I think is a strong moderating factor of like a certain political affiliation, like believes in equality, whether they actually practice a different story. And like,
if you looked at
go ahead.
Haidt's work on moral psychology on like
Jonathan Haidt, of course, yeah.
Well, I know Corey has. I mean, like, I know you have, Corey, but I mean, like, have other people looked at Jonathan Haidt's like 5 traits of moral psychology,
the moral foundations.
Right. So when you're talking about like conservatives that are philosophically leftist, right, that like are consequentialist in nature, no offense, Sproticus, but I think you would probably fit that definition. Like your values are more conservative, but your philosophy is more like left wing in like, you know, what leads to the best outcomes, right? And so people like
generally, yeah,
or like Connor, right, or Counterpoints, right? They're operating under the similar philosophy to the left, as opposed to like you know Chris Nats or something like that, or you know like they're very hardcore deontologists. But the difference is that like the left values fairness and harm reduction. Right, like these are the kind of the 2 big things that they value, and conservatives that have that same framework, they have 5 values that are basically equal, which is in-group preference, authority, purity, or like from a Durkheimian perspective, sacredity, like sacred, non-sacred, sacred, profane, and then they also share those values. So like conservatives do differentiate in terms of implementation, but I think it's also important to note that the values are different. And that conservatives kind of equally balance all 5, whereas the left is far more focused on fairness and harm reduction.
Now, when I say value,
you're a fucking nerd.
It's true, he is.
Yeah.
But when I say value,
I'm saying that's a compliment.
Yeah, I'm talking more about and you're definitely right, those are values, but I'm talking about more like what they want to have to see happen to their fellow man. Like, there is this fundamental misunderstanding that people want to see harm done to others, and generally, that's sometimes the case, but generally most people just aren't that way. Like most people are selfish, right? They want to get theirs before others get theirs, right? That's fair. But yeah, I just don't think most people want to see other people hurt. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong? What do you think, Gang?
I want to
I'm
see some
just saying
people get hurt.
sometimes values conflict, though, right? Like, you know, if the
Sure.
left is only worried about, like, if you're a far left and you're basically worried about harm reduction and fairness or equality, right? And you give no fucks about authority structure, wisdom, what's sacred, or your own in-group preference, like then you're going to push, like, I don't know, socialist policies. And if you're a right winger that values fairness and harm reduction, right? But you also value like the wisdom of an older generation, and like you value your boss at work, and you assume that your boss knows more than you because he's been doing it for 20 years, right? Then some of the policies you advocate for, you might have a matching value of fairness or harm reduction, but how you go about changing that is going to be informed by the differing values that you hold.
Oh, thank you for that fair request, Wick.
Basically, my question, Prime, I have my would you date like a staunch conservative or have romantic partners who is a staunch conservative? Do you think that would be compatible? like a MAGA Republican?
So I'm assuming you don't mean for a short time, because
Yeah,
the answer is
assuming-
yes, they're hot
yeah.
enough. But like,
Fucking
assuming you want,
Have
assuming you want a
a-
long-term
yeah,
monogamous
well-
relationship, but I can be wrong in
Yeah.
that assumption.
It's the most male answer.
No.
yeah, well, if you're talking about a long-term relationship, then no. I remember in college, I talked to this woman. She was like she was like 1 or 2 years above me in college, and she was a conservative, I think. Yeah, definitely was actually. She was a Republican voter, and she was religious, right? And I asked her if she would date someone who wasn't religious, because I wasn't religious. She didn't like me, no, right? So it doesn't matter. But she said no, and I didn't understand that. And she's like, "Well, you gotta date someone, who shares your values. That's very important." Later on, I did understand that. That it's if you're trying to build a life.
But wait, I don't understand this, right? So you can have the same values but different politics. Such as there are people who are more liberal leaning at my church, and there are people that are more conservative leaning at my church. It doesn't mean that we don't have the same value system, which is a different way that we see of getting there. To where I could date someone who was left, much far left than I am, and for an extended amount of time, and I don't see anything wrong with that, because generally we all want the same thing. We just see very different avenues of what's going to work moving forward.
I don't believe we all want the same thing.
Yeah,
I don't believe that.
I think there's something to push back
I
on.
said
Like,
generally. I said generally. If you look at the
Yeah,
general
I don't
person,
know
the
if it's
view-
even generally. I'm not even sure if it's generally. I don't want to overstate my case. I don't know like a proper, like I haven't taken a proper poll of everyone's values and done like some sort of analysis, right? But from what I've seen, and I'm an extremely online individual, so take that for what it's worth. From what I see, it feels like we don't actually want the same things here. Yeah.
I feel like all of the men on this panel are lying through their teeth, except for maybe Doobie, because I'm pretty sure every male here, with the exception of Doobie, sees a hot enough girl and they're like, "No, I can fix her."
I haven't
Literally-
I haven't
I literally-
had a chance to answer the question. What do you
I
mean?
Don't
literally
even
just-
lie. Don't
No.
even lie.
no,
Fabian,
No, like,
Fabian, I
No.
literally
So
just
full of it.
stated. I literally just stated I would date a girl that was much farther left than I am.
Yeah, no,
I'm extremely far. I'm extremely
It's not
far.
worth it.
I
It's a
would guess
joke.
I'm far
Yeah.
left. I'm more of a market socialist with a few libertarian views. I don't. I would definitely not be able to date a conservative woman because it's. I don't know. I feel like I would get annoyed at all times whenever the social issues came up. I care too much about social issues.
Yeah, you
That's
wouldn't
fair.
date a 6 or a 7, but as soon as a 9 shows interest in you,
No,
you're gonna
I've
be like,
met
you're gonna be
people.
like,
I've
I
met
can,
people.
I can fix her.
Razor.
No,
Super
I've
quick.
met people.
Just
I
real
have
quick.
met people who are in my vision, in my eyes,
she
they're
just
9s
needs
or
this
10s.
love, and she'll understand.
No, there's no
I will
fixing
never-
conservatives.
That's not the
I can't.
No
problem.
fixing
I start
conservatives.
speaking to them.
But that's not the problem I have with the statement. It isn't, I don't want to date it. I don't want to date someone that's a conservative. That's not my problem with this. My problem is saying anyone who dates a conservative is no longer a progressive, right? That is my problem with
Is there a line there somewhere? So like if I were like an anarcho-communist and I were dating a fucking like full-on Nazi,
A white
right?
nationalist. Yeah.
Like, no, it's like a Nazi, right? Like would that be like, would that put like a stain on my credibility as a communist?
Well, you got to pick an ideology that's like really far away from anarcho-communism.
I knew you were gonna say that. I hate you. I hate you.
Nazis, you like old people?
Yeah, like old people, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you like old people, that's your choice.
Amanda,
Amanda,
you need to
I
educate
think you're-
yourself.
You
You're
are
the
very
wrong
much in
reason.
the middle of it. You're like in a tube right now. We
Yeah,
can
it's
barely
like-
hear you.
Yeah.
You got to
check your
mute
mic
on
settings.
stream. You got to mute
Look at
on
all of us trying to
StreamYards.
mansplain how to fix her
Yeah.
mic right now. All of us jumped in at once.
Yeah,
Okay,
she's
yeah,
woman,
yeah.
like, this is how we're gonna fix her.
What do you mean, man?
Wait,
Unmute
Phrasing,
yourself.
phrasing,
Wrong.
phrasing.
on Discord and make sure you're using the right mic on Discord, Amanda, please.
Is this a better mic?
Perfect.
There you
Yeah.
Okay,
You did it.
I wasn't
Go
too sure.
ahead.
You guys were in a really good discussion, so I couldn't jump in. I'm a woman, I can't do that.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh, good, all right.
when I'm
Starting off
we can
right
jump
foot
ahead
with
of me.
But
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 You
Racer, that's
can.
my
You'll
problem here.
lose, but
Like
it's
Racer, that's my
okay.
problem here. It's not like
Let you
I'm
talk.
deciding what I want from me. And to answer Doobie's question, no, I think you could be like what you value and what makes you a good anarcho whatever politics you have to decide, right? Like who you choose to associate with does not have any effect on that.
That's not
I
true.
think.
That's not
just
true.
don't
Like
think so.
I use this example
That's
with you of
nonsense.
like if there's reasons why you're probably not going to find like a white supremacist like dating a person of color or like they'd be excommunicated from the clan.
They do all the time.
You'd be surprised.
It happens all the
You'd be-
time.
I
You'd
don't
be
know.
surprised. You'd be
Yeah,
surprised
you
how
would be
many white
surprised.
nationalists.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
Or how many
I told
like
that-
trad cons were like really into like cat boys? That would also surprise you, right?
I told a story just a little while before, but like in the Southern Poverty Law Center, like interesting files they have on different white supremacists. They talked about a woman who is like deeply involved in the movement, and she gets invited to like the compound of a white nationalist,
go.
a big guy, right? A big dog in the movie, right? And she's very happy to be there. She wants to be his assistant or whatever the fuck. But she gets there, the dude's apparently a fucking slob, and the place is like fucking filthy. And she notices this dude has a very large collection of interracial porn. He loves it. He loves it, right? And it's not at all surprising. Yeah, like, and there are racists who like absolutely have married a woman of color. I have a family member who is that situation. Literally produced a child with this woman. This guy doesn't like black people, right? So white guy doesn't really like his black
Prime,
wife.
I think you're like thinking of it differently, right? So it's like in some ways it's the most racist thing you could do, right? To like sexually dominate and
Dominating,
impregnate
There you go.
and like
Like you've never heard of race play?
inject like
Or,
whiteness into the
bed
black
wenches?
genes, make sure
I
that the
have
children
heard
are a
race
little
play.
less black going forward.
Yeah.
You're gonna erase the blackness from the children.
I guess in this sense, I am an outlier because, my grandpa fought for Hitler and then he married a Jew. So maybe I just shouldn't be here then. By your standards, that seems to be the case. So I guess cast out of the bag. I don't know. I think sometimes it depends on how long people and the values. I definitely agree with values because hey, my parents, my dad conservative, my mom liberal, divorced. So it doesn't work out for everyone. But I think it depends on what the vibe is.
Wait, but it worked out for the ex Gestapo and the Jew.
They made me, so
And
I
Auschwitz
wouldn't be
is
here.
different.
Well,
Like,
Your
you're-
grandpa,
Look at
your
James
grandpa was
Carville.
so busy looking for Jews, he just fell in love.
Well, look at the example of James Carville, okay?
He found the perfect one. Yeah.
James Carville
like,
was a
Jesus.
Democratic strategist,
Ah.
right? You know who James
Ashkenazi are
Carville is.
adorable.
Yeah, James. Yeah.
I
His
think
wife,
you guys
super
might be-
conservative.
You guys might be in over your heads if you try with the Nazi one, but I think when it comes to the conservatives and liberals, it just is based off experience. I think this is a hypothetical. Have you guys ever dated somebody in this
Yes.
opposite frame? Okay.
Yes. Seriously, for
And
many
I
years.
will say,
It's the same
I
idea. It's the
will
same
say
idea,
that
though.
even though the
Wait,
I'll
for
say-
years?
I'll say-
I feel like if you're fucking somebody for long enough, eventually,
I think
like you're
Prime was
gonna,
gonna say something.
if you're dominating them
it's fine.
correctly, they're gonna start adopting your ideas, right? They're gonna start
It's-
regurgitating your beliefs.
Or they'll
It's-
break up
it's-
with you.
Yeah,
No, it's okay. 3 things, right? One, James Carville is a liberal, right? So it makes sense he could marry a conservative. It's like not a problem, right? There's not
Good
a
point.
clash in ideals.
Him and his
then
wife are both fucking
other-
establishment fucking Brits. All right, they have the
and
same
then,
fucking values. Get out of here.
this idea of diluting the bloodline, right? That only works if it's a man, right? Like when the man is doing that, that's when you'll hear this online, right? But it's like, as a man, I'm attacking this other race's bloodline, and so that works, right? So, but if it's like a black man with a white woman, okay, now he's attacking our bloodline, right? Like they produce the same mix
You're
of
not wrong.
child, but like that's exactly how they look at that. So I'm just putting that out there, okay?
Prime,
It's
it makes
social.
sense. It makes sense if you actually think about it, right? If you're racist enough and sexist enough, right? Because the
check
idea
boxes.
is it was still off of a framework of the idea that the man is going around spreading his seed to multiple women,
Yeah.
whereas a woman, right, is only pregnant for.
You have to think of the penis as a weapon, and the vagina
Right.
is like a vessel
there you go.
that we protect, right?
It's the key in the lock. You know, I've heard it. I went to Catholic school. I've heard this. I know.
Hold on,
yeah,
pause.
that's
Hold
I
on,
know
pause.
the
You're
analogy, I know
Jewish,
the
and you're Jewish,
Uh,
and you went to
life is
Catholic school.
tricky.
Wait,
Oh
there
my
are
God.
mess-
This world
there
is
are-
tricky.
there are
Horrible.
messianic Jews.
Yeah.
Oh my God! All I was trying to prove a point is that you can come up with 1.5 million hypotheticals, but you're still going to run into a couple of outliers. And like
The one that makes me the most, I'll say the one that makes me the most angry for analogies is the chewed gum one. I feel really sad for all my female friends whenever I hear that shit.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
I don't know
Um,
it, but I don't think it would matter.
You don't want to hear
I
it.
don't know it either, but I
It's
think I'm
true.
alright.
stupid.
Okay. Sure.
Also, I think the other thing I was going to respond to was
It's not
that,
how
like,
the labia
I
minora
think
works.
Doobie
but
is
okay.
right, to a certain extent, that when it comes to, like, and because Bezos out in the stats, right, like women become more conservative, their husbands are more conservative, right, like when they're married, like just over time, they just kind of like take on their husband's beliefs in these things. So,
Yeah,
like,
usually.
yeah, you could.
Have you ever met like an old European woman and married to her husband? Like that man just follows around with the purse. Like the lady does
Yeah, but
everything.
he's a
and-
European though, like that's
We've been in-
different. It makes
we've
it
been in the
like
pain,
kind of
obviously.
Europe is a large
Okay,
place.
hold on. We've
There's
been in the
one.
patri. You gotta understand, we've been in the patriarchy long enough. It's time for the matriarchy to happen. Let the women lead us.
You were
around for a little
such
while,
a
okay?
fucking. Oh my god.
Okay,
But
razor.
have you ever heard the words coming out?
I'm halfway kidding.
Have you ever heard the words coming out of the guy's mouth as he's walking like 5-10 paces behind her though? Like it's
course.
always like,
Everything
if you tell me I
is
do a motherfucking thing, I'm gonna
No.
slap your motherfucking shit off your face. Like
I
it's
don't
always
think
like
so.
it's always not good. It's not a good
No.
marriage when the guy's walking 5 to 10 steps behind the wife and
Prime.
carrying her purse. Listen, it's
But
never a good
talking
To
marriage.
about
address Prime.
emasculated middle-aged men. I'm talking about 70-year-old men who wear the
Yes.
the straps. And
Yes,
they're
I'm
going
talking
to
about them too.
Italian
You ever-
bakery.
You've obviously
I
never
was
heard them
Polish.
talking as they're
I've
5
heard
10
them
steps behind
talking.
their wife.
Okay.
I don't know what they're saying. They're speaking another language. They're European.
Once you lose the ability to have an erection, that means you lost your weapon, as DB said, right?
You're
And you
disarmed.
can't defend yourself, and she's
Okay, but to address your
she's
point,
to
Prime,
submission.
The tub, you're fine.
but to address your point, Prime, like there's studies showing that conservative women, women who marry conservative men become more conservative over time. Do we not think that works in the reverse, right? That women who marry
Can.
more progressive men become
No.
more progressive over time? You think
Well, it
only
works that way
one
if you're like a
way?
weak man. Sure. If Razor married if Razor was dating
Hey.
conservative, I'd imagine he'd be voting for Trump at the next election.
No,
100%.
No.
Well, no,
That's
no,
rude.
it's really
No.
actually a lot
No.
easier to explain than
I
that.
made a
Like,
joke about matriarchy. You want to attack me like that? Fuck you.
it's actually not that difficult, right? Like women on average tend to be less interested in politics and less convicted on their belief systems, and men
I
tend to be
guess.
more convicted in those things. Amanda, look, you have shown up to reality TV for men. Like that's
I
what
know.
a Twitch debate panel is, right? Like that's just
I
it's
know.
how dudes are. Like we tend to be more politically passionate, tend to have higher voter turnout, tend
God
to engage in
damn.
politics more. right? And so, yes, it would work both ways on average. Obviously, there are outliers, right? The problem is that left-wing people in the current context especially left-wing white people are the only people that have an out-group preference, and are the only people that'll say cringe shit like we need the
Fabian,
matriarchy.
though,
Right?
look,
So like they're not going to convince the women as much because the ideology itself is going to have some level of female empowerment.
But Fabian, what you just said is
in it.
entirely wrong. Like, women show up more to vote than men. Women outperform men when it comes to voting, to becoming politically active. Is the exact opposite of what you said. I'm looking at the stats right fucking now.
Yeah, but they vote like they vote like their male partners, right?
No,
Right. They vote like their male partner. It's also suburban white women is like the fucking swing vote, right? Like when men show up to vote, they stick to the same fucking party, the same ideas. They're convicted in what they do, right?
Matters what race you're talking about, right?
Also,
black
obviously,
women
men have jobs, right? And we don't have a federal holiday for voting, so they can't.
Women don't work.
Duh.
But again, that's
Good
not what you
women
said.
don't.
You said women don't become as politically active in that.
It's not been my experience, but yeah.
Yeah, that's just the opposite of true, in my opinion.
Okay. But I'm curious about that conviction. That conviction, it feels right. That thing that Scott was saying. I don't have the data to back it up. No, I heard you heard me. It feels right. Okay, Scott feels right. Okay.
It justifies my male superiority, right? Like,
where exactly? Point to where it feels right.
Well, there's other data that conflict too, right? Like, is it that the men are making the women more conservative, or is it when you marry a conservative man, you tend to have children, and that's obviously going to make you more conservative?
Yeah.
Are you just is this the argument just that conservative dick is better? Like, is that what you're trying to say? That
Which is a lie, because I feel like the leftists are kinkier.
Anarcho-capitalism.
I actually saw a study that like conservatives tend to have more muscle mass, upper body mass, muscle mass than left wingers.
That's
There's
true.
an actual
Actually,
study on that, and so
obviously,
if you find that attractive,
did you need a study to fucking prove that water is wet? That if you don't eat as much fucking soy,
yes, that was
leftist men tend to have. Leftist men tend to be more neurotic and have more mental illness.
The vegans don't have a lot of muscle mass. No shit, Sherlock. Like fucking.
I take offense to that.
Have you ever met
right
Corey?
on the other thing?
Yeah.
That just quickly saying, Scott, I think is right on the other thing that like the data is muddied because like when you're married, right, do other things that like buy property, right? And if you're like a property owner, you can be a bit more conservative on your politics because you're going to protect your property.
Once you have a vested
right?
interest in your vote and you have like accumulated things
in the country
successful, you begin to realize how stupid the left is.
Okay, thank you.
No.
True.
No.
Wick, sorry, you going to say something?
No, I was just saying, if anyone thinks that people who are vegan or vegan adjacent aren't fucking jacked, have you met Corey in real life?
I'll challenge anybody.
This motherfucker is.
Corey might be the exception.
Beat the shit out of all of you.
I have the stats, and Corey, being a very statistically minded person, would have to admit it. Like when I send him that study.
I'm really good at arm wrestling. I'm really good at arm wrestling because I have leverage.
You know what, Corey?
I'll
maybe you can beat me up. Maybe you're super jacked. I don't fucking know. But if you need me to like get anything off the top shelf, I got you.
I'll happily climb on your shoulders to reach the top shelf.
You're right.
Because you dominated him
before.
You dominated him, and so now he is your horse. No.
I have the leverage. To 6'5". I'm good.
Could you send us like send us like a shirtless thirst trap picture of you? I don't know what.
Fine, I'll send
That's one
my
of the
Instagram.
gayest things I've ever heard you say.
That's fine.
What you mean? That's normal. That's the internet. That's how it's supposed to be. You always ask your homies for shirtless pics. That's how it works.
I had to make sure I get my bisexual lighting, boys. You know.
Here's my nothing Instagram.
You sent me a shirtless pic, and I didn't ask for that. I was like, I asked just for what you look like. I asked for what you look like, and he sent me that.
No, I was talking about weight loss and shit. It was a whole thing. Okay,
I literally do workout streams. You can watch me work out. I did one on Thursday.
It's good that you got your marketing plug in, because if you didn't, what would we do?
Yeah, it's the only reason why I'm here. I don't like anybody here.
No.
You haven't met me yet. You'll love me.
All right.
So
Well,
you
this
guys
is
are
good.
just gonna
I
talk
dislike
about
like
this dating or the
Look,
Let's the
however
topics.
much
Like
time
native
we
no
can
dislike.
eat up on this first topic that's stupid as fuck, like, be my guest.
Well, here's
I'll
what
end
I
it. I'll end this topic with this. The particular tweet that I think brought this up, that Wig brought up. I read it as a joke, and I didn't really care.
Thank you for that
Uh,
input.
Amanda,
Not caring.
you want to say
Fuck
something?
eraser.
I think that when it comes to this, you can read a bunch of studies, you can rattle off a bunch of numbers on paper, but at the end of the day, like, if you're not going out and seeing it, then like, who gives a shit that it's on a piece of paper? It's a statistic. Like, everybody writes statistics. You're not even looking at like the full sample size. Who are the people that you're asking? What is like the area, the demographics? Like, okay, cool. You're at a statistic. I'm so glad that you know JSTOR.com. Like, how does this move the needle forward other than to recite that you've read something once?
The quote you're looking for is, "There are lies, damned lies, and then there are statistics."
Yep.
Okay, Mark Twain, calm down.
I don't know.
That was the exact thing that was going through my head.
Okay. All right.
For sure.
So we will continue on. We'll get started. All right. So hey everyone, thanks for being here. I hope you caught this opening. This opening is a lot of fun. I'm probably gonna put it on YouTube. This is actually a lot of fun. I like it when we get together and we have these types of conversations, and it's jovial, calm before the fucking storm here. But this is our Reverie Roundtable, which we have 8 p.m. Eastern. If you watch this YouTube, like, comment, and subscribe. That part's important. And we are going to introduce all of our amazing guests here. We'll start with our friend Wick, right? Well, least amazing the most. Wick, thank you for stopping by, being a part of this, being a regular part of the community. You're always appreciated. And just putting out there, Wick and I will be doing election coverage tomorrow. Hooray! Yeah. So yeah, Wick, please.
Yeah, so if you've been watching Prime Stream for any length of time, you know who I am. You love me, you hate me. Here I am. That's what it is. I try to be as generous as possible, as honest and genuine as possible, and sometimes it can come off a little weird, but I try to just be myself. But that's me. Thanks for having me. I love to have you. And tomorrow, gang, just real quick, gang, this election coverage is going to be popping off. We're going to get some Canadians in there. Natsa Aridat's going to be one of our first guests. It's going to be a revolving door all night. So all sides of the political spectrum are welcome. You want to pop in, pop off, pop out. We're going to have our data girl, Weaponized Discourse, going to be there to track the numbers, give us updates, interrupt us when something big happens, and we're going to talk about it. It's going to be great. Anyway, that's me.
Yeah. So a shout out to Wick. Not shout out to us because we're having Canadians there. And what the fuck
I was about to be like, but why though?
So rude.
Like, fucking.
But why?
Focus on the fact that Pierre Pelevra is about to stomp your fucking country, right? Like, don't worry about us.
I don't know about that.
That should be the tagline for Canada. But why? Anyway, Scott.
We make a great hat. Come on. We make a great hat.
Oh no, you're the bottom to Canada.
Oh boy. Power bottom, of course. Scott, please. Thanks for being here, friend.
Hey, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're a duo stream anarcho-capitalists, basically the only one. Yeah, you should check us out. Check us out on YouTube. We have been neglecting the YouTube basically our entire career because we're Twitch streamers, but we only need like 49 subs to apply for partnership because we're like triple the watch hours to be partners. So Fabian Liberty, even if you want to hate watch and dislike videos, I don't care. Just get us those subs. But yeah, Fabian Liberty pretty much anywhere. And yeah, I enjoy coming here. It's fun.
Yeah.
Fun way to start the week.
I'm subscribed to Fabian Liberty. Scott, please do so yourself. Check him out. He actually puts some really interesting content out there, like very seriously.
Yeah,
right.
we do a lot. We do a lot of interviews. Like my favorite one, I think, is probably the D-Trans Tulip R Richie interview or the panel. But we interviewed Jan Brook. We should be at some point, if Stefan Kinsella can ever fucking like schedule, we'll be interviewing him as well. We do a lot of stuff like that. It's fun.
All right, Corey Campbell is here. All right. You'd be putting this tomorrow, but but you have a lot of value today. So thank you for being here, Corey.
Yeah, always a pleasure to be here with some nice familiar faces, and always nice to meet some new faces. I don't think I've met Amanda or Razor before. Always a pleasure. And yeah, looking forward to getting into it. As usual, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84, and not really many thirst traps on Instagram, or Twitter, but literally it's Corey Campbell on Twitter and Instagram.
Okay, thank you. We have Lactoid who is here. Lactoid, thanks for stopping by. We're always just really ecstatic to have Lactoid here. How are you, friend?
I'm doing sick. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, friend. Yeah.
It's okay. Not COVID, so I don't have to worry about people treating me like a pariah. But,
Is Woodsman
no, thank you
back?
for having me. I'm Lactoid.
Are you back,
I'm
baby?
Anti-Communism United on Discord and Twitch. And
Let's go.
Since Elon bought Twitter, I'm more active
Woodsman,
there
are
as
you
well.
back, dog?
Anti-Com United on Twitter.
I missed you.
Thank you. We have Amanda, who is here with us. Very excited to have her here. She was recommended to us by the aforementioned Not So Erudite. Thank you for being here. Please tell us about yourself.
Thank you. My name is Amanda. I would say for now, that's probably all you need to know about me. I have some dead platforms, but otherwise, I'm just a little lurker who's in marketing. And I love politics and everything to do with that. So always down for more chats in that regard.
What's your nationality?
I am in Canada, but my family's from all over.
Okay.
Fucking Canadians, get the fuck out of here.
We got
illegal
three now.
Canadian immigrants.
First me,
You're
we got
three
attacking
now.
Nancy Pelosi.
Amanda.
I can't
Canadian,
believe you.
come on.
You fucking
Corey, Lactoid,
Canadians need to
Amanda.
leave Nancy Pelosi alone. Okay.
I won't try and enter the country illegally. I have no plans to do so. I would like a nice,
All right.
clean record.
Make
Things
sure
are
you
going
get documented. All right.
You've
I know
already
how-
sent
I-
Lactoid here.
I know you have
and-
some family history with being documented and given a number, but it's cool here, right?
Hey, listen.
Different for a second.
We're good. I'm Catholic.
Oh boy.
On to the next.
That is a get out of jail free card. It is. It really is.
So
It's the best.
now that we're through with the Canadian bloc, right? Let's get back to the Americans, right? True American. Look at him, patriot with a flag up on his wall. That's the way you know he's a true American patriot, and rather than a faker with a stained flag. We have our friend Sprouticus back in here, right? We need a soaring eagle whenever I say the word Sprouticus, all right? That's how the eagle calling, right? So Sprouticus should be here, friend.
We need a bald eagle screech and then and then just the single tear coming from the bald eagle's eye, that one single tear. But no,
The shark rolls over.
I'm proud to have an American flag that doesn't need to be retired behind me. Unlike unfortunately other streamers here who have flags that need to be retired desperately behind them. But no, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to have discussions. I always like having discussions. Hopefully the audience learns something from this, but they probably won't. They'll probably end up a lot of yelling and screaming, and the audience is gonna go home thinking the same thing that they thought yesterday. So you know what? It's just for entertainment value, and I'm here for it. So I always love coming out to your shows, Prime. So thanks for the invite again, and looking forward to it.
Okay, thanks so much. All right. We have another new person here with us, Razor, who they've been on our open panels, and we invited them on to this. I'm very excited to have them. How are you, Razor? Introduce yourself to the world.
Yes, hello. I am Razor of Razor Sharp Gaming in 96 on Twitch.tv. Razor Sharp G96 on Twitter. Please follow me. I am going to be doing a lot of gaming and political type of streaming in the very near future. I finally got an internet that's not capped, so I can go as many hours as I fucking wish. Basically, whatever I feel is on my mind, I will hop on with my many tags of weirdness and just say what I want to say. Yeah. Join me.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. And last but not least, we have our Dark Lord and Savior
Sorry, I just
back
wanted to
with
put an
us.
American flag behind me.
You guys seem to be
I wanted to. We have our friend Doobie. We're bookending this, right? With two people who've been here for an incredibly long time, Wick, and then Doobie. Thanks for still being here, Doobie, and always supporting this community.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, all right, as usual. But like you feel his excitement, right? That's okay.
All the way from Canada.
Oh, hey, I'm American. Calm the fuck down.
No, I know. I can feel your excitement all the way from Canada.
Yeah,
that's more reasonable.
Right?
Okay, I'll forgive that.
Yeah. Transmitted from Mexico. Okay. So
I fucking hate you.
Let's go.
It's racist.
All right. Let's get started. Topic 1. Daniel Snyder, owner of the NFL Washington Commanders, is being pressured to relinquish his team. Snyder has been the focus of an endless amount of embarrassing controversies for the league, and there's a big push to get him out the door. However, as it stands, this would involve Snyder selling the team, which could put billions in his pocket. Should that be the case, let's imagine that an NFL owner was found guilty of committing a crime. If the offense was serious enough, should they be forced to forfeit their team? For example, if the owner sexually assaulted his employees, should they be able to make a profit off the team's sale? Dan Snyder, garbage individual, and who has a sexual misconduct allegations, against him. I don't think anything's been proven. So, hashtag, allegedly. But just overall garbage human, and racist and just bigot, just terrible human being. They're trying to move him out, which is great. But as we've seen with other owners, not just NFL owners, right? When you lose a sports team, you get a windfall. Just exploring that topic. We'll start with Wick for an opening statement.
Yeah, so when it comes to bad actions or when you hurt other people, should you be able to profit off of that in some way? I think that for what we could consider genuinely just shitty behavior, yeah, that's fine. If they're just pressuring him out because they don't want him because he's racist or because he's bigoted or misogynistic or these other things, okay, yeah, they shouldn't be able to steal his shit because he's racist, basically, right? Or take his house or seize his assets and things like that. Now, there is a line where if you do harm to people, like if you rape someone or you commit some sort of act, like you kill someone or you break their legs or put them in the hospital, these types of things, eventually, yes, if your assets should be seized to help pay for whatever it is that you did, to make restitution, right? But when it comes to just being a bigot, no, I think that's fundamentally a flawed way to look at it. You shouldn't have your assets seized because you are a bigot. You shouldn't be a bigot. You should face social pressure, social censure, but legal censure, no. That's my take.
Thank you. Scott, please.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I was just sit back on this one a little bit because I really don't understand what even is going on other than just like a hatred of the existence of private property. Like you can't craft this question unless you're just a full-blown socialist, because it just doesn't make sense. Like, he bought a team in 1999 for $800 million. It's worth somewhere between like 4 to 6 billion now. That's the investment he had. And he also did a lot of really shitty stuff that he should get sued for. And if it was proven correctly, that if the allegations are proven true, then he should pay them a fuck ton of money. I don't understand the concept here that's like, other than like eat the rich. And like, if you want to have that conversation, I can crush all you dumb socialists all fucking day. But like, if you want to talk about this specific incantation of it and whether or not it makes sense in the greater context that people get a windfall, well, I mean, like, he bought a team for $800 million. He managed it for the last 23 years. And you may think he did a shitty job, but I mean, he managed it nevertheless. And there are potential abuses. And if he abused those people, then he should pay a fuck ton of money for that. I just don't understand the question. Maybe it'll be elucidated further what is interesting about it. Maybe I don't fucking get football. I don't know. Also, for the record, super shitty guy. Like, right? Like, I'm with you there, right? Like, even the season's tickets in 2009 where he was like suing people for $65,000 because they didn't have money to pay for their season's tickets, but had 200,000 people on a waiting list that wanted to purchase those season's tickets. Like, he doesn't seem like a good guy, especially if he was secretly recording cheerleaders as they were at photo shoots and then editing that video together to make his own spank bank. Like, yeah, he's a piece of shit and you should take away a lot of fucking money from the guy. But like, he still has private property. That doesn't invalidate that. And it just seems like a weird way to be like, hey guys, we hate the rich, don't we? Fuck the rich, let's fuck them over. And it's just, I don't know, it seems silly.
I love it. I love Scott says, I'm going to sit back and I'm just going to, listen, right? He goes, with like guaranteed the longest opening. But no, I appreciate you, Scott. Thank you so much for that. Let's go to Corey.
Yeah, typical, sitting back Scott, or typical fence sitting, just like me. No surprise. But yeah, so I think, what comes to mind is I think this is just another example of why I think football is stupid multiple times over. And I have no problems banning football for not only other reasons, but I think this just like makes my case even further. But, it seems like the best example that I can use as a Canadian is like Hockey Canada is in shambles because there's and it should be in shambles because at least there's proven misconduct multiple times over that goes back decades, and we should contend with that. There should be repercussions, and I sort of like echo the same sentiment that Wick just brought up in terms of like if there's actual like proven misconduct. And that as sort of framing the question, like they're guilty of something, like there should be recourse. I do believe that they shouldn't. I have no problem saying like, yeah, screw the rich. I don't think billionaires should exist. I will gladly bite that bullet. But like, yeah, so if someone is found guilty, it seems like as of now, there's not really good recourse. And like this person is being rewarded. I think that's a testament to just, I don't know how poor, something is flawed in the system somewhere. But like, yeah, if there's proven misconduct, something negative, they should be held accountable in a much better way than it is currently.
Thank you so much. We'll go to our friend Lactoid.
All right. So Snyder should not be forced to sell the league by any kind of legal mechanism. The article linked actually has another link in it that links to a list of scandals that Snyder has been involved in. And after going through it, like the vast majority of these scandals are just like ridiculous. They're not even scandals at all. Like, oh, like he tried to sell this doll for $30, and then like 2 months later it was selling for $23.95. And like that's like what? I'm not kidding you. That's like one of the scandals listed. That like his doll, his fucking like Commander's doll didn't sell that well, as if that's like some scandal. So most of the scandals are just complete bullshit. And I think a lot of it's just media hype. The scandals that are serious appear to be the sexual harassment allegations, right? I think that's an actual scandal that we can take a look at. And I think the option should be available to people who, if they were sexually harassed by Snyder, that they have the option to file a lawsuit and to get, money if he actually committed a crime. That all being said, if the NFL controls who can own a team in the league, then he very well may not have a choice. If the NFL decides that he's so bad for their brand,
just chilling.
The Commanders need new
Monday
leadership.
night,
if that's
panels.
Part of the agreement of owning that team is the NFL can just kick out owners.
Trying to get people on our YouTube.
That could be an issue here. And for the people rooting for that,
49.
I think there's a double-edged sword here, which is that the NFL could
can
also
for
remove owners if they did things that you might agree with. So let's say they removed owners for allowing Colin Kaepernick to kneel on the field during the national anthem, or let's say they removed an owner who wanted to change the name from, not even sure I can say the racist term that it used to be, to the Commanders. Maybe the NFL is like, no, keeping that name is good for our brand, so we're going to remove anybody who tries to change it. Like, if that's what the NFL can do, I mean, you got to be careful about the power they can exercise.
Thank you so much. Please, Amanda.
Yeah, I definitely feel like there was an assumption that I was going to carry the socialist flag. I'd just like to say that's not any plans that I have on this front. But when it comes to like the actual sale and stuff like that, I do agree with you guys on the front of like, if it's property, it's property.
I think you're all
socialists. Things have to get sold. I think it's more of a question of the court of public opinion. And if the general public, just looking at all of the different odds from an NFL perspective, like the team itself, like they only really have to, this is only really going to be a problem if like from the general public perception is that this is a negative, he's really bad, it doesn't reflect well on the brand and the image and everything else that they want to represent. In the same way that the Colin Kaepernick situation, social issues aside, like, and that actual part of the conversation, it was also an issue of like PR and how that image represented like NFL as well as his team and stuff like that. So I would say from any sort of like fear from a marketing standpoint, like the only real concern is if this potentially reflects negatively on like the team itself. But if there are issues with him with sexual assault and stuff like that, like that has to be actually held in a criminal court if there's a criminal case against this person. But if not, this is one of those goes to the public. This goes to the Twitterverse of I'm so mad at him because he did this, that, and the fifth, and it's unfair. But if we live in a world where we're all of our opinions are valid at the same point, like this is just going to be a little pissy party on the internet for a couple of people. But otherwise, like he's just gonna go to the bank. He's gonna put it like on his little offshore tax haven. He'll be fine.
Okay. All right. All right. So Spartacus, I'm happy to have you continue our pissy party. And before you do, Amanda, just be aware we can hear when you like scrolling your mouse or something.
Sorry.
It's just happens to be. Yeah, no worries. Don't worry.
I'll mute myself.
You'll be aware of that. Spartacus, piss away.
So when it comes to this, the NFL has already set precedent, actually as close to as this year, to where the NFL has suspended and fined owner of the Miami Dolphins for what they consider to be violations of the league's policies. I believe that right now the NFL can suspend the Commanders owner, and then carry that suspension over until it maintains new ownership, and at that point, the suspension would be released from the Commanders. I believe that, and then to take on that, the next part of the question is basically imagine that the NFL, that basically the Commanders owner was found guilty of committing a crime. I believe at that point in time, you could utilize the Son of Sam law or something similar to where people who are found guilty of a crime cannot later gain money or gain basically any monetary value from the commissions of their crime. And this would be point blank that selling the team would be a monetary value that was gained from the commissions of their crimes. And so I think that if found guilty of a crime, that the owner of the Commanders could easily fall into the Son of Sam law, to where he is therefore forced to basically give up the Commanders to a seller, and the money that he would gain from the seller would go directly to the victims. And I think that would be appropriate in this scenario.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right. They screwed out OJ off his book. Never forget. Let's go to
Yeah,
our friend,
Roland.
Razor.
This is like just not a point.
Huh.
I don't even understand why he's bringing that
being
up.
close to last. A lot of the points that I would have had have already been stated. Sprouticus actually gave a much better wording of what I had in my mind. And obviously Scott ended up saying something good about the fact that we shouldn't just take away things for something like that. I have, but I will say that if he is found that he has done something heinous, or he's done like rape allegations, sexual assault, whatever things has going on for him, he should not be allowed to get any fund. Like what's probably just said, should not allowed to get any funds from getting rid of the team. Just remove him entirely. That's just what I think of it, at least on this front. I don't know the Commanders all that much. I'm a Rams guy. I don't know any other team.
Okay, thank you so much. And finally, our friend Doobie.
Yeah, I'm with Scott on this one, actually, sort of. I mean, there are other situations in which I can totally be for like seizing a company from private individuals, right? But I don't think this is one of them. This is like an entertainment company. Like it's not something that has anything to do with like national security or whatever, right? This is literally just an entertainment company. So sue him, get money from him that way. But I don't understand why we'd be pushing, or anybody would be pushing, for him to have the company just stripped from him without any kind of compensation. That's very strange.
He's already received the compensation that would be delivering of owning the Commanders. You receive a compensation every year, as in the profits of the Commanders. Selling the team and the money that would come from selling the team, especially if what is stated is true with sexual harassment, with anything like that, would come, and I would say that this would fall perfectly into the Son of Sam law. With bad
Yeah, that's a super
criminal.
big
doesn't make any-
practice. Yeah. that's
Okay,
not
wait,
it.
wait.
Can you
wait.
explain
So
that? I won't
I'm
interrupt.
trying
Sure.
to, with criminal, with the criminal practices underneath the Commanders, while the Commanders were in, such as price gouging, which is a criminal practice. So things like that it allegates, right? If those were proven in a criminal court, I believe the Son of Sam law would be applicable underneath those certain laws, correct? Or
No.
those certain crimes. No,
So,
why
like,
wouldn't
if
Son
he-
of Sam law be
so, like,
applicable?
If he let's say he sex trafficked, let's say he sold the video he took of those girls, right?
Okay.
And made profit off of that, right? Then
Okay.
then obviously the state could seize those assets that he gained from that, because that's him gaining it from the commission of a crime, right? But
Right.
you can't like, that would be like saying a restaurant owner, right, was selling cocaine, right, out of a restaurant. Well, you could seize the assets he got from the cocaine sale and maybe some additional assets. But like, if the restaurant itself was profitable, you don't get to seize everything unless he was
Sure.
using it as a front.
You
for
could
an
seize the
illegal
restaurant
business.
if you're using
Right,
it as a
right.
front. If
No.
you're using it
If
as a
he's-
front, you can
right,
seize the
so-
restaurant.
Right. So
He's
like,
sprinkling
these are
cocaine on the
examples-
dishes.
These are examples of those things, right? But his sexual harassment is not like a crime that he's using the NFL as a means to cover up. That's just him being a rich asshole. Like, they're not really connected. Like,
Right.
you'd have to have an amazing fucking lawyer, and you'd have to set like insane precedent for that to work.
So, and we
But I
also
do think he could be sued out of existence if like the trauma was enough and restitution was high enough.
So what about
Yeah, and the
price
idea-
gouging? What about
billions and billions.
price
I don't
gouging?
know.
That's
Well, I mean,
what
he's
about price
already-
gouging,
Has
though?
he been
'Cause
taken to
that's
court for that
considered
kind of stuff?
that's considered a criminal practice. And I said no. I said if he's found guilty by a court of law for these allegations, because right now they're just allegations. For these allegations, he's found guilty for them. I believe the Son of Sam law will be applicable in this scenario.
Wait, hold on.
Right,
So if he,
what I'm
so if
saying
he
is
price
you could
gouges,
nickel
you
and
strip a
dime it
team
with
from
some
him
stuff,
worth
but,
like
like,
$1 billion
he's still gonna
or
come
some
out
shit.
ahead.
That's ridiculous. Like,
He's still gonna
how
come
does
out
that
ahead.
make?
Yeah.
I don't think he's still going to come out ahead. Well, take aside the sexual harassment victim suing him. But no, I think that he would still come out ahead. But it would definitely limit that amount to where he doesn't get the extra $7 billion from selling his team that he has used criminal business practices to therefore make the team's value higher.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Let's talk about
Where?
a couple things here. We've got to talk about a couple things. So, we often see this in the drug trade where they will seize the money, but the reason is because the idea is that money is presumed to have come from the drug trade if they raid a business that has a bunch of money and they're also selling drugs, right? So they're saying the money is tied to the drugs. You can prove, yeah, this money is not tied to the drugs at all. Like, here's a video of me like making this money not selling drugs or some crazy shit.
Yeah, but that's just
Then,
civil
yeah.
asset forfeiture.
Yeah, civil asset forfeiture, exactly. The Son of Sam law is different. Scott, you're right. It has more to do with profiting off of the actual crime. So I don't think that would apply here unless he published some kind of memoir of like how he of how he harassed people and then made money off that. I don't see him.
So
doing
let
that.
me
The business
specify.
practices though, I want to ask you about too. Like, what
Let me specify what I mean by applicable then. So
Okay.
you're saying that writing memoirs is going to be the most often practice of the Son of Sam law. Yes, I agree that writing memoirs, writing a book, doing a movie deal, reenactments of the crime, that's all going to be applicable underneath the Son of Sam law.
Shit all the
Now,
time,
what I'm
but I
stating under
feel
the Son of Sam
offended by
law
the way he's
is that
saying
you've
memoir.
done these criminal business practices to move this business along to make it gain value,
It's hurting me.
and you do not get to recoup that value. That value that should be recouped is not going to be recouped by the victims.
What
because
business
that would be
practices?
because price gouging for one.
Hold
And
on.
that'd be
Where
a
did
very
he
big
price?
one.
Why did he price gouge? Where did he?
It was
price gouging
underneath-
is only like when you sell certain commodities during disasters. It's not like you can't price.
No,
gouge
price
football
gouging is
memorabilia.
anytime. Price gouging is anytime. It's not football But it wasn't football
We don't
memorabilia
have
that
price
was,
controls in America.
so it wasn't football memorabilia that I was talking about. It was
Could you
specifically
imagine?
Can we stop
It was
entertaining
specifically
this?
seats-
Like
it was
there are
specific-
interesting things to talk about here, but this ain't it, gang. Can we stop?
So
this?
it was-
This is
it was
just clearly wrong.
specific-
That's all.
No, it's not clearly wrong. So it was
Rare wick
specifically
dub.
talking about standing room only in the seats, and then the suites were being price gouged up, and the seats were being price gouged up to try and force people to either pay more for a seat or to go into the standing room only. This was found to be price gouging, or it found to be an allegation of price gouging, I should say. Then there's it's through the list that you gave me that I found several different.
Yeah, they might be saying that he's like price gouging. They're saying like you're
It's not
you're doing
illegal.
something like it's not illegal in the sense of like there is like laws against well, there's like a disaster like a hurricane. Which, by the way, we can have a whole topic on that because those laws are actually really bad, and most economists on the left and the right are against price gouging laws.
Price gouging is good.
Price gouging is actually a good thing. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but there's a lot of research behind that. Yet that this only applies during like disasters, right? So like toilet paper, you can't, or like food or fresh water. It doesn't apply to like
All right,
football.
you know what? We'll see if you get in 2008.
Could you send me an article or something on that props gouging? It sounds actually
Yeah,
really
it was on your article. I'll send it to you,
absolutely.
though.
Hear that.
It's going to be very like economics.
I'll copy
like,
it over, but yeah.
heavy, article though for sure.
So
I'll copy it over, but
I'd
yeah.
like to read.
I wanted to make more of a case for taking away these teams, right? Maybe forfeiting the team. One thing, these teams, especially today, maybe in a different incarnation of the NFL, but as they are today, are not so private, right? Certainly not in their funding mechanisms. Teams today receive an incredible amount of tax subsidies. They receive tax breaks. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be. I think the NFL is like tax free, right? Like they're not subject to.
Lucky.
I think so. If I'm wrong, I do apologize, but I believe I remember that's what that was.
I think they usually get tax breaks in order to make their stadiums or something, and then they can...
Yeah. So
Merchandising is not tax free, but they have a lot of state protection of the industry, which is a problem. Obviously.
I'll double check the tax thing, but I'm almost certain they have some sort of tax protections. But in any case, it doesn't matter. They as was just mentioned, was in terms of their stadiums, like a lot of money gets paid into these things, right? Why? Because these cities, when they compete for their business, but there is a lot of pride wrapped up in these things, right? They are a representation of the greater public.
I'm not verifying this really. I'm just going word of mouth here, but like someone in my chat said that's because the organization is the owners coming together, and so the organization may be tax exempt, but the owners themselves and the transactions that they take are taxed. Right? So it would basically be like double jeopardy on the taxes, right? Like you would tax the owner and then you would also tax the organization. But the organization are the owners coming together, which is why they're tax exempt.
Okay. But in any case, right? Since there's so much public investment, I'm not sure that they're so private. And we already put restrictions on what organizations can do once they take public money, right? And this is an immense amount of public money they do take. So if you have an owner who is doing something terrible, right? And like I use Dan Snyder as a jumping off point, but that's why I created that hypothetical, right? For us to start working within that realm, right? If they have done something terrible, let's say child exploitation or something like that, right? Should it be the case that this person who may have just been convicted of a terrible sex crime against minors receive billions for their property, right?
It was this premise that I thought of.
That locale be able to take that property that they have invested millions, sometimes billions in.
I just want to point out really quick before we move on. Getting a tax break is not receiving public funds from the state, right? That is just them not being punished and stolen from at the same rate. That doesn't make them a public company because they get less taxes, right? They're not taking your taxes aren't paying them. They're just not quote unquote paying their fair share of theft.
It's like if somebody doesn't rob your house.
Oh God,
like,
I don't.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I really appreciate the free TV that you didn't steal from me. Yeah.
Right.
So to your question, Prime, to the actual topic at hand. Okay, so I'm going to try to kind of bring back and try to engage with your question as you mean it here. So I think that when someone does something horrific and they cause harm, that they should be required to pay restitution. I am okay with someone who has done a terrible thing and hurt a lot of people or one person, their assets being seized and them being forced to pay for the restitution of whatever it is that happened, right? I'm okay with that. So in that realm, right? Like if someone does something that causes immense amounts of trauma, pain, and is illegal, they get sued, that absolutely should come from their coffers, right? From the sale of the thing. But there is no reason to do this to the extreme, right? So if all in all the court settlement comes up for $2 billion, let's say it's a huge amount, $2 billion, but he makes $7 billion off the sale, right? Like, I don't think you should just take the $5 billion extra just because, oh, well, that's just extra and we just need to take away all good things from this person. No, we stay within the bounds of the law. We stay within the bounds of the... There's
a problem here in our justice system that we're not elucidating.
Before you get to that, let me just ask him this: what would you be in favor of adding? Because you said you want to stay within the laws, right? And
Sure.
You say like this is
the
outside
bounds
of law.
of the rulings. Yes.
Would you be okay of saying, this is kind of where I was trying to go with this, that adding a morality clause into these subsidies, right? You're going to get this level of subsidies, and so if
not
you
into a subsidy.
if you get this level of investment from the city, right? We'll help you pay for your fucking stadium.
I don't like morality clauses.
Okay.
Just so you don't like morality.
All right, let me just get it out. If you take this money, right, but you violate this clause, well, then we are in our right to forfeit. Like, and it has to be, of course, something quite serious. But yeah, go ahead.
But I mean, like, depending on, but just real quick, like, depending on what like is in that clause specifically, like. If the clause is something like "don't rape people," okay, yeah, that makes sense. But if the clause is something "don't be racist," I would be against it. Like, what does that even mean, right? Like,
yeah, well, I said something
don't
quite
take
serious.
the money
Okay,
then
don't
if
rape.
you don't like it.
We'll start with don't rape.
Sign the
okay,
contract.
Great.
Yeah,
That's
don't take the public money. Don't take
But
if you can't agree to not be racist, just don't take the money.
But it's okay though, because I mean, ESPN is reporting the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Virginia is investigating allegations that Washington and Snyder engaged in financial improprieties. So this is already being investigated by the Eastern District of Virginia. And by the U.S. Attorney's Office. So like all of these are already being investigated. So this is within the law. These could become potential convicted crimes. They're being investigated right now.
What specifically is being investigated?
Financial improprieties. I can look into it more if you'd like me to. I go in the ESPN source.
So
But
while
like,
he's
yeah,
looking
Prime,
that up,
I was gonna say I support. So I would use. I'll try to be quick, Scott. So I'll try to like relate it to myself of like as a Canadian and who's in like a crazed hockey town, the Montreal Canadiens. So I'm all in favor of what you outlined of like a morality clause of like if the owner of the Montreal Canadiens is like found to like proven to do something awful, like I would want them to be like either sued or like some sort of restitution, so much so that they're like heavily penalized. And I have no problem watching the Montreal Canadiens fail as a result of like pretty much like the owner being like an awful person. As much as it would be, as much as I don't know, the entirety of Quebec would fall into a depression as a result of that. I have no problem with that.
So here you go. So here I have it. So one former employee testified before Congress saying the team had two separate financial books, one with underreported ticket revenue that went to the NFL and the full complete picture. According to testimony, Snyder was aware of the numbers shared with the league while also being privy to the actual data. And according to other testimony, financial misconduct included making it intentionally difficult for season ticket holders to recoup refundable deposit money, counting some of those leftover funds as a different kind of revenue that doesn't need to be shared with the league, and shifting money from ticket sales for NFL games to other events at FedEx Field as a way of hiding that money from the league.
Now that sounds like potentially illegal things that he's doing. Right? Not price gouging.
Taking the money away from him then?
Let's go to Scott and then Amanda.
So I think another thing that is shocking to us is how much money this person has, right? And what we're not addressing, I think, that is a big part of the restitution piece here, is that in many states there are caps in terms of civil court for how much you can receive from someone for an allegation. So, like in some states, you know, if you, let's say you're the victim of child molestation, the state says, you know, past $250 or past $300,000, you know, there's no more. I think we saw this famously with like the Johnny Depp, Amber Heard situation, where like he won a bunch of money, but it's like, we didn't really win all of that money because there's a cap, right? And so I think part of the problem that I think we should be addressing is if a jury determines that that is exactly how much is owed and a judge agrees, right? Then why does that cap need to be there? I have no issue if women that were cheerleaders, right, were taken advantage of. Their body was filmed without their consent. They were a part of this dude's spank bank. They were, you know, they were asked to go into a limousine. In one situation, one person alleges that they were a recovering alcoholic and like individuals in his team were asking her to like drink and forcing drinks on her. Then she was taken to a place where the team had prostitutes and then was told like, oh, just go in the basement. It'll be okay. And so this cheerleader is a recovering alcoholic drunk at a place where there are prostitutes. Now that's an allegation. I don't know if that's true, but if that is true, like if a jury determines that that's worth $20 million, then like, you know,
I know Lactoid's take on this. Lactoid is
right.
Totally.
I don't give a fuck, right? Like
I know.
price and trauma are subjective, and I don't give a fuck. And if he has the money to pay it because he just made $6 billion,
I agree with you.
I
It's
have no
subjective.
fucks given, right? Like I don't. You know what I mean? Like, is it
Yeah,
worth that much?
let's let Amanda
I
end.
don't
She's
know.
been trying to break in. So, and then after that,
If I can entertain you all this, yeah, I'm not great. Thank you. I'm not great with NFL. Definitely same boat as Corey. Do not care. But I will be honest, I also really don't care about hockey. So
You're not Canadian. Yeah, get out of Canada.
Get rid of my passport. But as far as it goes, really just to speak to a Canadian topic, it does honestly give me like Catholic Church, Truth and Reconciliation vibes, in the fact that like in Canada, for anybody who needs the TLDR, the Indigenous population have gotten like, you know, the best treatment of all of Canadians. And basically because of especially the residential schools from the 90s and everything before, they, in Canadian news, in case you guys care, I know you don't, the Catholic Church is being put to the blame for all of the like the misdoings and the mistrust that has happened in the Indigenous community. And it's like totally fair. But in terms of that conversation of money, there's a huge question of like, are you going to pay out the Indigenous communities that the Catholic Church? And they're not going to do it. So like when I hear this NFL stuff, I go like, yeah, that's cool. It's really neat. If they do it, like, wow, you guys really care about football down there. But like otherwise, it's not going to happen. Like if the Catholic Church isn't going to get like footed the bill, like you think the NFL is? Come on.
Yeah.
Blacktoid and Wick.
So I'm not aware of any. I mean, there's sometimes limits on like punitive damages. I don't know what the limits are, the caps are for Washington D.C. I also know that a lot of places don't have caps at all. Where I think I diverge a little bit from you, Scott, is that juries are a part of the justice system, but they're also like incredibly naive. They're incredibly so, for example, like we're taught to speak to them as if they understand things at a third grade level, because on an average jury understands things at a third grade level. Juries can be wildly inaccurate. They can and give judgments that are just ridiculous. So, like last year, for example, a jury awarded a judgment
the state
against
sucks.
The jury awarded a judgment against Walmart for $125 million. What did Walmart do that was worth $125 million? Well, they adjusted the schedule of somebody with Down syndrome, and Walmart was found that by not accommodating the person with Down syndrome, by giving them the schedule they wanted, they had committed discrimination, which was apparently worth $125 million. And that's what a jury found. Okay, you can look into that case. I'm not exaggerating it. The court system is replete with judgments that would make you scratch your head. Like, holy shit, this person makes 40, for a year of labor of their life is worth 40 grand. And now like they're getting a $300 million windfall because like this weird thing happened and a jury decided that it was worth $300 million. I am really concerned with incredibly high judgments. And in this case, like now, based on the story you said, I don't think that's a $1 billion case. I don't think that you can say like, well, I think the pain was worth $1 billion. I think that living in a society in which people and organizations have judgments against them at that incredibly high level, it's going to be incredibly destructive, and it's going to destroy people's ability to participate in
But
war.
Wick, Corey, and then was it Razor and Spartacus? Did you want to go as well?
Yes, please.
Can I just respond like 2 sentences?
It's never two sentences. It's never just 2 sentences.
It would be
That's
2
the problem here.
sentences.
Like,
No,
there's a
I
cap.
agree.
We're putting a fucking cap.
All right, I agree with you. All right, I agree with you. But I think there are better ways to do this in terms of going through an appeal process or something.
Okay,
Not a
fair
cap.
enough. There's your 2. You
three.
snuck in that 3 at the very end. You couldn't even deal with the cap. But there are reason caps are a good thing. Caps are a good thing. We can argue about whether this cap is appropriate or we should adjust the level of these caps and things like that. But not only when it comes to civil cases, but when it comes to criminal cases too, right? We have maximum sentences for a reason that we don't allow weird, like juries to advocate for weird, out of the box, ludicrous punishments for relatively minor crimes or even major ones in some cases, right? Like this is a good thing that we have these caps in place. And I think the same thing can apply to civil forfeiture and civil cases as well. I think it's a good thing that we cap it. Now we can argue this isn't enough and it needs to be higher. And I'm all for that conversation, right? But when it comes to having a cap at all, I think putting a cap on just ludicrous case windfalls, right? Like and it's not the windfall for the person, it's the penalty to the offender, right? You shouldn't lose your home because you cut someone off in traffic, for example, or you offended. Like there should be limits to the penalties you face when you do certain actions, and we can discuss what those are.
I also want to point out another issue with juries is that as part of our analysis, more to like deciding the value of a case about whether or not we should settle out. Like the politics of the area that you got injured matters, right? If you're in a conservative area and you get injured, you're going to get less money than if you're like in a heavily like blue area. Why? Because blue areas like give out ridiculous judgments that have no underlying basis for them. Because they like giving away money, okay?
This is
Like,
not a
just like in
judgment,
politics,
though.
but also.
Corey, Razor, Spartacus.
Yeah, so well, I just looked it up quickly, so I might have like some details wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lactoid, but it doesn't seem like you framed that case all that accurately, because from what I could be wrong, but from what I could tell, like so the individual with Down syndrome was the jury awarded them 125 million, but the cap
reduced by a cap.
The cap kicks in with 300,000.
Yeah,
So I don't think they're actually.
And that's a great example of a cap working as it should, right?
well,
But the jury awarded $120 million.
So the
jury's also aware of the cap.
Yeah, exactly. So as in, like, that might just be
the jury
symbolic.
is not aware of the cap. The jury is not aware of the cap. They cannot be. That would be a mistrial. You cannot tell the jury that.
They can't. Well, can't you? You cannot look it up before, like, or you have to show that they're ignorant of the cap.
It's like not good.
Told you I was sitting back on this one. I immediately switched. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can't tell the jury like the legal implications of.
No, you can't tell, but like, do you have to demonstrate, like, in whatever in the jury selection, that they are ignorant of the cap?
I mean, I don't. So not necessarily. You don't necessarily have to like prove that they're ignorant, but like
So
juries
juries
are told that they're not. Well, they're told not to look up anything about the case, and like this is one of the reasons why lawyers are constantly struck from juries, is because they don't want people on a jury who knows the law, right? And telling the jury like certain implications of their findings it can be a mistrial. Like if you. Like, for example, a lot of states have it where if the plaintiff is 51% negligent, they get nothing. If you tell the jury that, that's a mistrial. You cannot tell the jury that if you decide he's mostly negligent, he doesn't get any money at all. Because then the argument is, well, then they're not going to decide who's actually like who is negligent based on the percentages. They're going to just try to like formulate their percentages to match what the law is, which they're not supposed to do.
Yeah. So just to hopefully understand correctly, like, yeah, you cannot inform them of the cap, but
Right.
they could have the knowledge of the cap. Like it can be.
Yeah, they could.
Okay,
Which is one of the reasons they strike lawyers off of juries.
Yeah, so there's like this is just the rule is just don't tell them, but they can have the knowledge. And so like yeah, you don't actually know that the jurors don't know it. You just know that they're not told. And so it's difficult to tease out in terms of like, well, it may very well be that the majority of the jurors like actually know, and it's like this is symbolic ruling. And also I would take issue with the way you framed it, of like it was just a schedule change. Again, I could be wrong. I just quickly looked it up, but
I'm
it
sorry
seems
I
like
brought this up. Juries suck.
but
We get it.
Okay, so
It's a
But
shit
I
justice
just want to finish
system.
off my point. But it
Right.
seems like Walmart did not provide reasonable accommodation to this individual with a proven disability, and I think that needs to be taken into account.
Right. That's what the argument was. But like, I encourage everyone to go read the full facts. This person wanted a different schedule. Walmart changed their schedule and was like, no, we need you to work at these times. They said I don't know if they actually said they can't work at that time. Or
Yeah,
what
yeah. Well,
happened.
that was
I think actually they just didn't show up for their shift.
Well, yeah, so
That's what
this
actually
is a person with Down syndrome who typically they very just like those who are neurodivergent, they very much need a regimented schedule, typically speaking, but not all the time. And so it's like I think that's one of the reasons why they won the case of like this is
$125 million.
symbolic.
So
I think the
would-
correct solution there
okay.
is just allowing Walmart to turn them away like up front. Say, hey, we're not going to hire you if you have Down syndrome.
Of course he's gonna
Facts.
say that.
Walmart can't
Of
decide
course.
the schedules for their own employees now. Like that's ridiculous.
So I hold on. Oh man, Latchwood, I actually really want to get into this with you, but later on. We'll start from our friend Razor Sprouticus. Amanda, let me know if you want to jump in. Doobie, if you want to say something else terrible, let me know. Razor, please.
Okay, so I'm hearing people talking about amounts, and whenever it comes to someone like the big rich dudes, if they are found like guilty, like we're talking like mainly singular people, and when I'm suggesting this, would there be a possibility of making it to where it's not a cap by number, it's more of a cap by percent, like not even a cap, is they rule amounts that you have to pay based off the percentage of how much you actually own. Like I feel like that would be a way to deal with the fact that people who are uber rich can basically just toss up a couple million and not care. Versus
that doesn't work either. The problem is
Restitution
with that
is
it's a reason.
for the
Just real quick,
crime. The victim.
but there's a problem with that. Even going down the route I think you're going down here, there's
Hey,
a problem with
keep in
that. So
mind,
for example,
hold on. Let me finish up the last little bit, then you can get to what you're saying. I keep in mind I'm saying like the person, if it's a super rich student, he commits a big crime and it just becomes a huge he commits a crime that requires a fine. And he's just able to pay off any amount because he's rich, versus if they make it a percentage of all that he owns for that, it would be a huge punishment. It would be a huge punishment instead of a simple like.
not
penance.
necessarily. So for example, right? This is why the tax, like we need a progressive tax system, because 10% for a poor person is way different than 10% for a millionaire. Like 10%
that's what I
for a
mean.
poor,
No, that's what I mean. I want a progressive tax rate, but in terms
progressive
of
like
crimes.
cap, or I understand
Yeah.
what you're saying. But so for example, even if you took 90% of a rich person's of Kanye, let's say Kanye West, right, did something terrible, and you want to take away
let's say.
90%.
Wait.
Let's
This is
say
okay.
this
Just roll with me here. Like someone's a billionaire, you take away 90%.
Kanye was
right? That's a huge
misdiagnosed,
amount.
okay?
That's a huge amount. Okay, that's still right. He's still $100 million in the bank. And
Yeah.
he's
But
he's
one
not a
hell of
billionaire
blow,
anymore.
He'll
He
know.
was a
Yeah,
massive
but yo,
blow as
one
well.
hell of a
100
blow.
million,
He will
like-
know.
Do you think he's
Yeah.
gonna suffer? Like, I just don't.
No,
Yeah.
they will.
He would
Oh,
cry heavily.
Yeah,
I feel like
He'd
he would cry
suffer. The
heavily.
people that he employs would suffer. Like, what do you mean?
It's
There's
look,
a
That
lot
$1
of-
billion
So,
isn't in his bank account.
We
That's
have-
like that's
no, we're
connected to
taking it
multiple,
off
like, companies
of-
and organizations.
No. That's what I'm saying. We're taking it off of the person alone. If we're talking about like if they own a big business or something like that, the money that usually is made to help that business, not the profits that the owner is taking, but the
Yeah,
money.
that's not how rich
Your
people
Your
operate.
system already doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
not how rich people operate. Rich people
Yeah.
have assets and business interests and investments and bank loans based off of the assets that they have. They don't have a lot of money in the bank. You're going just off the money in the bank.
Elon Musk can hand over $44 billion, right? Like,
Right,
that's
right.
not how that
Like
works.
he got a
He's not
loan
liquid.
for it
I'm-
based off of assets from Tesla, right? But regardless, the problem is that we already have a two-tiered justice system, right? We have civil court and we have criminal court, right? And so civil cases are
And the
about
court of public opinion.
okay, sure.
The most important one.
That's
yeah.
the one. That's where this
That
conversation
only
goes.
that only matters to the left. The right already knows that they lost the court of public opinion.
You guys are arguing if this dude's gonna go away, and like any of our opinions actually matter on this court case. They don't. This is the court of public opinion.
Mine specifically matter.
Yeah, I mean, the court of public opinion, they found Kyle Rittenhouse guilty before the actual criminal court found him.
Right. But no, what I mean to say is
Scott finish
civil
your point,
court,
then we'll go to Sprouticus, and if Doobie wants to again say something terrible, we
civil court isn't per se about justice, right? I mean, it's nobody's like using an estoppel like principle here to like double the amount of restitution, in any way, shape, or form, because we have criminal courts, right? Like we don't have a one system that handles restitution. That is what civil courts do, right? So if you talk about taking a percentage of someone's assets, that's not fair to the victim. I mean, sure, it's great to the victim of people that were victimized by rich people, but it's really fucking sucks to people that were victimized by poor people, right? The whole point of civil court is to pay the victim. It's not about punishing the abuser. Like if you do something illegal, right? And to the point where it's a criminal court case, that's about justice for the victims, sure, ostensibly, but our court system's stupid anyways. But that is damages. Right. I mean, sure. Yeah. I mean, like, there's a lot of gray areas here, and Lactoid could probably go on and form about forever. But like, if you take 10% of a billionaire's wealth to give to a victim, that's great to that victim, but it's not so great to the Down syndrome guy that hit somebody with his car when he's leaving Walmart, right? Except for after this court case.
Let's go to Spartacus.
All right, so when I hear a lot of people talk about like he's not going to be able to recoup his saints, like he worked hard for these saints, etc., and so on. The revenue, just since 2013, because that's when's last is available that I could find, is $3.1 billion is the revenue from the Washington Commanders team since just 2013, which was only 9 years ago. So when we talk about this, he's owned this team for 23 years. So you might be able to double that number. I don't know what that exact number would be, but just doubling that number, you're looking at $6.2 billion that he has gained in revenue from this team. And at that point in time, the 3.1 number is 3.89, so 3.9 times his initial investment into the Washington Commanders. Let's not act like this guy, since 2013, he's gotten 3.9 his initial investment. Let's not act like this guy is not recouped. No,
revenue is a useless number.
Revenue. Yeah, revenue, like the revenue goes toward paying for salary, goes toward upkeeping the stadium, goes toward like
this is post that.
That's not all going in his fucking pocket.
This is specifically post that. This is specifically post.
Then that's not revenue. That's profit.
Okay, this is specific. Okay, sorry, I said profit. Sorry, I said revenue. I meant profit.
Yeah.
So
okay.
This is specifically post anything he had to pay for. This is just money that's left over after everything's paid for. And we're looking at $3.1 billion since from 2013 to 2022.
So he's done really well. Okay, so is there like a cap? Is there assuming there's a cap? So he's earned $6 billion apparently. So because he's earned that, we don't need to worry about him earning anymore, because we can just go in and take his shit and say, hey, you made a great investment. You're a great businessman, but you've earned enough, so we're just going to take your shit now. This thing with billions of dollars that you spent 2 decades building up and putting together, we're going to strip it from you because we've decided you earned enough money. That's
not if you've been
ridiculous.
not if you've been found, as the allegations assume that this individual has hidden money that was not reported to the NFL. So you find him, or you take him to court for that. You don't take the entire fucking property from him. Like, what do you mean?
Right.
This could be asset forfeiture. Yes, this could possibly be asset forfeiture.
Hold on. Do you understand what you're advocating?
Scott, really quickly. So, because Sprout, one of the things that in the article that you posted, right, is evidence of this man's price gouging, was like one of the examples is, hey, he's charging people to go watch the team practice, right? Yes. And this is like an example of price gouging. No, he just started charging people.
Example.
That's not price gouging.
Do you want to name the other examples, or should I?
Sure. They charged $20 for the Redskins Mania ticket, scratch lottery ticket. That's not price gouging. That's
which
just what
made
he
it,
charged
which
for
made
the
it
fucking
as
ticket.
expensive as any scratcher ever offered by the
So
Virginia
what?
Lottery. And then
Why
$25.
why is that price gouging to you?
So $25 for a special group of stadium room only tickets at FedEx Field 2008, which also, mind you, was an economic crisis.
It's
The
not
cheap
illegal,
tickets,
though.
the cheap
All right.
tickets were linked to the high price.
So
high
I'm going to
price
be the
suites.
one.
Lobbying watchdog said Snyder was merely attempting to skirt congressional gift limits. Damning evidence, a team brochure was instructing ticket sales personnel to explain lobbying loopholes to suite customers. Snyder denied the charge. SRO tickets are now sell for $150.50 with no mention of lobbying.
This was in 2008, and apparently this allegation was made back then, and no evidence was found of it.
This allegation was not made back then. This
bring it up
allegation was
now as
recently
if it's
made
like,
and is being investigated.
no, that's not true. What are you talking about?
Yes. What do you mean? What am I talking about?
Listen,
You're saying they
the
didn't look into that
allegation-
in 2008?
No, the
I'm gonna be the
allegation
one.
has come out through a whistleblower.
Okay, Scott, you be the one.
I'm going to be the one. I'm going to be the one and bite the bullet and just compare you to the Nazis. All right? Because every panel has to. So
All right,
here we go.
bring up the Nazis.
I thought I would do it.
So here we go.
Has to
No. It's got to happen. It's part of. It's just the rules of the internet. All right. So here's the deal. Okay. If you want to find him and investigate him, and he's found guilty of those charges, perfectly fine. But the moment you start saying private property doesn't exist so long as we say you're bad enough of a person, that's exactly how corporation and the state works together under fascism. It
If
says
you
you commit a
utilize-
certain amount of
If you
you
utilize
do
your
a cer-
assets,
you do a certain amount
No.
certain amount of bad things, and instead of recognizing your right to private property and then paying restitution and fines for those crimes, we get rid of your right to private property and instead nationalize it and give it to some other
if
individual.
you
Pass
if
it on to
you
some
use-
other.
if you-
That's exactly
No.
how fascism works. That's
No,
how
that's
the
not
utilize
economics of
true.
if you
fascism
No.
works.
so there is precedence for this, and I can look up precedence if you want it. But if you utilize your assets in the commission of the crime, in a commission of a crime, they are now up for the possibility of asset forfeiture. If you utilize those
Scott-
assets in the commission of a crime, they can be forfeited assets.
Scott, I think it's really interesting that what he's being accused of is like sexual degeneracy, money magic, right? Moving shit around. Exactly the same kind of shit that the Nazis accused the Jews of, okay, before seizing their
Right?
shit.
You see-
Little bit
you see what I'm saying? You don't want to work with you don't want the corporation doesn't want to work with the state-based
That's
union.
not how the
All right,
Nazis did
time to
things.
go.
That's how fascists did things.
I would rather go
Ama-
back to the real world.
Amanda,
Please,
do
thank
have
you,
something
Amanda.
want to
Save
add?
us.
I would love to see, like, if this is, Encyclopedia Britannica, if this is, Wikipedia.com. I don't know where you're getting
Conservapedia.
I don't know where you're getting these definitions of fascism from, but like, if
It's
we could just take
it's anarcho-capitalist.com.
Okay, so
Oh,
let's,
Give it away.
okay, so
Is
so
it
how
run
does
by a
how does the
PayPal?
economic model of fascism work? Since I'm so wrong.
In terms of let me tell you about the economic model of communism, because that's what you've described at the beginning of an
No.
actual
You said I'm wrong.
I mean,
and now
they
you're
are the
pivoting
same
to
thing if we're
communism.
being honest.
No, lack.
Like, fascism itself exists differently depending on the nation that it's in. Italian fascism is not the same as German fascism. Those both came up differently as like historical context.
Yeah.
In the same way, like if you're
Nazi Germany's fascism was a little bit more third positionist, and Spanish fascism tended to be a little bit more of the syndicalist variety. That doesn't matter. Tell me
What
why
was-
I'm wrong, since we've now
'Cause
what you've given
would
evidence is
say-
that there's
It was
three
really-
different economic models. So tell me,
Then I'd
don't
like to
pivot to
ask-
communism. Tell me why I'm wrong.
I'd like to ask, where is the specific example within Nazi Germany where you saw that allocation of goods and services? Yes, the Jewish people were the ones who largely got a lot of those like rights and stuff removed from them. But like the main policy for Nazi Germany is Lebensraum, which means living space. So like the main thing was a land problem. And yes, resources come from land, but like it was not National Socialist Party because of the the fucking abbreviation of it, but like fascism.
Are you saying the reason for the forfeitures was different from what Scott is saying, that the forfeitures happened, but not under the circumstances that he's okay?
Okay, so what I'm talking about. So what I stated, right, was the philosophy behind the idea that if you do not cooperate with the state, or that you do something illegal, that they have the right to take away all of your private property, right?
And
I'm
that
saying
exists
that is
in
the type of
communism as
thing.
well.
Yes, I agree, right?
But then what makes this more fascist than communist?
I used fascism. I could have
Friendly
just
fire,
Scott's
gang.
not-
Friendly
Scott's
fire.
not
You're not on the same
socialism.
team
I
here, I
could have
think.
just as easily.
I couldn't
could've-
tell you. I don't
I
know.
could have. No, I can
use
tell
it
you.
in
I
the
can just
thumbnail,
as.
right?
I could have just
You're-
as easily.
this is for you.
I just as easily could have said communism, and I just as easily could have said state socialism. I chose fascism. But
if you
you're
chose,
not
if you
saying that I'm
Don't-
wrong because
don't
it
give
could
it a
apply
horseshoe.
to other things is not an argument as to why I'm wrong. What I'm saying is the
National
destruction
socialism.
of the right of private property
Doesn't exist.
as a means of the state saying that you've done enough bad things,
made-up
therefore
word.
we can get rid of private property rights, is something that very easily could lead to fascism. It could also lead to communism. Yes, it could. It could also lead to state socialism. It could also lead to, Marxist idea of low communism, right? In the magical
So
transition.
we're saying that there's
high communism.
You ever heard of like horseshoe theory? It's,
I know. That's what I was just
Send you
saying.
an article.
Don't give into horseshoe theory on here. If anything, it's more like the fork. I'm making this up. The forked road theory. There's always going to be a point that some place is going to be, and depending on the path you start down, that's where you're going to end up. Fascism.
The
Communism,
fuck did you just say?
Exactly. I made it up. I made that last little bit up. It's like a forked road theory. Depending on where our system is or is somewhat headed, we end up hitting a very particular point in the road where one wrong turn and we're
This
in
is a bad
completely
theory.
bad thing.
or we gotta pick one or the other. There's no the forked
All
road.
I know is that I've spoken to
Communism,
German people.
fascism.
I've been
There
to
is no.
Germany. I'm quite familiar with the country. I'm quite familiar with the people. And as far as how fascism went down, I would say it's not necessarily like an act. I wouldn't use that Bob Ross brush.
Yeah,
No,
well,
but I-
Amanda, I've watched almost 30 minutes.
You
of
already
YouTube
admitted
videos,
that, right? But
like
you already
animated
admitted
clips
that.
about this. Okay.
You already admitted
Okay.
that fascism has many different varieties, right? And that the similarity economically from them is that the corporation must work and collude with the interests of the state that is presumably populous in some nation and usually Einvolk in some capacity, right? So when I'm saying that when you get rid of private property rights because there's some alleged crime as opposed to paying restitution and fines for that crime, these are the steps that you take towards economic fascism. And I don't think that you've proven me wrong in that regard.
No, I understand, but like I as somebody who studied Nazi Germany in history class, my brain is not coming to that moment when private property was allocated to these particular people. So I'm asking you if you have something specific that you can connect these two things. I'm like perfectly willing to entertain the idea, but as a broad brush, no, I'm not going to connect to that idea. No.
Yeah, I mean, I'll send you some stuff on civil forfeiture of things and of unions not working with the Nazis specifically.
Fascist, yeah, I would like the fascist Nazi example, please. I'm very, very open to hearing. I love a good book.
Yeah, I'll DM them to you later.
What's the Nazi flavor, please? Right now, anything else? Right now,
But
I mostly
No,
did it for the goddamn meme of bringing up Hitler.
Yeah.
God, Jesus.
Here we are.
It's really for the thumbnail,
So
right?
I wanted to ask, and so it's like a raise of by a show of hands, or flippers, whatever the fuck. If
I don't even know what it is.
'cause
I'm
I
raising my
brought-
hand. I'll stake any claim. Let's go.
Okay, I brought up an example in terms of morality, a morality clause attached to public investments into these teams, right? Do you think that's a fair compromise, right? With this, like,
No.
if we're going to take away something, and you have a morality clause that you've agreed to take this public money, that is a fair way of taking away something.
Have they
without paying
taken
for it.
any
So
public
just
money?
No.
Yeah, I'm saying no. I'm not talking about specifically the Washington Commanders. I'm saying just in general, hypothetically. That's what we do.
Nope.
So, raise.
So, Prime, I don't agree with publicly funding this stuff, but if we have to, I'm okay with putting a whole bunch of.
We don't have to. Don't bite that fucking bullet, you asshole.
I said if
disagree.
we,
No, but
if
they
we
do
have to, like, if assuming for the
Wholeheartedly.
hypothetical, like there should be so many clauses where it's like, yeah, like you look at me wrong, you're losing everything. Like, and then hopefully people don't take the money.
Who makes the who decides that? Like that's my curiosity.
The city.
Like you when
God,
it comes
of course.
to the idea.
We can vote on it. I don't know.
You said
When
the
it comes
obvious.
to the idea of a morality clause,
Yeah.
it means that somebody has to make that decision.
Absolutely.
And usually the people who make those decisions are the people in power, and the people in power usually tend to be the ones that the vast majority of people do not like. So
have it be by referendum.
That is
Look,
currently.
look,
Right, so, like,
Amanda, I'm
before-
with
Morality
Amanda
clauses
here.
should only
Right?
be
Like,
voluntary. Like you shouldn't. be
I'm
doing
with
this for the
Amanda
on the
here.
basis of the state.
Like the problem with how this actually turns out in practice, right? Like, I get theoretically you can make it and it would go well. Fair enough. I can acknowledge that can sometimes happen. That can sometimes actually really work. But what actually tends to happen with these things, when you look at the teaching sector and other sectors, right? Like, these morality clauses are just twisted to whoever happens to be in power or in charge's viewpoint of what counts as violating.
Well, I mean, we already kind
and-
of have morality clauses, right? Like things like
I
the
mean-
anti-discrimination laws.
It's okay though. The
Um,
NFL
I
already
hate to
has
break it to you.
established morality clauses.
I hate to break it to you, but that's actually pretty fascist to
The
say that we're
NFL
only going to go with one particular kind of belief on that, and that's why I think it's a little bit dangerous. If you're saying, because at the end of the day, it's a question of who's in power at that moment to make that decision. In the case of
Yeah.
Nazi
Oh.
Germany, the people in power was Hitler
Let
and
me
the
guess.
NSDAP.
Yeah, let me
morality
guess,
clauses
Amanda, you'd be
can
against.
a little iffy
Are you
because of that.
and just to kind of figure out where you're coming from here, this is what are your feelings on hate speech laws and things like that? Would you be?
I think that when it comes to hate speech laws, certain areas should be protected, and I think that you should really look at the historical and legal precedent and look at all of the different factors that are involved in it. But I don't think that you can go all
How
the
does
way to
that
the
square?
extreme.
How does that square with your previous statement on morality clauses? Because the same argument you just used against morality clauses would also apply to hate speech laws. It depends on who's in power who gets to define these things. So, for example,
the NFL
right?
already has established morality clauses.
Well,
we're
hold on,
talking
We're
gonna
about,
talking about this
places
hypothetically,
that are
not just the
established.
NFL.
Spartacus, we're going to get to that because I want to bring that up. You got an interesting point, but Wick, go ahead.
Yeah. So what I mean by that, like,
sale.
is under America doesn't have hate speech laws, right? But if it did, if there was laws against hate speech and things like that, absolutely, Trump and those people in power, when they were in power, would have used those laws to say anyone shouting ACAB on the street was violating those laws. They were violating this hate speech law, and they were acting contrary to these laws. This absolutely happened because it happens before, right? This is
Canada.
What if we restricted them? What if we restricted the morality clauses to only apply like to breaking laws? So no, you can't like prohibit people from like saying certain things or being racist or. But like if you rape
I'm
somebody,
more okay with that.
then
Yeah,
maybe
I'm
you
more
lose
okay
your
with
shit.
that. I'm
Okay.
more
Yeah.
okay with
It's a
that.
sliding
Which I
scale.
did state before.
Yeah, and which I said
and-
I was okay with before, right?
Yeah,
That's where I think I am at
Spartacus-
this point. Yeah.
And Spartacus, you hit the nail on the head. Like you made a fantastic point. The NFL already has these morality clauses in their fucking contracts with their players, right?
Yes.
Players get tossed. So it seems like we could do the same for owners, right?
They do. That's how they force. That's how they can force sales. The same thing happened with Sterling.
So my
Yeah,
understanding
so-
is that like
he gets all that
they
money.
couldn't directly force that sale. They had to like put like
They have
like,
to do it. They have
indirect
to do it.
pressure on them.
They have to do it indirectly, and also if he could get enough support, then it wouldn't matter. But like if you get enough support against someone, then they can, exactly as Spartacus explained earlier, right? Like they can basically censor you from doing a goddamn thing until you sell.
I think when it comes to this, though, like with the morality clause, like it's perfectly reasonable for a business, like a private business, to have that. So if Washington or any of these other teams are listed as a private business, like that individual team could like potentially make that argument because they are a private business, and if you don't want to interact with that business for that morality clause, like you're more than welcome to. But if this is a publicly funded thing, then you're talking about like a huge population of people.
The thing is though is that the NFL is a private business. The people who own teams, the ownership of the team is considered it's almost considered like you own it, but you own the rights to the team, but you don't actually own the team. Because the NFL does establish rules. They do establish morality clauses league-wide. They do establish these things. And typically it's not even typically, it's established league-wide among all the teams. And so the ownership of the team is typically running the team, is typically the profits from the team, and that's what you're in charge of. Not necessarily like the
Yeah,
private
you
business
you
part where
own the
you can
team,
decide
but not
what
the
you want
league.
to
Like
do
I don't
with
think
the team.
anybody's saying that they own the
I
league,
understand,
right?
but the league has ultimate control of the team.
No, that's not true.
That is true. It's been proven multiple times.
Yeah, then why can't the league right now just strip this team away from him and pass it on to somebody else?
The NFL just suspended the Miami Dolphins owner, and then fined the Miami Dolphins owner.
Okay, but they couldn't just replace him, right? They can't say, "Hey, we're going to take our team back and give it to somebody else," because they don't own it.
Can I ask
Because it
a
counts as
clarifying question?
franchise,
Like,
doesn't it?
does like, so I'm ignorant to all these things, but does like the NFL or NBA like have the ability to like just say like this team can't play in our league?
Yes, the
Yeah, I mean,
NFL
they
also
could.
has that ability to remove the team.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to know that.
Yeah, so they don't own the team. They put certain rules over the team's like participation in the league. They don't own the team.
I mean, can we
They-
just point out that
they-
it's a
they-
shitty business
let me put it
practice
this
for
way.
them to go
Let me
too
put- let me
overhanded
put it
in
this
that
way.
regard? Like,
Let me put it this way:
if
they don't own
if
the
they just
stadium.
started. Okay, go ahead.
They don't own the stadium, but they certainly do own the team. They have
No,
the
that doesn't make any
merit,
sense.
so it does make sense because the team inside the NFL. The only reason it's a team is because it's inside the NFL. So they don't own the stadium per se, but they do own the team.
No, they don't. That's
yes,
like
the
but that's
Washington.
so, like, twisted.
Okay,
They
can you
own the
listen for a
name.
second? They own the
Listen, it's a
Washington.
stupid point.
Okay, can you listen for a second, please? Thank
I'll
you.
listen for 5 more seconds.
All right. They own the team. They can remove the Washington Commanders from the National Football League.
That doesn't mean they own the team, though. That means
yes,
they
'cause-
own the league,
okay,
and they're
then where-
able to
then-
say
then
that
wh-
your
then
team
where-
can't
where do
participate
the
in our
Commanders
league,
go?
but
Where
they
do the
don't own
Commanders
the
go?
fucking team.
Where do the Commanders
just
go?
because the
If they're removed
Commanders
from the
wouldn't
league,
have
where
a
do they
league to
go?
play in
They can start
doesn't
their
mean they're
own
not
league.
owned by the owner of the
Well,
fucking
so
team.
League of their own.
Wait. What would you have to do to own? What would you have to do to make your own league? Lactoid, you said they
You'd
can
have to
make
get
their
other
own-
teams
Start
working
a league.
together, willing to
No,
start a league.
you
Like,
would
what do
need
you
to
mean?
start another business because
So
No.
you're
some of these-
saying, hold on. Are
Filing
you
an
saying
LLC
Colin?
with a
team in
Hold on.
place, though.
Hold on. Are
Filing
you
an
saying
LLC costs
Colin? Hold
$110.
on. Are you saying Colin Kaepernick was right when he made that ad with all the NFL players in chains because they were literally owned? They
No,
own
I'm
the
not saying-
team.
I'm not saying they're literally owned. What I'm saying is they don't own. The NFL owns the teams. If the Commanders are removed, they're no longer an NFL team. The owner of the quote unquote owner of the team can of course make a new league, can of course do all these other things, but it has to. It does. They own the stadium. It has to be outside of the NFL. They would no longer have practice inside the NFL. They own the stadium, but they do not own the team.
Be real with you boys.
I
This
gotta
topic
go
is
to the
silly.
CFL.
So if they
Just
kick, but if they
explain
kick
this.
them out of the
To me.
NFL, they said, hey, this team can't participate in the NFL anymore, and the Commanders, still owned by this guy, right? Still with all their merch and all this shit, said, hey, okay, well, we're just gonna have games for ourselves with other teams who want to have games with us, right, in some stadium somewhere. They could do that, and the NFL wouldn't be able to do shit about it because they don't own the fucking team.
Okay, again, the NFL does own the team. They own the rights.
God.
They own the rights to the own the rights to the NFL. They own the rights to these teams. They
That's
are
not the
NFL
same
teams.
thing.
They
Wait,
do own
Sprout,
the rights.
can I ask you, if they remove the Commanders, who gets the right to use the name Commanders? The Commanders or the NFL?
I'm fairly sure
NFL, I
that
think.
I'm fairly sure the NFL would maintain the rights to the Commander's name.
So they'd have to change their name. They couldn't be the
Yes.
Washington. Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
I'm
I
fairly
don't know
sure
if
the
that's true or
NFL
not.
would maintain the rights to the Commander's name.
I don't know about that either. I feel like that would be part of the franchise in itself.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
think the NFL. Go ahead.
We can look at this, but if they didn't own the team, how can you suspend an owner? How can you suspend and find an
You
owner?
can suspend them and say, hey, you can't participate in the league anymore, which is what they have the ability to do.
No, they didn't suspend the Miami Dolphins owner and say, hey, you can't participate in the league anymore. That would be removal from the league. The owner was restricted from showing up to the stadium for several weeks and fined money for his practices. This is something that the NFL applied to the Miami Dolphins for what they deemed to be violations of what the NFL has set out.
That's
So
not
the
that's
NFL
not evidence of
Because-
ownership, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can set up a contract that says you have to do these certain things, and technically speaking, like if you're looking at it from like a natural law perspective, what that means is if you violate those terms, then there's some form of restitution within the contract, which is a reverting of the ownership at the moment that you break the terms and conditions of the contract until the fine is paid or the time is paid in which ownership reverts back to the other person. What you're talking about isn't like actual. Like I'm not
Here
saying
we
you're
go.
wrong.
Here we go.
I'm just saying
Here
you're
we
not
go.
giving
So-
any evidence to
So
support your
this
idea.
is so this is underneath NFL merit to removal. So underneath NFL merit to removal, basically the NFL could decide that Snyder should be removed. It would need to build a case and engage in conduct detrimental that the appropriate penalty is not a fine or suspension but expulsion. The NFL would rely on findings by Mary Jo White, the former chair of the U.S. Securities Exchange Commission. Snyder would have 15 days to answer the charge. I'm just skimming through this right now, trying to find the important parts. Snyder would have counsel and can rebuke the accusations. Snyder can also insist that if his conduct warrants punishment, expulsion would be excessive and unlawful penalties under the NFL's own policies. ESPN recently reported he has hired private investigators to research other owners, although Snyder called the report is false and malicious. Snyder
sure.
would,
Yeah,
so
can you find what you're looking for?
Yes.
You're just talking about contract agreements.
So I'm
not
going
ownership.
over.
Why are you doing that? Yeah, why are you doing that? Just like look for like.
I already found it. I
specifically-
was going through the general process before I got there, but I'll just skip right to it. If 24 or more owners nonetheless voted to sustain the charge, the outcome would be final, conclusive, and unappealable under the league's constitution. Snyder would then have 120 days to sell the team. If Snyder refuses the NFL could turn to arbitration to set a price. And a sale, Snyder would be paid the proceeds less legal expenses incurred by the league in charging.
Yeah,
So he owns the team. That's what you just said.
If you own a
refuted
team, how
your
could
own
you be
argument.
forced? No, if you own
Because
a team,
you
how
signed
could
a
you?
contract.
If you
I just
own a
explained it
team,
to
how
you.
could you be forced to sell your team by a separate organization? You can't be
Because you
forced to
signed
sell
a contract.
but you
So
can't
wait,
be.
Sprout, under this logic,
Sprout,
then you don't think
contract
you don't
then.
think
Go
anybody owns anything because of like.
No,
eminent
if you
domain.
live in an HOA, wait. If
No,
you live in an
whatever it is.
if you live in an HOA, you don't technically own your house because the
No,
HOA
you
could
do.
force you to sell it. You don't
No,
technically own
because
your
you
house.
sign
no.
it. No, because you sign a restrictive covenant. You still own that house.
So you don't technically own your house, though. The HOA can force you to sell your house.
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure.
Okay, nobody
that's-
owns
Look,
anything,
just real
and
quick,
we're
Time.
already ready to
And
eat
we're-
the
The
nobody
bugs
owns
title
under
for
the
anything.
your
We're
pot.
happy.
YouTube tonight, the title when
Yeah.
you put this
Yeah,
on
yeah,
YouTube, the
calm
title will be like "Sprout doesn't know the law," and that's the title.
No,
and
no,
that's
that's-
what it's been demonstrated
yeah,
by
it
our
just
That's fine,
title.
Wick. That's fine, Wick. You can take sheep. You can take sheet shots. You can take sheet shots like that, but you don't have true ownership if someone else can force you to sell your private property.
So here's an
If
example.
you're gonna-
right? So,
if you're gonna be
No
that
one
mean,
can
at
force
least
me to
be
sell.
funny.
No one can
I have
force me
another
to sell this
example.
chair.
Bro, the reason this
I
is making
own
sense
this chair.
because
No one
the
can force
government
me to
can force
sell
you to
this
sell your
chair.
property through eminent domain, right? So nobody owns anything then.
But no, that's the government. This is a
that's the
non-governmental
government.
organization.
The government's
This is
fucking different now.
So wait,
Okay.
this is a non-governmental organization. The eminent domain is completely different, and we can talk about eminent domain if you want to. But eminent domain does not state that the person does not like specifically apply to ownership.
Lack to
Eminent-
it.
It's like Law and Order or
So
something.
here's yet another example. So I follow a lot of battle rap, and in the King of the Dot tournament between Disaster and Math Hoffa, Disaster punched Math Hoffa in the face. It was really, really intense.
I have fucking
And
questions now.
they gave Disaster a number of terms. Like, in order to come back to the King of the Dot League, you have to do this. Like, you have to pay a fine. You have to like go to anger management or some shit. Like, we don't want you to be punching other rappers. That doesn't mean that like the league owns Disaster or owns Math Hoffa or owns any of their like respective trademarks. It just means that like they set up a league that you are like participating in, and if you don't follow their terms, they can kick you out.
No, it's not just kick you out. They can force you to sell.
Sure. I mean, and then if you sign a contract saying you have to force to sell your name and your branding, that doesn't mean you don't own it. That just means that you may have to give up ownership if certain things
Can I
happen
put
because you
something
agree
in?
with that.
There are terms of ownership. Maybe.
I have, first of all, Lactoid. The more I learn about this man, the more interested I am. And I'm the King of the Dot. I'm aware of that. That's the.
I've seen every
competition.
single battle on that whole fucking.
Amazing.
I love you.
Amazing.
Right
I
Oh,
want to
shit.
learn
Look
so
it
much
up.
more about this man. Yeah, like it's the thing about that's viable about the NFL team isn't the NFL team in and of itself, right? It's a participation within the league. So the league says that to continue that participation, you have to follow these rules. And if we suspend you, well, this is the behavior that you will conduct yourself in, right? Like not showing up at the property, right? Well, then you're gonna do that because if not, then did the unbelievable and actually tossed the team out of the NFL, right? Well, then it's worthless, right? No one's going to give a shit about a team that's not part of the NFL. Like literally a league of their own. They can play like shirts versus
no, I said
skins, right?
under the CFL, Canadian Football League.
Toronto Argos, yeah, shout out.
Yeah, Montreal Alouettes. Montreal
The
Alouettes.
what? The
That'd be
Argos?
negative fucking value.
Yeah.
Right? Oh my god.
We've got a little stadium and everything.
I think it's funny.
grass.
It's funny how we're trying to get like London their own team before the Canadians. It's so sad.
London's trying to get
Canadian
their own team.
baseball.
So there's a reason why the NFL hosts games in Europe, and it's the stated reason is because like they're looking to expand into Europe, like so the UK potentially get them their own teams.
I'm offended. Come on, they already have football there.
Real football.
No.
Yeah.
No. No.
Okay, so
Okay.
with our remaining time, right? I'm gonna pick on Doobie, because why not?
Yay.
And you didn't raise your or whatever that appendage is.
Flipper.
Flipper. When I said I asked about putting in a morality clause. So do you not agree with that?
Not in this case, but I can see situations where morality clause would be like reasonable, but I think in this case it'd be strange to do this because this is like a mutually beneficial relationship the teams have with the cities, right? So they attract a lot of tourism, hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. It's a little bit strange to have it set up that way.
Well, I mean, there are other things within a city that like attract attention, right? But if they are specifically publicly funded by that, I mean, like they're taking subsidies or whatever, right?
Not publicly funded.
They're publicly funded.
Yeah, but they're given these like benefits because the city wants them there because they make a lot of money from the team's presence.
Yeah,
They
Not-
agree to
I
not
agree.
commit the crime of theft from them specifically, which advantages them over other people.
Yeah, it's like you have like a highwayman on a bridge,
But that's
right?
not-
And he's like, "Hey, I won't rob you, but I'll
Right.
rob the guy behind."
Right, exactly.
Dibby,
Not public
don't
funding to
please,
not rob someone.
please don't give credence to this fucking.
Why are you
He's right.
booing? I'm
Like,
right.
This is true.
Oh my god. I will.
Taxes are needed.
Sorry. Yeah, can't deal with it all.
What?
But
I'm fucking
do
right.
you agree
It's okay.
that there is? Okay, so if
not.
we help, by we being the city, right? We help pay for a stadium, right? Or we donate the land, right? Public land, and hey, this is yours, so you can build your stadium. Is that not an investment into that company, right?
That's different. If you donate the land or you don't make them pay for something, that's different.
Okay, great. DB, would you agree?
Yeah. Because at
Okay.
that point, you're basically you're not just saying, "Hey, I'm not going to steal from you." You're actively giving them public like resources.
Yeah.
Okay,
the crime
great.
the
It's
crime has
subsidy,
already
right?
been the crime has already been committed, so it doesn't matter what the terms
It's
of the
not a
contract are. Right?
Like going back to
Because
Nazi Germany. So
money,
imagine.
money and land was
imagine
already
a
crime.
stolen from the people and then given to some other
Taxes
company.
are not a crime.
It doesn't matter what the
Taxes are not
terms and
crime.
conditions of
Yeah.
the contract is.
So going back to Nazi Germany, so it'd be like after the Nazis took all the jewelry and shit from the Jews, right? If you came by afterwards and they said, "Hey, I'm gonna give you some of this fucking these watches or whatever the fuck are these teeth, these gold teeth," right? Then it's like equivalent to that, right? So they've already taken the property, the crime's already been committed. Now they're giving it to you.
Well, no, they gave it to the Swiss. They put it in a Swiss bank.
True. True.
I love Swiss.
Lacto, do you
Oh,
have any
that's
Swiss
funny.
blood in you?
That's the
What's up?
truth.
What's up?
Do you have any Swiss blood in you?
No.
Lactoid?
Swedish blood.
Okay.
But Brim, like I
I'm
think
wrong
we
country.
already have
I
so
know,
the people that
but-
were
I got some Swiss cheese in my refrigerator.
I'm just
Does
saying that,
count?
like, you
That's
guys
a
are taking a
gross.
lot.
Shout out,
How?
best gang.
Dibby,
Swiss
say
cheese
your
is
thing,
gross.
and then I want to make fun of Lactoid. Dibby, go ahead.
Well, so I think so. The people who are like opposed to morality laws, right, or morality clause, I'm pretty curious. Like, so because we already have these in some ways, right? So like to get a business license, right, you basically agree to operate your business in a certain way by rules and regulations. Some of them have little to do with like the financial structure of your business, and they're just morality. Like you can't turn away a black person or a white person or whatever the fuck, right? that's just like morality that's being imposed upon you because somebody in the government has decided this is what they want to do. Right. So I'm curious. So the people that were opposed to the morality clause, the people that were opposed to the morality clauses, are you also opposed to that?
No, because they've codified that into federal law.
That doesn't make any sense.
That does make sense,
But-
and let me explain
No, it
why.
doesn't.
Right? Let me explain why. Okay, when you have the vagaries of, so there is a lot of precedent behind what counts as discrimination and what doesn't. Right? Like it's very well defined. But what happens in work and employment clauses and things like that with teachers, for example, right? Like those are often, not always, but often very poorly defined and poorly set out, and people can get kicked out for things that just would not reasonably qualify.
But Wick,
right?
the fact that you that you're saying that I even need to give a fuck, right? I need to say to come up with a reason that isn't I just don't want to hire a Muslim, right? To get rid of this person, right? Like, so the fact that you're imposing this belief of yours, this ideal of yours upon me, is you imposing your morality upon me and my business. Right, and if I don't do it, you're going to punish me. You're going to take away my business license, all that kind of shit, right? So like, it is just a morality clause.
Yeah, but there is a distinct difference in how these things are applied and how these things are set up, and it's not the fact. The problem I have with morality clauses isn't the fact that I'm imposing my morality on someone else. Because when I make laws against murder, that's imposing my morality on someone else. I understand it. But my problem with the morality clauses is usually just how they interact with the real world when the rubber meets the road, usually when it comes to employment specifically. When it comes to things like federal law, like protecting against discrimination, again, we have years of precedence in this years of court cases about this. It's very, very strictly defined and very, very strictly codified, and I think that protects against the
saying they've had this morality clause in effect for a long time doesn't mean it's not a morality clause.
Yeah, and also like that's almost like a testament. We start implementing it now, so we have years of court cases and precedents, and like just like let the same history run out with the federal law at the federal level, which you're okay with.
Things like civil court enforcing of morality laws, like Lactoid brought up earlier, and how juries can sometimes award outrageous sums and things like that.
According to him, outrageous.
Yeah,
not
if
me.
you want one racism, that's $30 trillion, sir. Okay.
Right? You know what I mean?
You made a mistake there, buddy.
Yeah,
number, you know.
I'm okay with that. Bring it on.
It's not too high, so people aren't too mad. Heaven forbid.
But I don't see how this is like, you could disagree with it, and that's fine. And I think there's room for me to be swayed on this, but when it comes to it's just ridiculous, no, that's not true at all, right? I think I've laid out fairly reasonable standards here.
The law.
All you've said is you agree with it, so it's fine.
Look, the laws can change at any moment in terms of what business practices are. Like you could have a new government come in, or like just a new thing be discovered, right? That you kind of already forced to be under because you have a business. Like, great example of this was mesothelioma and asbestos, right? The EPA stepped in. It wasn't like everyone signed a new fucking business license because the laws changed. They were forced as like legally, they're not legally allowed to operate a business without having a business license, right? Or, the IRS and the government comes and arrests you for your lemonade stand, right? And then what ended up happening was the EPA just created regulations on mesothelioma. I'm sorry, not mesothelioma, on asbestos removal. Later, Congress changed it. I don't have the exact dates, but this put a lot of small businesses out of business because they were like absurdly stringent, and like new construction from small businesses simply couldn't absorb the cost because they had to like put these massive tents up. And they had to wear they had to wear like level 4 mop gear and like do all of this shit initially. And like small businesses literally couldn't afford to do this. Large corporations did. And then eventually the laws like loosened and but the thing is that there's no difference between that and the state having a morality clause. It's an imposition via contract. The only actual difference is that the morality clause is slightly better because you have specific things that you have to follow that are laid out in the contract initially, as opposed to a vacuous system of law that can change. So if your opinion is that, you actually should reverse it You should say, fuck the business licenses. We'll sign explicit contracts that tell us what we can and can't do for the benefits that we get, because at least then I know exactly what I'm supposed to do, as opposed to this ever-changing leviathan of rules.
But in one system, I have much more influence, right? Because it can change, right? I have much more also separate from that. I have the
I
ability.
mean, if you're Amazon, you can buy politicians, maybe.
If
It's the only way to do it.
voting is important, gang, and voting matters, and voting is effective. So, but that's a different topic.
Vote Tuesday. Let's go.
And come to the stream tomorrow for the voting.
I'll
Vote
be
first.
streaming myself.
Okay.
Be quiet,
Vote
Canadians.
first, stream later.
But when it comes down to the fact that like you have recourse in the federal system that I just don't think you do when it comes to these business contracts and things.
So
like that.
we'll I will have to leave it there. Thanks everyone for that. Hey guys, if you are just arrived to the stream, thank you for being here. Very much appreciate you. Hit that follow button right now. Hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on, so you know I'm going live with this all the time. Experts for social, my chat. For our social media, we got Twitter, where we tweet, Discord, where we have all the conversations, including this one, TikTok and YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe to the YouTube channel. YouTube channel is blowing up. We'd love to have you there. And you'll find all our mistakes recorded for all of time there. Okay, all right, that's where you'll find that. All of me destroying Scott. All right, again and again.
And Lactoid's story about the rap battles, that needs to be a separate clip.
oh, absolutely. No, we gotta dig into
I think it's
this.
pretty. I think it speaks
I'm
to
sorry,
like
I
racial
have a-
prejudice that you'd
I
assume
have
that
a
he wouldn't
bad-
like rap because his wife.
I have a bad memory, so if you could just send me like a short or a video of you destroying me, like at any one point in time that I've ever been here, I'd appreciate that.
Gotcha.
I can't think of one.
But well, you'll find it on the YouTube. But okay.
Burn.
But anyway, thanks so much. We are going to move on to our next topic. Before then, Lactoid, quickly. Lactoid, how far back can you like trace your family history?
So I didn't do. Some of my family's done like that weird, like the test
Genealogy?
that you go in to see like what kind of white you are. And
Official technical term, what kind of white?
I mean, that's just what it is. So my dad's side is everything, including Vietnamese. There's some Vietnamese in there. And of course, some Native American, more than Elizabeth
Warren.
Yeah, Warren, more than her, but not enough that I can like, brag about it or get money. But on my mom's side, she's the first person to have left that country for as long back as we go, which is like over 500 years. So like my fucking like Swedish ancestors were there since the Middle Ages. Like, it's crazy.
Okay, all right. I was like, I that's why I dice rolled, right, and said like, oh, he's probably got some Swiss blood in him. All right,
just Sweden.
Okay, all right. The purest of stock.
I mean, functionally, it's the same thing.
I was about to say.
Yeah, it was pretty much.
That's kind of racist, actually. Hold on.
Now I'm black. I can't be racist.
All right, so let's go on to our next topic. With the ongoing backlash against teaching the American history of racism in public schools, vouchers have found fresh political popularity. There is an attempt by conservative politicians and donors to offer school choice, where private schools are the alternative. Whether you agree with the public school backlash or not, do you think that offering this sort of choice is beneficial? Is this a detriment to our democracy when schools are teaching wildly different curriculum, such as those that are guided by biblical values? Or is this the sign of a healthy society where you can choose a highly curated version of education? And this is apparently blowing up in Texas specifically. This is what inspired this conversation. But this has been raging for a long time, and it looks like people are making great headway. So I want to see like what your thoughts are on the voucher system. We'll start with our man Wick.
Yeah, so vouchers have a lot of good about them, like being able to escape a failing school system and send your children to somewhere better, and choose to put your money that should be going to your child, right, to a place that is more successful and has more chance for your child to succeed. Sounds like a great thing on the surface, right? But there are issues with school vouchers that give me pause and should give everyone here pause. There is a value in making the rich people and the poor people have to go to the same place to have the school, because it will raise the standards, or not the standards, but the quality. That's it. Raise the quality of education for those who have the have-nots, if you will. If you simply allow people who have more resources and more means to be sent to send their kids off and abandon the local communities that they are should be a part of, this has detrimental effects. So it's a hotly contested subject because both sides have merit here. There are concerns on both sides. I tend to err on the side of being against school vouchers, simply because I think that there is merit in making the rich and the poor be educated together. Now, that's not to say that there will never come a voucher system that comes into place that addresses my concerns. That's absolutely possible. I'm just not currently aware of it, but I'm not aware of a lot of voucher systems. So there it is. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Okay, let's go, Scott.
So, school choice has been a really big thing in the liberty movement. People love the idea of money following the student and being able to pick between what school's doing well and offering a more market-based solution. Unfortunately, I think school choice is probably one of the most pernicious and evil things that we could ever have occur within America, right now. And I think Corey DeAngelis is probably one of the worst snakes in America. The reason is we're told, oh, we're going to get to go to different schools. It'll be a market-based solution. Better schools will perform. It'll create good incentive structures. That's not why school choice is existing. That's not what's occurring. What's occurring is making sure that we can destroy the idea of private schools, and we can destroy homeschool, and we can destroy Montessori schools slowly, and we can put them under whatever political metrics that we want. It just so happens to be Corey DeAngelis, who's the face of school choice, also just happens to be on the Inclusion Policy Lab board of UNESCO. It's the United Nations Education, Science, Culture Organization. He's also on the E-Team, Education and Digital Skills Team for UNESCO, which specifically they talk all the time about regulating public-private partnerships, and that school choice, they've written studies on how school choice is a means of forcing diversity, equity, inclusion, critical theory, social emotional learning, transformative social emotional learning, things like SICUS standards and the National Sex Education Standards, SICUS being sex education for social change. All of these ways we can use school choice. You go, well, how does that work? Well, see, as of right now, private schools, it's really difficult to regulate them because they don't really get that much public funding, if any at all. But once school choice is instituted, the money follows the child, which means private school is being subsidized by the state. And all of a sudden, teachers' unions have a say in how that money is used. And the government has a say. And you, the tax-paying person, you have a say on the regulations and rules that we need to put in place because they're getting state funding. Second step is another great example of trying to make sure that it's already 34% of all of our children, 16.5 million per year in elementary school, are in second step programs, social emotional learning, which is essentially programs that are designed to target your children, find out who lack empathy, and ensure that they believe in things like critical theory, critical democracy. They write this in their own literature, and it's highly cited literature. Not only do they do that, but they give your children tests on computers to target specific children that have problematic views. And then they use things like the fear zone, having teachers act as counselors that are not trained to do so that they can target your children, target them for their identity status, shame them for it, and then bring them into woke culture or critical consciousness. No, I am against school choice because it is absolutely a system that is set up by large corporations and large NGOs and multinational globalists, if you will, companies and businesses and governmental organizations as a means of destroying your right to a private education and destroying your right to be able to have unregulated or lowly regulated homeschool. So I think it's one of the most evil things you can do, and libertarians and conservatives have fallen for the grift. Don't trust the Koch brothers in summation.
Thank you. Corey.
Let me just collect myself for a moment. I need to. So I sort of echo a lot of the same sentiments that Wick laid out earlier. Of like, I'm not entirely sure. So I fully recognize, at least based off what I know. Well, I would say the same things about Canadian education, about what I know about United States education. Like, there are very real fundamental problems in our public education system. But I don't know that the answer is vouchers, since I'm generally not in favor of private education. And I've had this conversation with Eucharist in person. Shout out to Eucharist. Amazing. Where it's like, I sort of expressed the concern of like, pretty much, I don't know that I want, I'm against choice in this context. I don't know if I want, let's say, parents having the right to like not teach their children, as a scientist, like basic science. I don't want them to have to, I want to give them the ability to like avoid being taught like evolution or like other basic literacy skills. But Eucharist told me that doesn't appear, let's say that concern is overblown, doesn't seem to happen as much as I thought it might. But then like this article comes along and it seems like there's like a concerted effort to like allow or to, as under the guise of giving more choice, pretty much like giving parents the ability to avoid not having their children taught, I think, certain fundamentals. And so basically, as of right now, I'm open to being moved, but right now I'm not for vouchers, sort of like what Wick echoed earlier.
Blackwood.
So there's some disagreement here. I believe school choice is a good policy, and I think that the left-wing opposition to it makes no sense at all. I think it injects market economics into education. It allows parents to choose the best schools, and that inherently leads to bad schools having difficulty keeping students and ultimately failing, the creative destruction of the market put into an education environment. I think if private schools met base standards, it doesn't make any sense why parents can't choose to send their children to good schools that are better fits. Private schools on average cost less per student, and students at private schools do better. I know one of the criticisms of this is, well, they tend to be wealthier, but even voucher students tend to perform comparably to public school students, yet on average still cost considerably less, and that's tax dollars. Private education can still be can be a better deal, and in addition allows smaller class sizes and more curriculum curation. I think more importantly, it allows parents to keep their children safe from CRT propaganda. Children being exposed to propaganda is an important issue. They are impressionable and should not be indoctrinated into political beliefs by teachers who may hold political agendas. I get your concern with tying the money to leftist nonsense, as we're seeing in the public education field. But private education still exists despite the leftist nonsense existing in the public education field. Intuitively, if private schools become left-wing hellholes like the current public school system, then there would be some private schools who would compete with them in the same way that current private schools do. I think keeping, and I agree that the concern here is that we have to keep our children safe from propaganda. I think that matters. And I want, this is like somewhat personal as well. My experience being taught about certain things in high school were incredibly different than they were taught in college. I was given very different understandings about the Native American tribes, what they did, in my high school experience, it was the whites that were evil. The natives were all peaceful, pipe-smoking hippies who got slaughtered. And, my understandings of the world were shaped by that for a very long time. After going into college, I understand that, I began learning about the incredible slavery and brutality that was perpetrated by a lot of Native American cultures that simply wasn't included in the high school curriculum. I think the CRT movement is problematic. We can talk about that more. I think that is being pushed in public education. I think it's a real problem.
Okay. Thank you so much, oh boy. Amanda, please.
how do you even come after that, right? But I would have to say to that whole situation, it works differently in Canada, and I can speak from personal experience, having gone through the religious school system here, the public Catholic school system. The religious education is very different than a public school education, and I have a lot of personal beliefs on this. And I do think that, especially in the case when it comes to a lot of the morality issues and like these kind of conversations about ethics. Look, if you want to put your kid in a religious school, be my guest, but like don't take public dollars for it, because I know what you're gonna say. So before you say it, I know United States Christian society, we love our Jesus, big guy, I get it, but there are, I hate to break it to you, a couple other religions that are quite big that also could benefit from a public school system of some sort, and there's never ever this like similar value put there. So I kind of go, okay, cool, like we just want to have the Christians have a school again, cool. Having been through it, it's really neat. I got like best sex education I could have ever asked for. I had so much knowledge going into my early 20s. So I do agree that like there's a difference between a university education and a high school education, but I think that's there for a specific reason. Not everybody always goes through the full system after high school, so there's a lot of different areas of employment and other things that people are going to get funneled into. I think once you get to the post-secondary levels, you're going to start to have those more nuanced conversations, be it this indigenous statement or something that counters that. So I think just in general, when I looked into it, like it looks like the people who really were funding it was a political action committee. And if I can, we can perhaps talk about this as well, but I don't really personally agree to political action committees and the idea of what they do to public institutions, because speaking as a Canadian, cannot relate. That is not a thing here to the same degree. So I think it's a little bit interesting once you start getting that private money into public, and I don't know. That's a little sus to me.
Thank you so much, Spartacus.
Yeah, school choice should be allowed. And so my argumentation for this is that if you do not want to go to your school district because your school district is failing, then you should be able to find another school district, whether it be private or public or otherwise. And so with that being pushed forward, I think that you would be able to move kids towards more successful school districts that are able to, especially talking about public, right? You could move your kids to, or not even necessarily move, you could send your kids to more successful school districts that have proven to be far more efficient when it comes to kids, and far more prosperous when it comes to kids. And this is done without a huge financial liability on the parent. When it comes to private schools, there are still state mandates that the school must teach this, the school must teach this, and the school must teach this. There are mandates as to what the school must teach. And typically what you see in private schools, talk about like private Christian schools or private Catholic schools or something like that, you see like extracurricular classes, such as when you're talking about like for private Catholic schools. I never went to one, but from what I've heard is that they require mass. And so that would be something that I would consider like as the extracurricular as like to the public school, but the state mandates would still be in effect as to what the school must teach for that kid to be considered educated. And so therefore I think that school choice is beneficial to the parents, it's beneficial to kids, and it's beneficial to people who are stuck in school districts that I'm got to admit are failing. They're failing the kids. They're not giving the kids the proper education. They're not giving the kids what they need to succeed as they move out of these school districts. And unfortunately, that falls upon the kids later on in life. And so I 100% support school of choice. If the school district you are in is failing, I 100% support your option to move your kid to a different school district, to have them be more prosperous and to set them up for success early in life.
Razor.
When it comes to the idea of the vouchers and school choice, I myself have a understanding. I myself have an understanding that obviously people want to have. Let me reset. I apologize. That came out way wrong. So I heard a lot of things that kind of made me mad. So the reason for wanting these private schools want to move to a completely different school, something that you find be better, is because the schools that are bad are bad because they're underfunded. They don't have the right amount of equipment and stuff. Things are run down because they're not getting any kind of money in. Because if I'm remembering correctly, someone feel free to correct me if I'm not remembering this right. Schools are funded by property tax. So if you're in a bad part of town with low property taxes, like the houses are shit and everything, no one has any money, the schools are not going to be funded well enough to teach them. So then, yes, school choice should be somewhat fine. It's like, hey, I want to take my kid from this shitty ass school and move him to this better school over here, which makes sense. But then you end up ruining that community, because then the pipeline to make that community better by giving them an education, which can then create better jobs, which can then create make better housing, which then better schooling. The cycle can go if we just funded the public schools, not through the property taxes, instead of just saying, here, take money and go to whatever private school you want to go to. I'm not against it, vouchers, but I don't like the idea of that being the only option versus just funding the fucking schools.
Increased funding, yeah.
Thank you.
To be please.
Reworking how they're funded, because obvious you can't do it through property tax, or else you do have that constant cycle.
I actually agree with Lactate on this. I think that I think what it's interesting that in the topic, right, there's the idea of like people being given alternate views of history or something, right? Like alternate forms of education, maybe like very like heavily Christian or heavily patriotic or whatever you want to call it, right? But I think the reason people are looking for things like school vouchers in some cases, aside from failing public schools that they want to get the kids out of, some people feel like their children are being indoctrinated right now into an alternate version of history pushed forward by woke weirdos, right? That teaches their kids that they're racist, pushes like gender ideology, pushes things like CRT or the 1619 Project or whatever the fuck it is, right? So a lot of people want to get their kids away from that shit. And I think it's interesting that you said that, hey, this is the version of history we've decided to teach, right? And people trying to pull their children away from this version of history, this woke version of history, is the problem. I think it makes sense they do this, and I think it makes sense to let them do it. But to add on to Lacto's like ending point that some of you guys like seem to like bristle about for some reason, it is true that many Native American tribes had slavery before the Europeans ever showed up. Right after the Europeans showed up, they had more. They took on African slaves. In the Trail of Tears, they had thousands of African slaves with them that they took with them. Some of them practiced cannibalism, right? This horrible torture, human sacrifice. These tribes were not like tree hugging like forest hippies, right? This like image of them that gets pushed around as if they're friendly druids that smoke peace pipes is fucking ridiculous. It's actually kind of racist.
Okay.
No, dog. I've saw it. They believe in the colors of the wind.
Look,
okay,
there's a lot here.
Okay,
right?
no, hold on. I real
Definitely.
fast. I didn't address it in my little opening there because I find it stupid. But always talking about this bull of you're teaching the kids CRT and the woke agenda. It's so.
Is that wrong?
Yes.
I think
They're teaching actual history. They're teaching them how things work.
It's in the 1619
society,
Project, which has been introduced into the curriculum of some public schools in the United States. That's actual history?
Or is
it a version of
in the
history?
society we live in the society that we live in, we have to be able to know our past, no matter how bad it is. And if anything, the whole CRT thing, that's a collegiate thing. So stop talking about it.
No, you don't know what the fuck you're
Okay,
talking about.
God damn it.
No.
Ignore this for a second.
Real quick.
Can we not?
If it's not in the
really
schools, then riddle me this. Why is it that an event was recently held with Kimberly Crenshaw, Ibram X. Kendi, and Sumi Cho, 3 highly cited individuals in critical legal studies and critical race theory, all say, yes, it's in the schools and we need more of it?
You're
Stop
pointing
fucking lying.
So what's happening here is
And parents can see
people on
through
all
it.
sides, right?
No.
People on all sides here are pointing to individual apples and saying that's the apple cart, when that's
See,
not true.
thank you.
We have huge amounts of like thousands and thousands and thousands of schools across America, which vary wildly in what they teach and curriculum. One of the great things about our school system is that we can have influence on what our local schools teach by going to our local boards of
You can in
education,
Florida.
advocating for different.
Not anywhere else, but you can in Florida. Yeah.
You can do this all across the country.
What do you
right?
mean thousands of different schools that have different? Wait. What do you mean thousands of different schools that have thousands of different curriculums? There's 50 different curriculums that
How
are
many
by
high
state.
school- like,
if you
when you were in elementary and high
wait, one
school, how
second,
many
one
schools did
second.
you
I'm
go
going
to?
to describe this. 1 second. There are 50 different there are 50 different curriculums that school districts fall underneath. They fall underneath the state curriculum for the education of that state. In private schools fall underneath that same curriculum. Public schools fall underneath that same curriculum. This is the curriculum that is statewide. So there are 50 different curriculums that are followed countrywide, not thousands of different curriculums.
Okay, but within that curriculum, local municipalities, local school districts have a lot of freedom in how to exercise this, right?
Yeah.
They just do. Okay,
Yeah,
so look, take it from someone who actually went to over a dozen different elementary, middle school, and well, not a dozen. It's probably like 8. I'd have to look. I'd have to think about that. But anyway, quite a few, because I was in a military home and I moved around a lot, right? So I went to quite a few different, not just in America, but internationally as well. The difference in how they taught even basic stuff like math, even back in the 90s and the 80s, varied wildly from location to location.
Stop.
It's
right?
because
you're trying to muddy the waters.
I'm not trying to muddy.
Nobody is saying
it's in the
every
schools.
school in
saying
America.
It's in the schools as
Okay,
if it's
that's such a vague.
systemic issue.
I said, I said
it's
second step.
It's because
I said
federal
second
curriculum
step is in 34% of schools, 16.5 million. That's what they claim. These are individuals that teach transformative social emotional learning. I don't need you to fucking muddy the waters with your bullshit of it's not in schools when the academics say it and the programs say it. And when
34% of
sexual
education. You are dishonestly
in the nation.
My friend.
So the federal
extrapolating that third, just real quick,
So
Razor,
the
let
federal-
me handle this and then I'll let you go. But
Third of
they
the nation.
extrapolate this, even the statistic, even if we believe the statistics you're giving us right now and saying 34%,
their
that is a
claim.
far cry. That is a far cry from even a majority of schools. And you could say, look, I'm all for.
I don't want a third of us to grow up to be commies, you fucking weirdo.
Well, I don't want any of us
what
to
is-
grow
what
up
the
to be ANCAPs, but you know what? I don't get that decision. Like, our society has a vested interest in
That's
teaching
ridiculous.
minimum
ANCAPs won't put you
fucking
against the
standards.
wall.
Minimum
So
fucking standards. And to advocate for
Wick,
ignorance
Wick,
and take away
Wick,
education and power
Wick,
from the people
Wick,
is just fucking some nonsense,
Wick.
brother.
Okay.
You got
the
nothing
federal
to back up your shit.
the federal curriculum is the loosest curriculum we have. Then the state curriculum, then it narrows it down state by state to what the exact state curriculum is going to be. Then if you want to go further, it goes down to the school district, and the school district can play within what the state curriculum has provided.
Yes.
But the state curriculum is what provides the diplomas. The state curriculum is what provides the GEDs. The state curriculum is what provides the graduation. The districts that can't decide that you can only graduate if you do this. That's not something a district can decide because the graduation is decided by the state. So
Yes.
there's 50 different graduation curriculums, correct?
Once again,
Not thousands.
Curriculum.
Okay, hold on.
But you're acting as if
that's a dumb
Wait,
point.
before you
it
answer,
is.
Wait,
Like,
before you answer, hold on.
what's even your point here? Because
Wait,
we can
before you
even look
answer.
within state. Just real quick, within a different state, within a local state, you have schools that do well, who have well-taught
Yes.
curriculums, and you have schools that do poorly and piss poorly.
Because
and teach
there are
curriculums.
schools because
Because they have a lot of freedom in how they teach that minimum state
believe it or not,
standard.
believe it or not, schools can absolutely fail, just like businesses can fail. Just because two businesses do the same exact thing does not mean that one business is going. That does not mean that both businesses are going to get the same exact amount. So these schools.
It's not good if the schools fail.
I'm sorry.
Hold
It's
on.
not good if the schools fail. Like, the school is an
Thank you,
institution.
No,
that's
it is. No, wait. I'm gonna counter that. I'm gonna counter.
We got. I want you to counter quickly. Then I want to get to Razor, who's been waiting. Then
Okay.
we can go to Lactoid, Amanda, Doobie. I think might have wanted to also jump in.
Whenever you want to get to me, you're all fucking wrong, and I'll crush you all. School choice.
I'm gonna count. I'm
Well,
gonna.
you haven't started yet, so we're waiting.
I'm gonna counter that, Amanda. I think it is good if schools fail. If there is a school that is incapable of teaching its students what it needs to learn to be successful in life, it is good that that school fails, and it is good that it's recognized that school is not doing what is proper for the kids. Now, I think that instead of that school staying in place, that there should be a replacement school, and the administration of that school hopefully should be able to understand and be able to apply to that community much better than what the previous school was doing. Just because it's not good for a school that fails, I think it is good. I think that it requires responsibility among schools to be able to be like, oh yeah, we do need to be able to do this. Okay, shoot. So we need to do a couple things differently, because now we're being judged on this. Now we're actually being allowed to fail. If schools aren't allowed to fail, then they can continue bad practices, they can continue substandard practices, and they can continue this and still be the school and still receive the accreditation. But right now they're not being allowed to fail. I think it is okay for a school to be allowed to fail. Believe it or not, I think it is okay.
But to raise
hold
your
on,
point,
Amanda, hold on.
Yeah, sorry. Let's let Razor jump in. Then we'll go.
after you.
Yes,
don't
I'm
worry.
sorry. Don't worry, Amanda. I think I'm more with you on this. Don't worry. Okay. So I have a couple things I want to say. First, Sprout, I will say you were probably having some misunderstanding with what Wick was saying. Sure, he was saying thousands, but I would say that the way I was hearing it was that there's obviously thousands of ways that the same curriculums can be taught. That's how I at least saw that, but that's beside the point. But this idea of letting schools fail because they're doing bad, that goes to the fact that apparently no one wants to address this. Schools are underfunded because they're not funded in a good way. That's why the schools are failing, because we're not giving them a chance to have any possibility.
So I see this.
65% of funding is state and federal funding. Right?
Wait,
We gotta move on. I said Lactoid, then I said Amanda, and then Doobie. Okay.
I can't respond.
I wasn't fully done though.
Oh,
sorry.
you weren't done?
No, not yet.
You can respond later on, Spartacus. I just write it down.
I would like to respond.
Mine's happening.
Real fast. I'll let Sprout respond after I finish this last little bit here, and then again, there's the fact that it keeps getting like tossed to the side whenever someone asks, whenever the whole thing of teaching kids CRT, even if they do. I don't 100% see an issue with showing kids that, hey, this happened in the past, maybe learn from it.
So I'm not specifically.
That's not what we're concerned.
I'm not specific.
That's not what CRT praxis is.
I'm not specifically talking about CRT, but I'm sure the people that are specifically talking about CRT as a rebuttal to what's been happening is that they're definitely bring better points, because that's not what I came prepared with. What I came prepared with is that I've seen schools, and so you bring up property taxes. Scott is right. 65% of school funding is by state and federal funding. The rest of the funding is via property taxes and other means of funding. And then when you bring that up, the idea that these schools are still failing with the 65% of it being state and federally funded is absolutely insane. When you look, because I've seen schools that have been properly funded.
Move forward.
Okay. A couple seconds. I've seen schools that have been properly funded via property taxes and still failing at teaching their students, still receiving failing grades from the state at teaching their students. Those schools should fail, and the next school that shows up should realize that they're going to be judged on that, and they're going to be allowed to fail. And if they can't do it properly, they'll find someone else who can.
Okay, Lactoid, Amanda, Scott, Doobie, if you want to jump in, let me know.
So I want to keep always. I think we're gonna. I'm sure we're gonna keep talking about the CRT element. I think that's important. But to address your point specifically, Razor, people often bring up things like the public schools are underfunded, and I don't. It seems like this is almost misinformation. Yeah. So I got you cursory Google search, right? This is according to the government, right? The government's own admission. There's only 4 countries that spend more on us more than us per student on education, on public education for elementary schools and high schools. And that's Luxembourg, Norway, Austria, and Iceland. Countries that spend less than us include like the Republic of Korea, Belgium, Sweden, Netherlands, Germany, the UK, Australia, Canada, Denmark, France, Italy, Finland, and then the OECD average is considerably less than us. So we're spending a whole fuck more on elementary
also matters.
So hold on, I'm getting to that, right? I'm getting to that. We're spending a whole fuck ton more per student on average, and the overall like results are less. Now, one of the questions is, well, like averages are nice or whatever, but like according to research, the St. Louis Fed, in the United States for the same year that the OECD is measuring, Black students on per capita receive more funding than white students do. And so you literally Black students receive on average about $14,385 per student, and white students receive $14,263. So in the United States, Black students on average receive more money, and we're in a country that spends dramatically more per student, and yet we're not having good outcomes.
It's population
density. Why
are
we underfunded?
What you're missing is population density. So while rich areas do have higher property values, there's more population density, and it's people don't own things in like low socioeconomic status areas. And so because of that, you have you actually have properties that actually have a lot of value. People they look at like poor people paying like, you know, $600 to $1,000 a month for rent, and then they look at someone with a millionaire with a really nice house. What they don't realize is that poor person is living in an apartment complex that is worth a lot more to the landlord, and that the landlord is making a profit off of these things. And so even when you look at it, it's not quite as bad in terms of funding as you might think. And there are all kinds of other grants that go. There are all kinds of other funding that we don't talk about, because people are constantly arguing that inner city schools are underfunded. The most underfunded schools in America are poor white communities in the country. Those are the ones that have
rural
the least
schools. He's right on this.
Rural schools.
Amanda.
Yeah. When it comes to the issue in general, I think sort of like if we can just sort of pull it back for a second, the bigger question and the reason is like, what is the point of schools, especially like public, like primary school, elementary school, and middle school? And the whole point of the school system in general is to help like shape the minds of the children and sort of decide what overall general social practices are good and bad. So like, I understand the motivation and the drive in this sense is to channel that like energy and whatever that discourse is into a certain way that like certain people agree with and other people disagree with. Now, while that is like perfectly within your right to do so in your country and everything else like that, I think the larger question is that times change, people change, and demographics change. If you look at like all of the kind of people that are coming into the United States now, as well as the different like communities that have lived there the whole time and are growing, like those people's needs are not being addressed within the school system. And that's why this is an issue. Like, so when you're looking at the bigger question of like CRTC or Canada, CRT, whatever these things are, like at the end of the day, these are different social issues that at this current state and time have a value to people. That's why there's a push for them to be in there in the first place. So at the end of the day, like people are perfectly within their right to disagree with that, and people are perfectly within their right to agree with that. The way that I see it is, if you disagree so much with they're doing the public school system, go take your fancy pants dollars and put the kid in private school or homeschool and shut up. Because like at the end of the day, if it's coming out of public money, then you have to think about like the wide majority of people and like what, for lack of a better word, helps for the lowest common denominator of people. And I wouldn't necessarily say that the things that you guys are like suggesting would reflect that, because there are a lot of people who live in a lot of different areas who are not receiving that adequate education, especially in those original public systems. And that's like totally fair.
It's stolen money though. It's stolen money. Like you took my money to fund the public schools. Like you stole my money, and then you're like, shut up. We're gonna teach critical theory to your children and turn them into communists. But if you don't want it, give us all your fucking money and then put them in the fancy private school, bigot.
Come on.
No.
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait, Razor. Don't engage. Do not engage.
I'm sorry, but that's just annoying. That's something that always messes with me.
It does. Yeah.
Sure lots of things must
Okay.
Does anybody have like a response? So when I bring up how like it turns out that We spend way more like on average, and like the average black student gets more money than the average white student. Like, does this change your mind as to
I may have gotten drowned out. Send me that data as well.
Yeah, I'll post it right here in the.
You're asking the wrong, wrong person.
Well, you can make the same argument about like healthcare, as in like disproportionately, like per capita, the United States, but it results in like overall, like by just about any metric of like life expectancy, infant mortality, whatever. You don't get any. You have like some of the worst bang for your buck, essentially. And so like
but it seems like the issue there isn't funding; it's where the funding is, how the funding is being used, right?
Yeah, it sounds like we're not underfunding it. It sounds
yeah. So, but so I'm curious.
Bring it in.
Amanda, so you said, hey, why not take your fancy pants money to like a private school, right?
Yeah.
And I'd agree with that, right? I think it's a reasonable thing to say. If you don't want your kids being, taught that maybe they're a girl, maybe they're a boy, maybe they're a dog, whatever the fuck in public schools,
or a frog,
and maybe take them out, right? If that's where the public schools are going, take them out, put them in private school. Well, that's just kind of what school vouchers allow the people to do. Right? They say, hey,
but the school vouchers are connected to public, like tax, like it's the Republican Party Political Actions Committee. Like it's not fully private.
Wait, hold on. No, school vouchers would say that, hey, if you want to take your kid and put the money that would be going toward the public school to a private school instead, right? The money would follow the kid to a private school. You can do that.
Yeah, but where does the money for the voucher come from?
It's tax money. It's
the public money.
Wait, hold on. But what's the issue with that though?
She thinks
okay, so
she
it's
thinks
the
that
people
you
who are
should
left,
be able to
right?
take your money
people who are left,
and do whatever they want with your money in the public schools. And if you don't like it, shut up and pay the money, and you can take all the extra money that you presumably have and put your kid in.
And not only do you need to pay for the public
utilize
schools,
the money, right? You have to
not only pay for the private schools that you're not using, but you also have to pay extra for the private schools.
Subsidize the public schools, right?
Right.
And if you're not rich, then like fuck off. You just get taught critical theory.
Yeah, actually, Amanda. Like this is one way that poor people, children in poor families can access private schools that have much better outcomes through something like school vouchers, right? Because normally their parents wouldn't have the money.
I mean, perhaps, but I do agree with the original statement that it is a question of public funding dollars and tax revenue. So, like, at the end of the day, if we put that money into the public school system, you probably have a better result. Like, and from a larger, like, I'm talking trolley train kind of shit. Like, we're getting 3 versus 1. Like, I would personally rather be in a situation where that money is being funded into a public system where a lot more people benefit. Because at the end, if we're talking about public school system, we want those people to come out, be good paying members of society. We want to make sure that they're not doing crimes. We want to make sure that they're contributing to society, and we can't do that.
Yeah, but why would we?
People out.
Why would we assume that private schools aren't going to do all those things?
No, like, they absolutely are. But in terms of like the wider majority, so that we get more bang for our buck, let's go for public so that we get like literally 200 kids as opposed to 20.
Yeah.
Hey, Doobie, before you do that, then I want to. I'll go to you, Wick. I just need Doobie. This is an answer question for Doobie, not for Scott or for Lactoid, because I know what they're gonna fucking say. Doobie, do you think we should pay for public roads that we don't use?
Yeah, of course.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So we can pay for public goods, even though we may not use them, right? If we are a single individual who doesn't have a kid, I'm childless, right? Should my tax dollars go to public schools that I'm not using?
I don't. Well, yeah, but I think this is different because we in this case you're attempting to use the service or the income that's generated by the public toward educating your child, right? The public is like a pot, and it's like, hey, this is money that's for educating children. And all you're saying is, hey, I'm going to use this to educate my children, but I don't like what you guys are teaching in public schools. The gender ideology, people can be dogs or cats or whatever. I'm saying that just to piss off Razor.
That's gender.
The CRT thing. The CRT thing.
Your hands and put them on your bum, and you'll be fine, Razor.
Yeah. So I want to take my kid and put them in a Catholic school because maybe I'm a Catholic and I'd like my children to be taught like more traditional Catholic values, while being educated in the Catholic school, which by and large has much better outcomes than a public school, right? So you're still using the money for its intended purpose, right? So I don't understand why we would say, hey, not only do you need to pay toward the public school, but you don't get, if you don't want to use that, you now need to pay extra for a private school. This just seems like a way to make sure that poor families don't have access to private schools, which just further like increases the gap between the rich and the poor that you guys are whining about all the time.
So when we look,
I have a response to that, but I'll deal with that later. Go ahead. You go away.
Yeah, so when we talk about like failing schools and should you be able to take your child out of a failing school and put him in a better school, it all sounds great in theory. But what happens is some people take those kids out and use the vouchers, some do not, and it creates this have and have not issue. There is a better solution. Close the failing school. If a school is failing, close it. That way, everyone is sent off to schools that are not failing. But when you continue to exacerbate the problem by allowing people to remove their resources from a failing system and go and flee, basically, and go to somewhere else, it's going to put those who choose to remain for whatever reason, through ignorance of the parents, non-caring of the parents, etc., parents who just don't give a shit, right, about their kids, it's going to put them at a severe disadvantage, even more so than they were. So I'm sympathetic to vouchers. I very much am. But how we see this play out in practice doesn't really work, right? Well, it doesn't.
I guess is your alternative solution is that these kids stay in the failing schools, even though their parents.
The failing school gets closed.
Well, okay, so you
close the failing school.
So your alternative solution is closing the failing school. So letting the failing school fail and close, become not a school anymore.
Close the failing school. Shut it down.
Okay, so we're in agreement. We should let the school fail and close. We're in agreement.
No, why not just like say, hey, whoever's running the school, you're not doing a good job. We're gonna replace with somebody else, and then
Well, you could try to fix it, but if over
just closing the school and sending these kids on a bus maybe to like other schools like half an hour away or something.
I am curious. What do you qualify as failure? Because this clearly is a question of like an American standard versus like a not American standard. Because this is a question of test.
With what he has behind him.
This is a test question clearly, or something like that. Because I do agree with the statement that an indicative of a failure is a lack of funding, because you don't have the good shit, so you can learn. So like, what do you qualify as failure? Like, because I feel like we all have a different definition of failure.
I'll tell you mine. Right, a consistent failure to meet a minimum standard through both GPA and testing results. I think that is a good metric to use. And if a school consistently fails to meet a minimum standard, we can point to that school as failing. And if it consistently does that over a long period of time, we shut it down.
What if the issue isn't the school, it's the community the school's in, and it's the parents in the area that the school's in?
Then if it's the communities, then vouchers won't help that either, because vouchers don't change where you live, right? And so if it's a community, they will continue to fail. That won't fix it.
Yeah, but like neither would making it more difficult for the kids in the bad community to go to a school at all.
It's not more difficult.
Yeah, it is though.
Okay, I'm sorry. In Indiana, it's not more difficult. If you choose to go to a different, wait 1 second. If you listen, you'd realize why it's not more difficult. In Indiana, it's not more difficult. If you choose to go to a different school system and you choose that that's the school you want to go to, that school then has to pick you up. There is no driving you to that school. That district then has to pick you up via a bus and take you to the school district. It's not more difficult to
still a commute
to a different.
Yeah,
but it's not more difficult. There's no more difficultness for the person who's going to school. There's no added difficulty.
There is added difficulty.
I have to. No, I will say this. I will have to agree on this one. Strangely enough, with Doobie on this one, there is a little bit of an added difficulty. Because back in middle school for me, I used to live in Arizona. The school I should have gone to was the one that was like literally a 5-minute walk from me. But because of the district I was in for schooling,
Razor,
I had to wake.
I get that. I'm
let him finish his point before you say you get it.
Yeah, I had literally the bus had to come and get me at 4 a.m. in order to get to my school, which was like an hour away from me, versus the 5-minute walk I could have done.
Is that your point? Because I get that. I understand that. I totally on board with that. It does create a little more effort and things like that. But that is still preferable to keeping your kids in a failing school, right? It is also, vouchers, again, do not solve that problem, right? It does not solve the problem of the added hassle of commutes and stuff from shipping your kid out to another school district, right? It just does not solve that problem. So again, I think it's not a perfect solution, but the best solution is to allow
it's homeschooling, actually.
Continuously fail to be shut down, and for other schools that are not failing to pick up the slack.
Like, wouldn't
Is there-
vouchers
so
like at
is
least
it-
they would help the situation?
Razor, is there
because
no-
you could- private schools nearby, like you have more options.
Razor,
At
is
least
there
send
was
your
there
kid.
no school districts between the 5-minute school district that you said was failing you and the hour away school district that you said wouldn't have been failing you? Is there no difference? Like, is there no school districts in between? Because I find it hard to
Well,
believe that there's
I didn't
schools
say
that are
that
an hour away.
I didn't say the schools were failing me. I said the school that I should have gone to, because it was based on the district I was, and so this is more going towards I was just mainly.
You had the
agreeing
wrong
with
zip
Yubi on
code, basically.
Yeah, basically,
So-
I had the wrong zip code, so I had to go to a very specific school. So the school thing.
Okay,
was
so in school choice, you can go the 5-minute one way. Congratulations.
I would have been able to. But I was just slightly agreeing with Dewey on the fact that having to go to a different school, there it can be trouble.
So I have a question for the
Can be
pro
more
school
difficult,
choice
okay.
people here that
I
isn't
think
about
Corey.
the obvious instantiation of critical consciousness that is being specifically targeted by large corporations and donors with this school choice, because they want to teach critical race theory to your kids. They want to make sure it's in the private schools. But setting that aside, because you want your children to grow up to be communists, if you believe, right, that the market is such a great thing, and that the market structure of schools and allowing bad schools to fail and having an incentive structure with the fact that creative destruction can occur, how do you mesh that with a support of introducing state funding into these schools via the students, and then the almost certain things and regulations from the state that will come from that, like an inability to discriminate about who you put in your school and who you don't put in your school, or like certain educational standards that don't exist currently, or just simply the fact that there's free money in the form of students out there now that these systems exist, and so we're going to take them in and then give special pleading when things go poorly for state money.
Public
So, no,
schools
if
can
there- if there's a-
discriminate.
if
I want
there's-
to be clear. Public schools can discriminate, but they can discriminate based on behavior. If you do not meet certain behavioral standards, you are kicked out, you are expelled. They do not have to serve.
Yeah, but that's not really the question he was asking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
the,
not what I'm saying.
So a public school should not be able to discriminate.
No, that's
Discriminate
not the
against
question he was
kids.
asking.
Okay, so he is talking about discrimination
I
of
can answer
kids.
the
He said
question after.
he basically said schools should be able to discriminate based on who they want in their school district and who they don't want in their school
No,
district.
that's not what he said.
Okay, then
Well-
please explain what you said further, Fabian, because I obviously missed it, and it obviously
I
wasn't
am-
about
the
discrimination.
concern is if you introduce public money
you hop to like a parallel track. What I'm saying is, like, currently a lot of private schools do well because they only accept prestigious
Right.
kids, or they only accept kids with certain test scores and things like that. And the more funding you give through these programs, the more demands by the taxpayer.
It's like
that says,
it's like a
you're
hook.
using our tax-paying dollars to like fund this hoity-toity school that disproportionately accepts white and Asian kids. This has to stop. Like, you're introducing the very things that ruined public schools, apart from all of the shit of like companies like this, like Psychus, making sure that you teach your your 3rd through 5th graders about puberty blockers and hormones and
I was
gender
told that doesn't exist,
non-binary
Scott.
ideology. The whole point is to put this in your schools.
For a while.
So Scott,
Oh no, it's just frozen like this.
to answer the question, like, because
Okay, go ahead.
you asked like to the people who are pro school choice, like how do you square that with like the creative destruction? Well, creative destruction not only involves the failure of bad schools or bad organizations, but it also allows for the creation of new ones. That's the whole idea of creative destruction.
Right.
So when the current system is you have the public schools, which is free, and then if you want to go to a private school, not only do you have to pay all the costs for the public school, you have to pay on top of that. You have to pay the additional cost of going to private school. So obviously making the money tied to the student like creates a new market for people who, okay, I'm gonna want to send it to the private schools as opposed to the public schools because I'm not going to be spending extra money. I'm not going to be spending my tax dollars and extra on top of that. I'm actually going to be spending like what I otherwise wouldn't. If I understand the concern now about, well, this is actually like a hook to get all these private schools made into indoctrination centers. The issue is that currently public schools are currently that, and private schools exist despite that.
All schools are indoctrination centers. Every single one.
Under creative destruction, I don't see why you couldn't have private schools reject voucher students, right? You could have private schools say, we're not going to take voucher students, and we're also not going to accept any of the requirements.
There is no school that isn't an indoctrination center.
We already got. I'm still waiting for.
And so that allows like more choice amongst the private institutions, whether they're like in this case. Well, I guess more choice by the parents, whether or not they're going to actually.
Other people want to talk, so I'll respond to it later. But just no.
Okay, because right now the option is I'm going to pay a whole lot more to send my kid to like a non-indoctrination center, or they have to go to an indoctrination center. At this point, like if we institute school choice with vouchers, at the very least, like there's now 3 options. I can still pay to have them go to like a good non-indoctrination center, or I have to send them to like the public schools, or I can send them to these private schools that are sort of halfway in between. That's more consumer choice, which makes it better in my mind.
Corey, then Amanda.
Okay, well, that's just for Corey.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I guess maybe not to derail, but what I would say, Lactoid, and maybe even Scott, like I think like every school is an indoctrination center at some point. Like I don't.
So what's being taught really
you have the bad
matters,
indoctrination. We have the good indoctrination.
Don't steal Wick's low IQ takes that he thinks
don't do
are like
that.
based replies to this shit. Like we all believe that.
I'll second him afterwards. Don't worry, Corey, I got you.
Let's be low IQ together. I'm all for it. But so going back to like Wick, I want to hopefully understand your position better, because like you mentioned that you're okay with schools failing based off of like sort of like some certain metric. Like it seems like your metric was like failure of like
average GPA and test scores.
Yeah, so like as in like if 51% or 50.1% of students have like a failing GPA, that's like a failing school.
Well, you can look at the whether it's the straight average or the mean or like the exact standard. We can talk about that, right? I don't know. I'm not.
No. Corey's waiting.
Well,
he asked me a question, didn't he?
That was pretty much like all I wanted to know. Is like, you want some sort of metric. What I would say is sort of as a Canadian, and maybe like Amanda will back me up in terms of like, so at least in my province, Quebec, where I will fully admit and concede that there are many hospitals in shambles that are sort of like quote unquote failing hospitals, but we don't start like demolishing them because like for some communities like that's like their only hospital, and so like there's large push to like renovate them, update them, to hopefully like turn around them into hopefully successful hospitals. I don't see why
hospitals, right?
And
area, private health providers.
No. Well, Quebec has now a 2-tier. Like, that's a whole separate conversation, which I love to have with you. But like, yeah, I would say the semi-privatization of healthcare in Quebec has like also ruined many aspects of healthcare. But like, yeah, totally. But I don't see why that sort of like same mentality like can't be applied to schools of like there should be ways to but basically there should be ways to turn a failing school, or by your standard failing school, into a successful.
But and I'm not super familiar with the Quebecian healthcare issue, right?
True Canadian healthcare.
Fair enough, true Canadian healthcare. But is there no point whatsoever where they would shut down a hospital based on poor performance? None. And you don't see a problem?
What if they weren't washing the syringes? At that point, we'd be like, hey, you gotta.
No, it just seems like.
You know what? Look, like there's a.
Wait, you're supposed to wash syringes in Canadian?
or sure, replace them. Like I said.
All you need is just a little bit of Dawn. You know.
Well, yeah. Look, if it cleans ducts, it cleans off blood. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Some alcohol, and you're good to go. Exactly.
Okay. What if they didn't replace the syringes? Like what? If
to this point, but to this point, like I think it is a question. I don't know. I think. And perhaps, forgive us, the Canadians on this panel, got to apologize for something.
Lactoid is one of them, by the way, Amanda, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Well, come on, man. What's that freaking thing in the background there?
God.
So there,
people believe this. Like it's not, people believe the meme.
I gotta say, like when it comes to it, I think like I, for one, I do not have the same definition of failure as you guys do, because I would say a failure of an education system is the failure of the community. Is this like community actually thriving as a result of pushing out kids that are better people and members of society? And to the question of a propaganda machine, yeah, of course it's a propaganda machine. If we look back historically, before we had a public education system, we just had a bunch of rich people who could pay for private tutors so that their kids could get a good education. And the only people who had access to that were the highest, wealthiest, whitest people of the land. So when it comes to it, the question of what we're trying to do is get a bunch of people who are not otherwise going to have access to these things through a system so that they're better members of society. I do not understand why that's
I've got a question for you, Amanda. So when you say you judge the school systems based off members of society, so you judge the school system based off the members of society that are still in the area, correct?
I would look at the surrounding areas. You're looking at demographics. You're looking at local crime rates. You're looking at the news reports. You're looking at a full contextual analysis of how the community has developed or not developed as a result of either educating or not educating their children.
Okay, but the issue becomes that when you are educated, when you become successful, if you grew up in a bad neighborhood, you typically move out of that bad neighborhood. Typically, it's typical when you're successful. It's typical. It's atypical. It's atypical to stay. It's atypical to stay. It is typical. It is.
Of both.
There's only so many places in Quebec to go, right? There's only so many places.
It is housing market.
It is, however, typical to leave if you become successful. It is, however, typical to leave because you want to create a better life for yourself. You want to create a better life for your kids. So it is typical to leave to somewhere you find as. Wait, one second, please, for one fucking second. Thank you. It is typical to leave because you want to create a more prosperous life for yourself. You want to create a more prosperous life for your children. So it is typical to leave somewhere as to where you can find somewhere that would be more prosperous for you and your children. And it is typical that people that are more successful leave the worst neighborhood that they were in to move into a better neighborhood.
Okay, so can I potentially address that point?
Go ahead, and then you can address it, and then Dibby and Razor.
I'll be quick. What I would just say is like, yeah, you're not entirely wrong, but like there's totally the reciprocal. This is one of the reasons why, let's say, for example, in Quebec, medical schools have certain quotas or reserved seats for Indigenous peoples, because very often those who go to medical school, those who are Indigenous go to medical school, they often return to their underserved communities in order to bring them medicine because they're an underserved community. And so like it's not a universal like mass exodus of leaving an underserved community.
Dibby.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah. Too much. So I'm curious. So let's say I'm a parent that does not buy the gender theology shit. I don't buy the trans stuff. I don't buy this non-binary thing. I don't want my kids being indoctrinated with this. Right? I want them to have the indoctrination that I like, which maybe is like more like a traditional American conservative value focus, right? But I'm also poor, right? So I don't have the money to throw toward a private school. Like, would you tell this parent just like, hey, put up with your kid being indoctrinated into a belief system that is contradictory to your own, that is going to lead to your child feeling maybe like separate from you because they're being taught or indoctrinated into a belief system that is actually like they're actually being taught that your belief system is bad and harmful and they shouldn't believe these things that you believe. Right, so this is like creating some conflict between the parent and the child just because you want to send them to fucking school. So if I don't have money to send my kid to a private school and I don't know enough on my own to homeschool them, like what does that parent do?
That's the risk that we take in
this
society.
This is the problem.
Okay, so hold on.
This is the danger of school choice. As of right now, the person that you laid out, you said they can't send to private school currently because they don't have enough funds. Fair enough. But there are tons and tons of poor communities, religious communities, Mormons that have figured out ways with very, very limited funding to get together with the community to homeschool their children. And that is still an option that currently exists. Very often what they will do is they'll get together with the community and say, look, I will take 5 kids on Mondays. And that's all that they do is they take their own kid plus a few other kids on Mondays. Another parent does it on Tuesdays. Another does it on Wednesdays. They teach in areas where they actually know what they're talking about. They don't teach in areas where they don't know what they're talking about. And there are tons of programs that are not that expensive. The problem with school choice is that it is designed to invite regulation onto this so that you don't have that right anymore.
Do you not
Because
think there should be
UNESCO
any regulation on
No, sorry, we
homeschooling?
can't
No,
go too
UNESCO
far down to that.
I'll be super quick. UNESCO specifically states in their that their mission goal is to help design and deliver more inclusive, equity-weighted, and SDG-orientated policies, and that is why they set the SDE4, quote, quality and inclusive education for all, that with this expressed desire to use things like school choice and the, quote, public-private partnerships as a means of enforcing diversity, equity, inclusion, critical theory, all of the shit that you don't like. Make sure that this is required and state mandated, that you be taught this in private schools, and eventually being taught these things as a state mandate for homeschooling. Right now, if you can work hard and achieve financial success, you can get your kids out of this shit. But that is a limited window if you support school choice, because eventually all of these governmental standards will poison and infect these because they state that they want to do that. That is their desire. That is the point of school choice. And
Sure.
libertarians and conservatives have bought a
Sure.
fucking grip.
Sure. Do
So-
you have anything else to say? Then we got to go to Razor and then Lactoid.
Well, I'm actually, I guess I'd ask Scott the same question. So like, so I understand what the concern, right? And I think it's a valid concern, right? But if I'm not like near any like, you know, Mormon communities or Christian communities, and I don't really have access to these like groups of people. We're gonna take 5 or 6 kids at a time and like homeschool them. Like I feel like the school choice thing, like Lactoid said earlier, is a good middle ground. Yeah, there's the risk of this being a hook. They used to introduce legislation. They used to like pollute this kind of like safe haven from the CRT and the gender ideology shit. They use it to pollute these systems, right, with the same toxin that's in the public school. But I think in accepting that risk, right, and fighting against that risk, I think you're giving a lot of people the opportunity to access the safe haven that they wouldn't have had access to otherwise.
I think it's the same argument that you would use against the Patriot Act, is the idea that you're like, I'm going to get some temporary comfort for safety. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give more power to the government to regulate these things in their own interests, which just happens to be the Patriot Act are the same powers that the state got that they're now using against parents that attempt to protest against these things. And that's why Merrick Garland has specific signifiers that the FBI uses to target and track information on parents that fight back against this.
But can't
So
schools just
wait,
reject
wait,
this
hold
other
on,
funding?
hold on.
But Razor's been waiting. We got Razor.
Thank you. Please,
Wick,
thank you.
Yeah.
So I'll start off by saying thank you, Doobie, for at least being fully honest and saying that you're okay with the whole thing of indoctrination for teach indoctrination for me, not for thee. Like you're fully fine with brainwashing.
Yeah, we
kids.
just wanted we wanted the better version of indoctrination. Yeah.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You want hateful. But as I was going to say,
Doobie, shut up,
we've been going on a lot of the choice. We've been going on the choice aspect of it. The other half of the statement to start this whole thing was about like what could it possibly do to democracy if say a lot of people end up picking private places that are more the biblical value ones. So my big fear about that, obviously, it is to the whole indoctrination thing, because all schools are basically indoctrination camps at all times. But I always feel like at least the type of schooling that I would want for future kids versus what the people who are against me would want, mine actually teaches actual history and good and actual science and everything, while these biblical value places will teach shit like will have a possibility of teaching shit like creationism and or something ahistorical. Like you'll end up creating a bunch of people who have no clue about the past.
When you have kids, you can teach them whatever dumb fucked up shit you want to teach them, and your lack of understanding of history, and teach them your commie propaganda bullshit. But leave my kids and leave my wallet alone.
Okay, but if you teach the
fuck
Big
off my
Bang,
kids.
if you teach the Big Bang, why would it be so if you teach the Big Bang, why would it be bad for a school to in the same breath, in the same way, teach creationism?
Because you could,
I
of course,
hope
have-
that's self-evident, but I guess not.
Yeah, because
Sorry, at the
No, I'm
table,
asking. I'm
I
asking.
can
because-
introduce you guys
he's asking,
to
let me answer.
somebody.
He's asking, let me
I can
answer.
introduce you guys to somebody who would totally debunk evolution in 4 hours for you. He'd fucking run circles around it.
Yeah, go
Razor.
ahead.
Yeah,
Bring
okay,
it.
let me
I'll take
answer,
that
let me
on.
answer Sprout's question.
Don't bring Darn from the panel, please.
That's exactly what I'm thinking about.
I know that's what you're thinking about.
Now I've lost it. Sprout, can you repeat what you
Because
said?
well, if you're gonna teach a theory, why not teach basically a
Why not teach magic?
oppositional theory, right? So
So okay, okay, I got it now. So
Right.
you're saying like with Big Bang versus creationism, because one has little to no evidence, and
they
the
both
other
have
one
little
can-
no evidence.
Oh,
Big
whoa,
Bang
whoa,
has
whoa,
little
whoa,
no
No,
evidence.
Big,
Oh, that's
whoa,
not.
no,
whoa.
Big Bang has so much evidence to it that it's
What's
so
the
much
evidence,
evidence.
Razor?
Are you going to? Are you
No,
gonna
no,
source
here
that?
we go.
I'm sorry.
No, hold on. Razor, what's the evidence? Razor, how do you know that the world is round?
Well, no,
Doesn't
I'm not.
be
I'm
evidence.
not. I'm not.
It's
a
I'm not-
religious belief
So
you
wait.
have.
I'm not.
You don't
I'm not
actually
suggesting-
know. You've just
I'm
been
not-
told this.
So
You haven't
I'm not
bothered to actually look
suggesting-
into it for yourself. You don't actually know. You've just been told this and read it in a book somewhere, so you believe it's true. That's what
So
it
I'm
is.
not-
It's just a
so
religious
I-
belief, just like Sprouts.
I'm not suggesting the world is flat. I'm suggesting that the Big Bang does not have as much scientific proof as what you are offering right now. You're saying there's a bunch of
Because I'm
scientific
a
proof that
layman.
proves the Big Bang. The Big Bang, according to the large majority of scientists, is not scientifically proven, which is why it's still considered a theory.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Okay, no,
Guys,
no,
oh no!
We're not doing that.
Right?
Scientific proof
Right?
versus
Both of you, knock it
There's
off.
scientific proof.
Finally in the blind here.
We're-
All right, let's
we're going a
move
little bit
to
off.
Electroid.
It should be a separate panel. Separate panel.
That's a separate
Absolutely.
thing.
Before
We'll go-
Corey
go
like
ahead.
blows his gasket, and fuck you, Doobie, for instigating that. I saw that train wreck coming a mile away.
No, it's true.
I also did too, so I didn't get too mad.
Lactoid. You walk right into it.
I'm not-
Lactoid, quick.
So just three big
That's
quick
hilarious.
points. Razor, I agree that like there is a real concern of schools teaching ahistorical history. This is a
Right.
concern that me and Scott and Doobie have expressed a lot of concern about. Right, this is the whole problem.
Why do kids
Like CRT. But Scott, I have an issue with one thing, and I feel like we're going back and forth on this. So maybe it's been my last word on it. Like I think as long as you give, I think you should give the option. Like the private schools should have the option to not take the vouchers, which I mean currently they don't have to, to my best understanding. And so by instituting the voucher program and school choice, I don't think you're necessarily taking away the options of a propaganda-free school, even in worst case scenario. And you have the added benefit of, it's going to take them a while to really dig their hooks in to like really start the misinformation flow.
I mean, they're already
And
there.
and so
in a
my
lot of
kids, like my kids will at least get a better experience doing that than like going to a public school.
Yeah, so
even if
here's
that's like
the
their
issue.
long game, right?
Like right. So the issue is.
And I have
that
one more
like,
point
look-
after you respond.
Yeah, the what you're kind of describing is like there may be a temporary gain for like the next 10 to 15 years where
Yeah.
people will have choice, and it will be overall from a consequentialist perspective in the current 10 to 15 years better for those individuals until
It's
we
about the time frame in which
destroy-
I'm gonna
Better for
raise my
me.
kids, so it
and
works.
until the time in which we completely erode the freedoms of parents to be able to educate their children effectively, right?
Then they'll just
but
become
for
public
the now,
schools,
right? Yes, they will just.
and then
become
and then
public
new
schools. That's the
private schools will
point.
start up, right?
Except that's not how that's going to work. What it's going to work is that we currently have a fragile system where private schools are relatively safe from regulation because they're not taking those funds. Once the capacity to take those funds is put in, it's not going to be just the private schools that take them. It's going to be this constant encroachment upon everyone. We have to draw lines in the sand and say, stop trying to destroy the market here and institute new policies and changes. And they say that they want to do this, that this is their goal in doing this. I'm not like creating a conspiracy theory. I'm
Right.
just quoting the motherfuckers that say that they
Would
want
you
this.
would you be in favor of like when these when the voucher programs are passed or when this legislation is passed, if there like is specific things in there that say any potential regulations that come from this
That's it. That's
Oh,
currently
like,
happening
are-
in Arizona.
are completely
Arizona's
tied to
school
the
choice.
voucher,
Right.
Right, hold on.
Arizona
And-
school choice already has that written in.
and it's tied to the voucher, right? Not
Yes,
it's-
Arizona
Well,
legislation
makes
says
sense.
that the
That's a
law
good
that
thing,
you
right?
can't do that. It does make sense. if you believe that that'll actually fucking stay that way from this program. It's not gonna when there's specific, when the funding and the people behind it want to utilize this as a means of pushing these things. It's already in fucking Catholic schools.
I'm more optimistic than you.
I
wanted to ask one last question. I wanted to ask one last question, and this is like a more general question to the panel, because we talked a lot about the indoctrination, and obviously there's disagreement there. I provided links a while ago showing that like the U.S. spends way more, and the spending is actually a lot more equitable than a lot of people believe, and we're still having complete shit in terms of like outcomes. And so like my question is, like, when private schools show that they can do it for a lot cheaper, and this like provides more options to parents, do you have that's like a proposal that we're making when it comes to like voucher programs or private schools? Is there any proposal from you guys, with exception of just like, no, you need even more money into it? We need to dwarf every other OECD country and just like spend $50,000 per student or some crazy shit. Like, what is the solution?
Did you not?
I do, but I'll do it later. Let's go to Wick. And I haven't forgotten about you, Dewey. I do want to respond.
So I'll answer that question, and I'll just repeat very briefly because I've said it before. Close failing schools, then open up schools like that are working, right? Like, tear it down, try again, right? I think that is the best way forward. I think that
it's still managed by the same people.
It goes away. Not necessarily. Unless you're talking about the state itself, like it's still managed by the
Department of Education.
I think that that isn't always why. And I know you would think, oh, it's the Department of Education that's failing,
or the state's Department of Education, right?
Yeah, the state. I would point to again, public schools within a state. Some perform better than others because they are managed by different teams within the Department of Education, right? Like, right. So
just replace some do well,
some do not.
Because here's the issue: we do this right now. Like if public schools like perform dramatically under like certain like markers, they can lose access to some funding, and they can have issues that way. But
which only exacerbates the problem because they lose access to funding,
and they can fire principals, and they can fire people. But the response to this has largely been public educators teaching the test. Right? We're gonna take some time just to teach the test to try to hit the minimum, so we can we can keep our jobs and we can keep our funding. And so if this is the response, and there's not like a private market scenario where like the parents are like, well, what did you learn today? Oh, we just learned the test. Well, okay, I'm moving you to this one over here because they're locked in the current one, right? Because there's no school choice. I mean, it seems like we're doing your solution now, Wick, but we're just like not working.
So
I disagree with that. But
real fast, I just want to say sorry, Wick. When it comes to the whole thing of like when I was talking about the funding, I think a lot of time people don't realize that obviously even if we are spending more with everything being bad, I feel like we just need be able to better allocate is the best way to
absolutely
say.
Yeah. Just change how we're
free market.
Like, look, I am not an education expert. I'm gonna be real quick. Let me finish my point, please. So I'm not an education expert. I don't know. I can't sit through you right now and give you a full solution, but I have every full faith and confidence because we've done it before. We can do it again. There are model schools in America that are publicly funded that perform well above averages, and we can use what techniques we can glean from those, and we can apply it to other standards. That said, I want to talk about this idea of indoctrination. I want to talk about this idea of regulation within schools. I am all for regulating education, right? I am all for it. I think it's a good thing. Now we can talk about what should be regulated and how much should be regulated and where those regulations should be. But I would argue that society having certain standards of what is and is not taught in a school system is a public good. We do not, right, want children to not know what math is. There has to be some form of regulation.
Yeah, but I don't want them to be children.
That's fair, right? That's fair. You don't want that, but sometimes it happens anyway, gang, whether you go to a private school or a public school.
If they go to your public school, yeah.
Not, right? I don't know the stats on it, right? But the point is, we can argue where those regulations should be. A lot of people would say, get rid of private schools. I don't agree with that. Get rid of homeschooling. I don't agree with that either. But I do think that there should be certain standards that people who go to these education centers that are non-public, like private or homeschooled, have to meet before they are able to receive accreditation from the state. I think that's a good thing, right? You can say, well, I don't want any regulation, and I point to you. That's going to destroy us. That's just going to destroy us, gang. It's going to set us back years.
Well, like math and like spelling, but not like political shit, right?
But you would agree with some regulation then, right?
Also, like let's look at the fact that
state-based regulation is fucking stupid and it hasn't worked. And you keep explaining all the ways it hasn't worked, and then you're like, so let's not do anything different. We'll just do
your idea is, well, you know what? Our boat
there shouldn't be a curriculum.
So our boat has a hole in it, so let's blow it the fuck up.
So there should be
You're saying that we should close this public failing
No,
school.
I'm saying I'm agreeing with Razor. We need more proper resource allocation for better education systems, and there is one.
No
type
one
of proper
disagrees. Talk
resource
about low
allocation.
IQ. Yeah,
that is
yes. We
that
should
is
have
the
better
best.
resource
Right.
allocation.
The market.
Who disagrees with
That
that?
is
Can
the
we
best
can we
way
raise
for
our
proper
hand
resource
if we
allocation.
disagree that we need better allocation of resources?
You disagree, dumbass, because you're essentially
absolutely
playing
not
education.
I think we should have, but our ideas of what's better, that's where the difference lies.
Yeah, because I understand
I
basic econ
obviously
and you
agree
don't.
we should have better resource allocation. You think we should have better
solve the
resource
economic
allocation.
calculation
And we're
problem.
arguing about what
Solve the
is
ECP.
the better way to resource
Solve the
allocate.
ECP. Solve the ECP.
Okay, Amanda, were you going to say something?
Oh, you can't? Oh, okay. Shut up then.
I mean, nothing specifically other than the fact that, like, I still do agree that, like, it is in the general public good to maintain adequate funding of public school systems so that you create better individuals and people in society. Like, I really, all I'm thinking here is that, thank God, I'm not in this system, because also, especially, like, having, like, the Catholic school is better funded in Canada, and that is, like, it's a public system, but it's still, like, the whole big thing is put your kid in Catholic school, they get a better education, screw public school. But what is it? It results in this two-tiered system of the individuals that it comes out with, and there are some really smart kids that never went to that, have, like, piss poor funding, they still get to university because of, like, a variety of different, or college, sorry, a variety of different things. I feel like at the end of the day, like, if the measurement of failure is test scores, then yeah, for sure, that then by all accounts, this is a problem of the market, and let's change the market. But as somebody who does not think that education should be, like, a left to the market perception, then I would say, why don't you focus on funding the schools so that you can better the communities? But forgive
Amanda,
me, that might
The
be
government
Canadian
is the
of
one
me to
that's
say.
failing, not the.
Wait, no,
We
the
also call it university
U.S.
You
the U.S.
admit that the
funds
market
our
is doing
schools more
great.
than Canada.
Pardon?
The U.S. funds our school, like, the U.S. schools are better funded than Canadian schools. Like, when you're talking about underfunding, like, the U.S. So I'm looking right here. The U.S. spends, like, per student more than $2,000.
This is what I was saying.
$2,200 more per
Like,
student.
it's a gerrymandering thing, right? Like, it's a question of, like, are you on this line or you're on that line? So, like, yeah, it may be better funded, but, like, I don't know if the question is across the board. Like, Canada, especially in the case like what was mentioned earlier about public healthcare, Canadian public healthcare can be really frustrating sometimes because of the public funding means that it can be very slow. It means that, like, you might have a longer wait time. It means that you might have some hospital.
I use all those arguments, yeah.
But in that respect,
socialism
like,
sucks.
it's not a reason for the fact that not everybody has the same access to the capital in the first place to make these decisions. I don't think it's a reason to get rid of those things, because at the end of the day, they serve a very good common good, being, like, that they help the individuals of society. So
I don't think you're getting rid of.
Well, so
you're not
here's
getting
the
rid of. You're replacing a failing school with a successful school. You're not like getting rid of education for students. Like, these students no longer have education. As to what
I feel like you'd be relying on some sort of private funding in order to make that happen, which means you need certain stakeholders that see it as a good, profitable idea once you bring that new school into the community.
Yeah,
this isn't
that's why it's good.
And here's the difference.
Lactoid, go, and then I
That's what you
want to
need.
respond to Doobie and Lactoid. They both had questions for me. I didn't get to.
Right, and here's the difference, I think, Amanda, when we're talking, and Corey as well, when we're talking about, like, healthcare and education, because, you know, there's different arguments, I think, against, like, the public healthcare system, but, like, at the end of the day, you do have a little bit more facts, like certain stats on your side when it comes to the public healthcare system as opposed to
No, they
like,
don't.
the U.S.
Don't bite
system.
that bullet. No, they don't. It's
Oh,
a shit system.
okay, we can talk about that. We can talk about that in a second, okay? But So I'm assuming here, I'll phrase it this way: you guys believe that there are certain statistical betterments that come from your system as opposed to the U.S. healthcare system. I'm assuming. The issue is like all those stats just don't exist here, right? The U.S. spends more money and gets like way worse way worse education outcomes. Our current way of doing it, right?
Then
So,
maybe you should
the criticism that you guys have of the U.S. healthcare system is that we spend a lot of money and that like we don't get good healthcare outcomes. But in this case, like the current education system spends way more money and gets poor outcomes. And because you guys think it's an argument to change the healthcare system based on that logic, isn't this also an argument to change the education system?
Yeah, there shouldn't be private education.
No, because we don't. So currently we have primarily public education, and like this is the problem, right? This is where most of the underperforming happens.
I like how it's
where
fun
most
when
of the overspending happens.
So I'm gonna. I want to respond to both Doobie and Lactoid. Doobie, and this is something I guess Amanda was touching on a little bit. You asked. We had much like an hour ago. We had a back and forth, and you said that when it comes to the money attached to a child within a voucher, right? You're saying, well, the moment that you have a kid and you are going to use this public good, right? Or at least the service of education, then it simply makes sense to take that money if you decide to and move that over to a private system if you so choose, right? That money is the purpose of that money is to educate your child. Did I summarize your position correctly?
Basically, yeah.
Okay. So my problem is that I think you are incorrect in what the purpose of that money is. The purpose of that money isn't to educate your child. Instead, it's to create a system in place that can adequately educate any child who would like to use those services. That like, it's not that the public good doesn't come into the fact that an individual person got an education. It's that our society provides a minimum standard of services to our children, right? That they can all use for free. And that's where that value comes in. So to ground that in something real life, if we had a town of 100 people and 100 families, right? And 50 of those families exited the public school system, right? When all of them were previously in there. That school system all of a sudden doesn't have enough to operate, right? And so it collapses. Even if 10 more families move in and try to use that system, it still is not operating. It still does not have the ability to operate. That's a failing school system. That's a failing, that is a public good that cannot be accessed. So the point is to have that institution ready for people to use rather than necessarily educating Doobie's kid. So I'll let you respond to that. Then I also want to respond to Lactoid.
I think I disagree with that. So I'd agree that with the like overall sentiment, this money is meant to go toward like creating a system, but I don't understand why we would say that the system that this money could be going toward funding would be like a private system, right? But so long as it's like an education system created to educate your children. So like, sure, you can say, hey, it's not specifically set aside for your child, right? There's no like Doobie's Child Fund that exists. But if the money's going to an education system, I don't see why it couldn't be a private one, right? If that's and the issue isn't so much that. So if I don't understand, maybe you can explain this to me, right? So if my child isn't there, right, they're not getting the money that they would have gotten if my child were there, right? But like, what's the extra expense?
I gotta take a leak. I'll
right,
be right back.
that they're then losing out on, right? So because like, if my child's like not there, they're just not getting the money that would have gone there for my child. So, like, yeah, they don't gain that money, but they're not losing anything really, right?
Sure. Well, and this is pretty simple. And as a business owner, I'm sure you'll understand this, right? It's not simply the cost of running a school system isn't simply the collection, right? Adding up all the children who show up. right? There's a whole list of other costs involved, right? Including like the teacher salary, right? That's kind of fixed to a
Yeah, the
certain extent.
administration that soaks up all the money.
Yeah, there's the administration, there's the property that like maintain the property in and of itself. There is buying material like beyond like school books or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like all of that is locked in, and at some point if you decrease the funding base, you're at a point where you can't operate it for everyone, right? Even though there's still like 60 families, right, who are using this system. They don't have the tax base that's large enough to fund the entire system.
But isn't the issue there not that people are sending their children elsewhere? It's that the school isn't good enough to keep parents sending their children to that school, right? So if parents have decided that, hey, the school's not working out for me, I want to send them somewhere else, why would we penalize the parents and the children by sending them to a school that their families decided isn't working out for them?
I don't think it is a penalty. We're going to disagree. I don't know. We're going to be able to be eye to eye on this one, but I don't think it is a penalty. This is like, okay, you are free to go, right? You can pay for a school, right? You could.
But why
pay for a
doesn't this
private
just
school.
trap like poor children in fucked up schools?
Yeah,
Wait, why?
Prime guys, I'm sorry, but what you're talking about is an idea that of economies of scale. The problem is that economies of scale doesn't apply to something that is inelastic in terms of the way that you deal with students and the teacher relationship. So like yes, like there is an idea of like economies of scale. Like I produce cars, for example, right? The bigger I am as a company, the cheaper it gets for me to produce that specific thing because I can buy things in bulk, because I can, because I can like up my I can take a percentage of my profits for automation, like all these different things to make it cheaper to produce a car, whereas a startup has different. When you're talking about school, right, and state-based school funding, the economies of scale position doesn't really work as well there because number one, it's funded by the state, so they don't have to make a profit. But number two, it's also that like you can reduce staff, right? And you can if there was 200 kids going to a school with 6 teachers and 100 kids, you can just have 3 teachers, right? It doesn't like change the finances.
Yeah, but it does. Like, hold on, but it does change the quality of the product, right? Hold on. So if you reduce the number of teachers, right, there comes a point where, like I was saying, it collapses the ability to deliver the education, right? To deliver the product of education. So that kind of like moves. Sorry, go ahead.
I know, student teacher ratio. That's all.
But for that to occur, public schools would have to be so fucking awful that they like collapse across the entire country. Like it would have to be like. Yes.
No. Well, no. Like we see within like individual school districts, we see schools that have a massive, a teacher to student ratio, where some teachers are teaching 45 student classes. Like that's obviously a degrading of the ability to deliver that education, which means that school system. Okay. Sure. Then
let's not do underfunding.
I mean, it could be, right? I mean, there could be more than one reason. There could be more than one reason why there's not enough teachers there. Okay, well, sure. So that moves me into Lactoid, right? And Lactoid was asking us, but really only I exist. Asking.
Also, real quick, no school choice program has done what you guys are talking about, right? As much as I fucking hate school choice because I think it's just a way to bring woke ideology into schools, almost every school choice program that is passed currently is only a percentage, right? So like it's usually like 60 or 70% base of like how much that kid would have gotten. And there's still like 30, 40% of the taxes by the parents being paid and subsidizing the public school. So it already takes
private school is cheaper.
Calculations you're talking about.
Because private school is like more cost efficient. That's why they can
private schools is better because public schools suck because they're run by the government.
No.
Yes.
Education. Come on, guys.
I cannot deal with that part. Lactwood, you were saying, what are your suggestions other than simply upping the amount of funding? Well, I think what we need to understand is that I think there is a reason that we spend so much more on our children and it's not because we necessarily care, but more that schools in themselves, in the U.S. specifically, I can't speak to other places, are doing more and more, right? That we've collapsed different parts of our society support systems within our communities that used to accomplish or help raise kids.
Well, like what?
And school systems are taking up the slack. Okay.
Well, I mean,
So,
I don't know of anything that U.S. schools do that Canadian schools don't do for less money.
Well, no, the reason we spend so much money more and more on our on children, right, is because of what's known in economics as cost disease, right? The value of the labor of the education system has not increased in the same way that it has in domestic manufacturing or in IT and things like that. And so what ends up occurring is that the value of an hour of labor in, let's say, producing TVs or producing widgets or, coding has gone exponentially high. But you still need a teacher present in the classroom. There's a lack of education in schooling, which I would attribute to public education. But nevertheless, that's why we continuously spend more and more, is because of cost disease.
Okay. So I'm gonna finish my point here. So, and to be able to try to answer your question, right? We within, especially within cities, there is a lack of support for these kids. So if you don't have like extracurricular activities for kids to do, right, like outside of a school, right, you don't have like a public center where your kids can go and play after school, well, then kids are going to get into trouble, right? So you need to have more and more extracurricular activities at the school to help kids out. We have parents who are who require a dual income within their household to run that household, and so the schools are picking up this slack in terms of childcare. You have parents who can't afford to pay for the lunch of their children,
And
so. Yeah, in the breakfast, indeed, right? And so schools have to pick up that slack as well. There's been all these society has been degraded because of lack of investment, especially in certain areas, for so long. Schools have been trying to pick that up. In terms of dealing, we don't pay for mental health care here, right? And where do kids get that? Like the best place right now is schools where you have one counselor for 1,000 kids. So
where did that investment come from?
So I'm sorry. Let me finish where I'm going. So I'm saying that we need to. Schools are important because they're doing more of what the community
taxes are just free
can
money.
no longer do.
They just happen.
And so what I would say is, I would invest in all these areas that I'm talking about, right? Like I'd more investment in terms of, well, certainly mental health care, and regular health care, right? Because that's also where kids get that. Either investments and within some sort of like community food delivery, or trying to raise wages within those areas so that parents can pay for these things themselves. And finally, what I'll say is that
this is insane.
And I'll be done. Sure. And then I'll be done, and I want to hear what you all have to say.
Socialist shit.
The moment where
Complete
in this country where the white-black education gap closed was the smallest was when we did school busing. So when black kids went to white schools, all of a sudden, turns out they can accomplish everything that those white kids could. So even if it's true
he just said we
that
need taxes
within that black school,
investment to
and
raise
that white
wages.
school, my voice went super high for a second. In black school and that white school, that they're spending the exact same dollar amount. There was some sort of disconnect in how those services are being delivered. Okay, all those services are being delivered
right now,
and so there needs to be some sort of change in terms of allocation. I have more ideas on that, but I'll let it go there. So Lactoid, since I was all to him, he can respond. Doobie, you're dying to jump in. I want to hear from you as well.
Oh my
also, we're in bonus time, guys. So just be aware.
Bonus round, nice.
So it's an interesting thought, and there's obviously other expenses than just instruction that come with like a school. The issue is this also just isn't So the link that I put forward, not only does it specify the total educational expenses per student, but it specifies the expenditures on instruction specifically. And you don't see a massive difference between black and white students there either. 7,169 versus 7,329. Meaning that the amount that's spent on per capita on black and white students is roughly the same for non-instruction expenditures and instruction expenditures, right? So the actual instruction is costing roughly the same, and the instruction expenditures, such as all these support systems and all these extra stuff and all these free meals, all of that's also sort of the same. So we, on a per student basis, we don't actually see like a massive, like the school's taking over a massive part of like poor people's lives. I mean, other than what they normally do. I mean, there's other government programs that, of course, far like disproportionately provide funds towards like disadvantaged communities and whatnot. But for our education spending, that doesn't seem to be like the issue.
Well,
right?
I'm saying that there's so many barriers to getting that education.
Right. But it seems like your criticism then is not like. So what we're saying is the education system is like blows, and hopefully this is a charitable way of putting your point, but what you're saying is, well, the problem is like the rest of society blows so much that the kids don't even have a chance once they come into the school system.
There's a grain of truth to that, I think.
It makes
and if that's the truth, and that may be like that likely has something to do with it. And that's why Doobie was saying like the communities that these kids grow up in is like critically important. And this is also like why school choice is it's a benefit of school choice, right? Because it allows students to get into different communities instead of being trapped in poor communities.
Rather than that, like I'd say, like address the problems within those communities. We can do that through investment. Don't just.
But that's not education policy though.
Rather
than
leaving people behind,
conversation,
which is the whole idea of
policy.
school choice, is leaving people fucking behind.
It's called a non
Rather than leaving people behind, actually, let's solve the problem of poverty. Poverty is why things are bad, right?
Sure.
Let's solve the poverty, and then we'll have the problem.
Some ways poverty exists because
it's called a non sequitur. Like it does not follow. Like, you engage in a logical fallacy.
So, Lacto, go ahead, and then
you're like,
So I'm not okay. So we can have a panel on like poverty, and if this is like an education like question, like school choice, like is this like a good policy or not? Now I'm not like, maybe you could argue that eliminating all poverty would be like a better solution, and I might not even disagree with that. But like if that's like when we're having a topic about school choice and like the solution is, well, we just have to end poverty and then things will be better. It's like I guess.
I'm saying that like these things are tied, right? That you can't have a discussion of one.
Once we live in post-scarcity, it'll be okay.
If some people actually, no, I mean, there's multiple reasons people want to move from schools, right? Some of them because, right, like Scott, right? They're huffing the anti-CRT nonsense, right? Or Doobie, they want to protect their kids from being trans, right? So there's more than one reason why to move from school to school.
It's called being an
but
informed
part
parent.
of it is that your school is failing due to poverty, right? That's a big part of it. Well, then we have to address that. That actually has to be part of the conversation. Is like, how do we make it so that these schools and these kids are within an environment where they can learn. Sometimes it's not the schools necessarily failing, but the kids unable to learn within that environment. That's part of it.
So Prime, let's agree. Like let's end all poverty, and in the meantime, we have school choice, because then it allows students to not be trapped in that poverty that we're working to get rid of, right?
Let's cure cancer. No. Let's end poverty. Let's end any form of discrimination. I'm for these things. I too would like to end racism.
I too. Well, that's going.
Because the question's about school choice, right?
Well, it's about all. Okay, so Doobie, please.
Okay, so Prime, you were laying out this thing about schools needing to basically be substitute parents, right? Because families are losing out on so much of like what they've had in the past, like community programs, playgrounds in the public parks, shit like this, parents working 2 jobs, whatever. But I feel like all of this exists in a country like Canada, where they provide all the same services that our schools do, right, for less money. So that doesn't seem to be...
no vouchers up here. No Chuck E. Cheese school vouchers up here. So
we don't have them here either.
They're better at allocating, so they could have so they could end up having.
Yeah,
lower
but hold on.
numbers,
But the
have better
point is that
outcomes.
it doesn't seem like the schools needing to be substitute parents is the issue. It's something else, right? Because they have the same. I'm sure Canada has the same like issues, right?
They
but
have more
they're not.
services than we do.
I think it's because we don't put our education system in the marketplace.
And I don't know
We
about
don't hear
their
either.
levels of poverty, but I would guess, and maybe I'm wrong, because I don't pretend to know. I don't pretend to care about Canada, but I don't think that their levels of poverty are as steep as ours.
You are correct.
And the society is uneven. So that's what I'm talking about.
Wait, is that true? Canadian levels of poverty, like
I think it depends on the community.
Well, yeah, and it also
Yeah,
depends
that's what I'm
on like
talking
how you analyze it in terms of like the wealth discrepancy between like whatever the rich and the poor. Like generally, Canada is more egalitarian than the United States. It's going in the wrong direction.
does that mean that your rich people are more poor, or that your poor people are more rich, or is it like a little both?
Probably both.
The Gini coefficient is
Column
lower.
A, little column B.
The Gini coefficient is lower there, even though I think it's a silly metric to care about anyways.
Okay, that's
right.
right.
You would.
I think it's a cultural thing. Like in terms of how Canadians see other Canadians, apart from certain communities, like there is a kind of a bit more of a like help you out kind of vibe. And I've never seen that from the United States and their sort of like cultural ethos.
There's more of like a common history emphasized, right? You would say in like Canada.
I would say there can be, but it's definitely the case that in Canada it can be very exclusionary. But
Why
when
would
it
you
comes
do that,
to
Lactoid? How did
you know it's true.
Do it.
whatever.
It's a trap.
No, what I think
You don't have like
Canada. Yeah, the reason Canada has this ability to be more about like how about the community or whatever is because most of you guys are white, right? So like there's some kind of like
I don't know. But
no,
maybe.
yeah, you are.
If you
Most
compare
Canadians
demographics,
white or French. Yeah.
if you compare but it's
Is that a huge difference,
demographics,
Lactoid?
which like can be an argument for either side. But like
exactly.
if you compare just white people, like we have better
I
healthcare
think-
in America and we have better education in America.
I would
Now, like you could use that as an argument for like the successes of the free market and issues within those communities and like why those communities are suffering. Or you could be like America is racist because that's what we assume when we, do any analysis of CRT, which is why we don't want that shit in the schools because it's horrible. But yeah, again, you kept Prime. You can call me racist all you want. It just happens to be that I'm more
not calling
informed
you
about how
that.
much of a racist you are. But you keep talking
Not
about
calling you
lack of investment, and things like that. And what I find really interesting is you're not willing to like work backwards, Prime, in like where that money comes from. That money comes from taxpayers, right? So when you're talking about we need to invest more in certain communities, you're talking about money that has been taken from the community,
Stolen.
taken out of the market, that is superior at resource allocation,
Taxes are evil.
giving it to
gang.
the government,
Taxes
wasting
are
it
evil.
with fraud,
Market is
waste, and
not
abuse,
superior.
and an
That's
institution
the-
that can't.
That's all.
And an institution.
No.
I know that you guys like to try and interrupt me when I'm fucking crushing you because none of you understand econ.
You're
or have
just going
any
off on
principles in
taxes.
your morals, right?
Going
But
off
no,
on taxes.
You're talking about
Taxes are
taxes.
not
as
steps.
an
He's
means of
right,
investment.
though.
Taxes are not
These
steps.
are money. This is money taken out of the community that is then being
Taxes
used
not steps.
inefficiently. And you're like, we got to make it more efficient. But this is the fucking crux of the Hayekian distribution. It's the fucking economic calculation problem. The government will never be as good as
You have a
individual
religious
buyers in a
belief
market.
about taxes, and we can't deal
No,
with it.
I
right? Because it's a
understand
religious
fucking
belief.
economics,
It's a religious
unlike
belief.
you.
You are a religious person when it comes to libertarianism.
Well, then
that
argue
is your
against me.
religion. That is your ideology. We cannot deal
Do you
with
have an
it on
argument?
Wait,
You
why
got an
don't you just like
argument?
wait,
It's
why
not about
don't you
anything.
just
just
It's not about facts.
Nick,
It's not about
stop,
anything
please.
like that. It's
Why don't you
Argue
just make an
against it,
argument
bitch.
against what he said?
Crush it. Come on,
You have
little
no
fucking
Wick,
hand on your
like-
head.
Wick,
Crush
why
it.
don't you just make an argument against what he said then? Like if it's so
Because he
ridiculous,
can't.
just make an argument.
He does this every time I
because
fucking
it's
speak about econ.
pointless. I have tried so many
God.
times, but you just refuse
Well, your
to
arguments
engage with
are
anything I
bad.
said
God.
because, again, you have this
Taxes are the
religious
price we pay
belief
for living in a
that no
civilized
matter
society.
what, no matter what, taxes must be evil. So you will take that and you will work backwards, right?
It's
You
not
will
a religious
work backwards
belief,
from that
but you,
conclusion,
again,
like a conspiracy
argument.
theorist, and say
Make the
taxes
argument.
are evil.
Make the
Therefore,
argument.
anything that has to do with taxes must be
Make the
bad.
argument.
Right? We don't have
Yeah.
time. I have to
Make the
like
argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
but I would love to
Oh,
have you
okay,
on
okay.
sometime and make it in a 2-hour, 3-hour
Because
thing
you-
where we actually have a discussion.
Right.
I'm gonna give him an ANCAP
Takes
at
is
the spot.
not stealing. It's the government.
It's
Yeah, DM
it's,
me. We'll have a
right
debate
now-
about economics and
yeah.
taxes.
Okay.
It's the
All right.
government
So
money that gives it to
we
You had your
will
chance in the polling booth.
we will continue.
A lot of people have accepted debates from me, and then they just never happen.
I accept
Not
anything,
me.
I'm still learning.
It's
No,
not true.
I-
Corey's always stepped up. I will give him
Okay.
that.
I
Be
am new.
very-
I'll
and
accept
hey,
most things.
Hey, be
Troy
very
doesn't back
clear.
down.
Scott and I talked about having a debate, but we couldn't agree on the terms of debate. So we'll
Cringe.
have to
I'll
debate on
moderate
another
that.
subject.
I
Yeah,
gotta say something real quick.
unbiased moderator
People-
Lactoid.
I invite
Hey,
anyone
what?
here to
If I
moderate
could-
anything.
Right? Lawyers mediate
Fine.
cases. I can mediate it.
Yeah,
I don't think you're gonna be wearing-
we
Be
can't
fair.
debate on CRT because we can't agree on the
Oh,
the
what
terms
it
of the
actually
debate.
means.
But well,
Yeah.
I'll
I
love
want
to
to
debate on anything
I need to
else.
say-
I want to debate the
I
philosophy
thought
of
RayTube,
it and,
FYI.
like, what it
What were the terms of the
He
debate? Like, we need to like
wants to talk
account
about
for like
only the
historic oppression.
praxis.
White people get less time to talk, and black people get more time to talk.
Exactly.
So-
Exactly.
The timer. Oh god, we got to
Um,
bring Amanda on. She gets. I only get 77% of the time. And
Oh.
she gets 100%.
Yeah,
of the time.
come on. I'm
we
a
can
minority
redo it.
too.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Pause. You said is your mother Jewish or your father Jewish? Because we might have to increase the amount of time that I get if you know.
True.
Because I mean, demographically speaking, that's a pretty successful group of people.
We don't want to go down this route. Like,
Why not?
Especially how
But we're
we do
okay
that.
with going down the
come
right
on.
way.
Jews are
with
not
white
in the
people.
best
Come
class.
on,
okay?
why
Just-
not? We get to talk about how white people are privileged. Let's talk about some
I
Jewish
have
privilege
a-
while we're here.
As an
Let-
Ashkenazi Jew myself, I can say that Jews are not.
You're
in the
not
best
Ashkenazi
You're
Jew.
not
You
fucking
I am
Ashkenazi.
absolutely Ashkenazi.
You're
Aren't
brown,
they-
right?
I'm
You're
ever. It's
Sephardic. Don't fucking lie.
Aren't the Jews?
No,
like,
hold on, I did a
considered
I've been in a
23andMe.
synagogue one
I
time.
have 1.1% Ashkenazi. That's enough for me. If you say it's not, you're a fucking race realist or some shit.
No, no.
okay? That's
First
enough.
of all, no. Those genetic ancestry tests are like really flawed. Like,
Right.
don't go by
Thank you.
those percentages.
Yeah, it might be more. I feel more Jewish than it says I am. Okay, so it might even be more.
You should take the elevator. You know, some places they have the Sabbath elevator. You should just make sure you take that elevator kit.
I will. for sure.
Doobie,
Okay.
just
All
give me a
right.
call.
What?
Like, give me a call if you need me if you need me to flip your light switches for you. This boy will happily be there for you. All right.
I appreciate it.
got you.
If you can convince Israel
Hey,
to
some-
let you do
some
that,
of you guys know
If you
your
happen to
flights,
make
okay?
the home
if you
tour.
happen to make a
I prefer-
donation to my bank account that, like, for whatever
I didn't
reason,
start it.
wink, wink, you know, like fucking means that I keep
Well,
showing up. Flip the
it-
light
Let me get to
switches. I got
affiliate.
you.
It'll give me more.
I'd like the record to state I did not start this. Okay, I'd like the
Okay.
record to state this.
let the
If you
record
get
show
Israel,
on the
if you
record.
convince Israel to like the right to return whatever tour, then sure, then you can claim you're Jewish, all right? Then
For the
you've
record.
made it.
Fucked up.
Okay.
But on Israel is a Nazi ethno state. Like, no fucking.
It's a
thank you.
terrible place, but like
It shouldn't
they have a
exist.
way of
Yeah.
they have a system of figuring this out. Okay. All right. So we will continue on to
So
Open
is
Walk on
Japan
Panel.
weebs.
Yeah. We'll continue on to our walk off panel. Right after this, the content does not end, everyone. Okay, we still got more content for you. We're just gonna end this one, say goodbye to all these great individuals, and then we'll continue on. And you can be involved in our next panel. We'd love to have you, right? All new people. But before then, guys, if you've been enjoying this, if you've just shown up, if you've been a part of all of this, then hit that follow button. Hit that follow button, make sure notifications are on, so you know I'm going live. We do this all the time. Social and chat. For my social media, we got Twitter, where we tweet, Discord, where we have everything, including the Open Walk On panel. So be a part of that. TikTok, and then YouTube. Like, comment, and subscribe. That's where you'll find the VODs, right? Of me, again, intellectually dominating Lactoid just now, right? Like, it's all there. It'll be there for all of time. As the testament to my greatness. So check that out. So we're going to give an outro. But also, guys, if you've been enjoying this content, if you like having all these great people here, right? Then please be so kind and sub to the channel. Get emotes, get ad-free viewing, and make this all possible. It's not all possible without you. So sub to the channel, just $5. To keep this channel up and running, right? If you want to see more of these fantastic individuals, I want to deliver more of them for you, but I cannot do that without your help. So please consider subscribing to the channel, gifting bits, or gifting subs using Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming. Okay, I'm going to give an outro now. Let's start with our good friend Wick. Wick, thank you for coming through. and handling handling your aggravation with Scott so well, right? Like it's a skill that we've all learned over time. So I feel your friend. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. And look, Scott, no bad blood, right? I'd love to talk to you in a more private setting. It's just on these chaotic panels, it's hard to actually have a in-depth conversation. But that's part of the fun. Gang, if you like what I have to say, or even if you hate what I have to say, you can find me at twitch.tv/deathofcertainty. It's all one word, right? We do all sorts of things there. We have a variety show there. Tomorrow, I will be with Prime Kai and Weaponized Discourse, and we will be having a slew of guests all night to cover the election, the midterm.
You mean Universal
If you are
Discourse?
interested, no, Weaponized Discourse.
Oh, sorry. I just
Weaponized
wanted to make sure.
Discourse. Great lady. You'll meet her tomorrow if you tune in. She's going to be our data girl. She's going to keep track of things and interrupt us when there's a major announcement made and things like that. But regardless, you can come check us out. It's going to be a revolving door of guests. If you have you want to talk about your experience in voting at the polls, if it was hard, if it was difficult, if you want to talk about your local race and your local House or legislator elections, you definitely come through and talk to us. If you have predictions, come and talk to us. We're going to start the day off by talking to Not So Erudite for a few minutes, right? And then we're going to continue from there. It's going to be a wonderful slew of guests. Everyone here is invited. Anyone in the chat's invited. It's going to be great. So tune into that. Twitch.tv/deathofcertainty. Thursday, I will be interviewing Iona Italia, who is the chief editor of the Aerial magazine. She's a PhD, fluent in 4 languages. She's done a lot of work when it comes to free speech in Britain, and we're going to be pre-interviewing her like earlier in the day, and then I'm going to be airing that interview during my normal time slot. And then Friday, we're going to talk about political violence, and that'll be fun. So that's me. Check me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go to Fabulous Scott, as we're always happy to have him around because great spirited conversation. Thank you, friend, for being here.
Yeah, so I am Scott from Fabian Liberty, anarcho-capitalist duo stream. Come check us out. To all of the conservatives that are out there, all 3 of you on Twitch Politics, you know, if the Koch brothers and the United Nations are working together to push something, stop fucking trusting it. All right? Like, it's not a good idea. That's all I'll say about that entire situation. In terms of bad blood, I bleed yellow. The rest of you bleed red. There is always bad blood. It's the blood that is coursing through you until you give up your socialistic tendencies and embrace capitalism, voluntarism, and free markets, as well as the non-aggression principle. But despite all of that, and despite the fact that I do agree with the tweet that you're not a real progressive if you date someone, I will still date and or fuck any of you regardless of your political persuasion. So have a good one and come check us out.
Thank you, Scott. It's good to know that your penis is non-discerning. All right, let's go to our friend.
Oh, it's discerning, just not politics.
Corey, thank you for coming through and putting up a good fight as usual.
Yeah, always super grateful and appreciative to be here and to be invited on with the familiar faces and the new faces. And I'll give just a short closing statement to the last topic, because this is I'm like committed to this position of like to solve the Daniel Snyder issue. Like just ban football. It's a dumb sport. Not only does playing football give you brain damage, I think watching football also gives you brain damage. And so just to protect the entire public, I think we gotta ban football. But yeah, I am Corey Campbell. I'm a PhD candidate in biochemistry. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. I cover science. I cover news. If there's any question of whether or not I'm jacked, you come watch me work out. I do workout streams. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. Yeah, it's always a pleasure, Doobie. Pleasure to meet you, Razor. And always a pleasure, Sprouticus. Pleasure to meet you, Amanda. And always love you, Prime. And always a pleasure, Lactoid. Super great. And always a pleasure, Scott and Wick.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Lactoid, I am an expert at reading body language. So when Corey was talking about banning the NFL, right, it seemed like you were super jazzed. You were all about it. Didn't want to lose any more brain cells to watching any of it. So it's good that you guys are coming together, right? Political alignment. And overall, thank you for being here.
Yeah, no, football is great. Herschel Walker is fine. Still vote for him.
Brain damage.
Brain damage. That's the brain damage we were talking about.
So,
Yeah.
Koch Industries wants to let all of you know that school choice is a good option, and Koch Industries has your best interest at heart, as we all obviously know. If you like what I had to say, you can find me on Anti-Communism United on Discord and Twitch, where we fight the communists ideologically, of course. And my Twitter handle, which is Anti-Com United, 2 M's. As to Twitch, if you like what I have to say, come on by and please follow. I am so close to 100, so I would really appreciate that.
Hey guys, please let's go over and help out our friend Anti-Communist
True Wick
United.
cells
Hey,
will follow him.
it's
True Wick cells
literally all right. It's right there, guys. It's right there. Click on it. There's 3 of you. Go over there. Go over there.
I'm already
and
following.
help us out. Yeah, please let's follow our friend Lactoid, who is always around, right? Always part of our community and does a great job. You've all enjoyed his content. Give him a follow and be a part of his community too. I'm sure it's great over there. Okay, so hopefully we can get to there. Just 3 more, please. All right, let's go to our friend Amanda, our new friend. Amanda, thank you for stopping by, being a part of this. This is a lot of fun. And assuming, right, the ANCAP brain rot hasn't gotten to you, we would love to have you back in the future.
Thank you so much. I'd definitely love to come in. I apologize if you hear any immediate cat noises from my end. Somebody has just come to hang out with me, but it's been really nice hanging out with you and chatting with you all. Please forgive any of my random outbursts, but also don't forgive them. And if anybody wants me to come back, you know who to bully in the comments for that. Otherwise, this has been fun and I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have our friend Sprouticus. Sprouticus, you got quiet there at the end, right? I guess you were tired of dealing with the nonsense. Yeah, I get it. Sprouticus, thanks for coming through.
It wasn't the nonsense. I've got some secondary things going on, so if I got quiet, I apologize. I got some secondary things going on, but yeah, there was I'm gonna maintain my position pretty strongly on the first topic, and actually the second topic too. But the first topic, when everyone else was talking before we switched topics, I found out that the quote unquote ownership of an NFL team is a 1/32nd ownership of NFL. In reality, that varies depending on NFL team. So the rest of the NFL teams can vote you out of ownership, and that is how that works. So you truly don't own your team. It's a mixed ownership of the NFL between the rest of the owners of the quote unquote teams. So that is how that works with the NFL. But other than that, nope, school choice is good. It allows people to escape failing schools and move to more successful ones. And I'm always for policies that help kids that are in a bad position. It helps them get in a better position. So unless we can come up with a better idea to make these
I love
schools
how I, like,
that are
say all
failing
these giant organizations
not
are
failing
using this,
anymore,
and they're just like, "Oh,
then
you're
school
crazy."
choice has to be it for right now. And so
like, "But I
for
have the
that reason,
receipts," and they're
I'm
like,
all
"Oh, well,
for
let's talk
school
about
choice
something
until
else."
presented a better option.
Okay, thank you so much. Right, and I think you need only one more, right, Lactoid? So one more person.
One more, yeah.
One more person, guys. One of you. He's amazing. He's great. He's hilarious. Let's support our friend, Anti-Communist United, right? Go sign up for it. You need one more person to follow. I'm already followed. I've been followed for a long time. So let's support our friend here who always supports us. All right, so let's go to Razor. And the link is in chat. Someone go follow him. Razor, please.
Yep, I am Razor. My channel is, of course, twitch.tv Razor Sharp Gaming 96. I have been streaming this myself for my 2 fans so far. I am currently on the path to affiliate. I'm super close. I want to do this a lot more, be able to just talk politics, have as much fun as possible. Lactoid, I don't agree with a lot of your stuff, but you're fun. You seem really fun to talk to. Scott, you annoy me, but I fucking love you at the same time because you are very entertaining to talk to. Doobie, same to you. Spartacus, you're actually
Fuck
a lot different than I thought. You're actually a lot different than I thought, and I genuinely do like you. You are actually a pretty cool guy. Same with you, Wick. Corey, you're awesome. Amanda, you're awesome. Everyone here, just amazing. Give them all the love in the world, but please spread
Those
some of
last
that
two
to
were
me
obviously
too.
a throwaway.
'Cause they
Don't buy it, Amanda and Wick. He doesn't really love you. Ah, you're awesome. Anyways,
I don't need his love.
I've spoken to him enough. I've spoken to him enough. You're new. You're new to me. First, you're new to me. But yeah, give everyone here love, and maybe while you're giving them love, sprinkle some of that love on me, please. Thank you.
Okay. Did you make it, Lactoid?
I made it. I'm at 101. Thank you guys so much. I love all.
Hey. Thanks everyone for following and supporting our friend Lactoid, who always does the same for us.
Prime wasn't gonna let us leave until Lactoid's at 100. So I really do appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Now, we have our friend Doobie, Dark Lord and Savior. Doobie, thanks for doing all the usual things that you do on my panels. We it wouldn't be the same without you, so we're always glad you're here.
I kiss that frog.
Yeah, that's a common problem. I get it. So I'm Doobie. I run the best and biggest debate server on the Discord platform. You can find it at discord.gg/politics or politics.gg in your browser. We've got over 70,000 people debating about everything from abortion to the ethical implications of hamster fleshlights 24/7. It's a great place. You will hear lots of slurs. I got to warn you, but it's still a great place. Okay. In fact, that actually makes it better in a lot of ways. If you're in chat, you're a dumb bitch. I fundamentally disagree with Scott about a lot of things. Okay, you guys know this, but he's a smart motherfucker, right? So everybody in the chat saying that he's stupid or that he's like an idiot or whatever, you're just a mouth-breathing retard. That's it. If you think you're not, jump on the open panel, prove it, because you look really stupid. Okay, you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Razor, Amanda, I think you're both great additions this week. I hope we get to hear more from you in the future. I hope you guys talk more in the future. But I know it can be really intimidating. Lots of angry men screaming over each other about random shit. Like, yeah, I get it, right? So yeah, I hope you guys come back and get more conversation. I appreciate it. So lastly, Kobe, someone who's been part of this community for a very long time, I think from the start, needs some help. Right, his kitty is an expensive dental bill. He really loves his kitty. He's had it since like middle school. And if you've got some pocket change, please toss it in his direction. He deserves it. I'm going to post the link to his GoFundMe in chat. Yeah, it'd be really nice if you guys can help him out. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Please, let's help our friend Kobe, kind, a kind moderator in this community, and been so for a very long time. Yeah. So I was just thinking about the kissing frogs thing. Like just today, there was an article out. Apparently, people are capturing Sonoran desert toads and licking them for their psychedelic effects. That's a thing in like the parks department is like, hey,
it's been happening for a long time.
I was about to say, dog, I love how straight edge you are that you're like, I just learned about it.
Licking frogs has been a thing. Or they get them, they squeeze the fucking like DMT shit out of their back and they like smoke it or whatever.
I'm saying,
but I do have to. I forgot one thing. It's extremely important. I got to point this out. So I thought it was really a little bit anti-Semitic, right? When I said that I'm Jewish, you guys all freaked the fuck out, right? But if I were said I were like a woman or a fucking donkey or a goat or something, you guys would be all for it. But the moment that I identify as a Jewish person or a black person, Prime, you have a fucking like bitch fit. Hey, accept my identity, Prime. I'm a Jewish black man. That is what it is.
Actually,
that's a good debate. Transracialism is a good debate. Don't worry.
We could actually have that discussion in the open.
I would also like to announce at this moment that as an anarcho-capitalist, I'm also a duo streamer. Excuse me. My new pronouns are they, them, landlords. You refer to me as a landlord. If you don't
another
refer
big
to me as a
announcement from
landlord,
Scott.
I will be
that's not a
reporting
good thing to
you
me.
for misgendering, and you can expect that report immediately.
I'll say
Okay.
I'll call you landlord, but it's gonna be with
I
vitriol.
would like to be lamp if we're
You
going
can say it
to-
with vitriol, right? Just so
And you
long as you
guys-
know that I'm laughing all the way to the bank. As I
You
call
guys
myself.
were making fun of me. The reason why I brought up the toad is because there was an article because they put a bulletin out saying, "Hey, knock it off" by like the Parks Department. That's why the article was there. That's why I brought it up. So fuck you. And yeah,
Sounds
Amanda
like a
and
park
Razor,
with the happiest homeless people in it in America.
Amanda and Razor, thank
It's
you.
fucking licking
so much.
toads,
Okay.
man. Having a great
We
time.
are. Oh my god, you guys are terrible. All right, so look, we are going to continue on to our Born Welcome panel. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate this as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
It was a pleasure.
Goodbye. Okay, now that Prime's gone, we can talk about him all we want.
I'm still
Uh,
streaming myself, so yeah.
Okay. Oh well, we were gonna do the slur tier list. That's like a common thing after these panels in the closed section. We
Mm.
tier list our
I'm
favorite
slur
slurs.
crazy. You know me.
Exactly.
Yeah,
well,
well,
Corey's
my
like
favorite-
got the.
That's not
My favorite is hamburger. It refers to Americans. Anyone that isn't American can call us hamburger, and it is a slightly offensive.
fair.
slur.
Yeah, I never liked
That's
it how
fair.
like shortening the name of the country to like refer to the person is offensive in some cases, but then it's not in others, right? So like nobody's initially
Like
calling me a
Brit?
Swede. Yeah, like Brit, Swede, that's all fine.
Yeah,
Versus
but
But like
things
someone
like
from
if you're like-
Pakistan, like
Lactoid. So you
yeah.
mean like if you're from like Nigeria and you shorten it just a little bit?
oh god,
No,
You don't
do
like,
it.
you don't like that?
I'm gonna head on to the open for a little bit. Scott though, this week's full, but next week Thursday maybe.
no.
Next week Thursday. That's fine. I don't think I have anything on the calendar. I have
Well,
to check,
I'll have to
like,
check
Steam and-
myself.
I
Yeah,
myself
I'll-
am going
I'll
to
deal
be
with you later.
switching to playing Wizards 101 for stream. If you guys want to join me and ask me
care. Be
questions
well.
on the chat.
Wizards 101. I have.
Scott.
Oh,
I have a day
man,
job. So I'll talk to you
questions
guys
about whether
What
or
a
not you
winner.
might be a
Take
sexual
care.
predator.
see you later.
Scott.
It's a good game. I played
Playing
middle school.
Roblox after that, you weirdo.
Nah, I hate Roblox. Roblox sucks.
And then after that, it's Mountain Blade.
That one I translated.
Does that have a
enough.
lot of
Hey,
kids
you
on
guys
it?
have
Mountain Blade?
you
I don't fucking know.
again. You guys have a
so
good
there was
one.
like a-
Once
Yeah,
again,
Mountain Blade is
Yeah,
really
it
good.
was-
Mountain
Well,
Blade
there
There
was
was
a
a
streamer
streamer
who
who
was
was
like
like famous for like bad shit. It was
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
Oh, I didn't know
Again,
that.
Scott.
A good one.
Scott, while you're annoying, I do actually really like you so far. You seem like a good person to just have a.
When you smile
fun
and you
argument.
compliment people and you start the compliment off with an insult, it's not really like engendering, right? Like it's just
No,
like,
it's
this is like,
smile is
it's like,
the
hey,
smile is
Razor,
just kinda
I know
stuck
you're
there.
an evil commie.
You're
fuck,
annoying to me,
but
but
you
I
know
like
what?
you at the
But
same
we've had a
time, I
good
do.
conversation. Like,
it could be
all right,
endearing.
all right, man.
You really get under my
Okay,
skin, but I
Scott,
like
before,
you.
Before you go, Scott, real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
It doesn't have to be this week. I would like to, because I've done like a healthcare debate before. I would like to have a discussion with you on the healthcare stuff because you might know more than me in terms of why public healthcare sucks.
Yeah, we can have a conversation about it. I debated T-Jump on socialized healthcare, and that was a tough opponent.
Right. So I debated a
You
while
can
ago.
say whatever you
I don't
want
know
about T-Jump, but it's like he's
I don't know
he's
if
a
you
shifty
remember.
little fuck, man.
I don't know if you guys remember him. He hasn't been active for a while, but I debated Socialism Done Left (SDL) on.
Yeah, I see him
None
on
for you.
Twitter all the time.
Yeah, I debated him on healthcare a while ago.
He's one of the nerds that came out of my server. Sure.
He had his own server that I
Mhm.
was one of the original members actually, way
Oh,
back
nice.
years ago.
Original
Yeah, but,
socialist server?
Me
No,
as
I
well.
joined it to
mean,
like argue with them, obviously.
What are you doing tomorrow?
We also played a lot of Stellaris.
What are you doing tomorrow?
So tomorrow it's going to be election coverage.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I was gonna do some elections, but just watch debates. If you want to swing by, like, be my
Sure.
guest. I don't know that. I mean, like, I'll take other people, but I kind of like the other idea of like another libertarian being there because, like, I feel like we have much less of a vested interest than other people that are like the lefties are all going to be coping and the righties are all going to be like, get out the vote, red wave, yay, and like, you know what I mean? Like, neither of them are going to be honest about how shitty a lot of these candidates
Yeah,
are.
yeah. I'm used to having my preferred candidate lose. Day in the life.
I'm
right?
actually not even gonna vote.
Oh, Doobie, what the fuck?
I'm not gonna do it. Fuck.
You're not even gonna vote for like.
I mean, I
whatever,
looked
like,
at I looked at
Constitution
who was
Party,
on the
whatever
ballot.
Nazi shit.
I looked at who was on the ballot, and none of them earned my vote. So I was just like, all right, this one's a wash.
Hey, at least you looked at the ballot, right? I mean, I think I've told you about my.
I'm in
philosophy
California,
of
so I just
I'm a
assume that all the bad
politics
shit get
streamer.
passed.
Yeah, if you're in
Yeah,
California, your vote
I vote
really
every
doesn't
election.
matter.
Yeah, I'm fucked. I
Let's
just
be
assume
honest.
all the things I don't want to happen are going to happen, and it is.
See,
what it
I'm
is.
in a swing state though. I'm in a purple swing state that
Oh.
like swings back and forth all the fucking time.
But do
Yeah, I'm in Virginia,
Doobie.
so same.
Yeah.
like you like based off what I know about you so far, like it seems like remaining in California would be like pretty fundamentally like it seems like the worst state for you, like with the most like state intervention.
No, because one thing about California is you have a lot of access to like networks that you wouldn't have in like more states that are like more politically aligned with me.
They're all lefty networks. The
He
worst of
doesn't
the
give a
worst.
fuck. He just wants the money.
No, for example, so I do insurance, right? And a lot of my clients come from Glendale, which is just full of fucking Armenians, rich ass Armenians, right? It'd be way more difficult for me to get to those clients if I lived in fucking like Texas or something, right? So,
Okay.
Yeah, it's just
I actually have some knowledge about that community. Some
All right,
inside
well,
knowledge. We can
y'all
talk
have a
about
good
some-
one. I'm gonna hop out of here.
Take care, Scott. Be
Please,
well.
Scott.
And on Lactoid, actually, I have a little bit of a bone to pick with you.
Oh, God, I
Not
gotta
really.
shit, so you gotta hurry up.
Oh, okay, no, okay, fine.
You just watched a clip from our Twitch channel, Fabian Liberty. If you like content like this, please like and subscribe here on YouTube, or go ahead and give us a follow on twitch.tv/Fabian Liberty.